Good morning. Thank you for joining us this morning for our budget development meeting. We'll go ahead and get started. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Adamson. Here. Gray.
Here.
Cheatham.
Here.
Burrick. Here. Ortega.
Here.
Stevens.
Here.
Platt.
Here. She waited until you took a drink. You noticed that?
It was my timing. I saw her going down. I knew I had to drink right before she said Lurid.
Oh, yes.
I just wanted to mention, I was talking with Ruth, our city clerk, yesterday, and she said that it's really hard with our setup this way to hear sometimes. So when she was taking minutes, she was having a hard time. So I'm just mentioning that to everybody because I'm sure I was bad at it also, but we need to try and direct it to the microphone for Connie's benefit, taking the minutes today, because sometimes it's hard to tell who said what and that type of thing. So she just wanted me to mention
Do that and speak up, maybe?
Yeah, speak up
I've
and
never been accused of not being heard.
yeah.
Okay, sounds great. So we'll go ahead and get going here. Agenda item number 2, fiscal year 2021 budget development overview. Ashley.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Ashley Welsh, Chief Financial Officer. This is just a quick budget overview, kind of what we've done and what we have left to do. So as everyone knows, we've been in these meetings for a few months. We've gone through all the department presentations. We've included fee changes and also any estimated revenue increases into the budget. We also had that big meeting where we talked about all the estimated revenue. We tried to put those together. We entered those into the budget, and we had tax solution number 1. So the guidance that was given on those increases and reductions, we will see again today when we go through tax solution number 2. So everything will be moved around a little bit. Instead of being asks, they'll be actually added into the budget. So that sheet will look a little bit differently. What do we have left to do? It was brought up that we wanted to discuss the non-departmental, what is funded, and just have a little discussion on that. So I thought when we do tax solution, we can just start there before we actually get into the tax solution part. And we're going to go through tax solution number 2. We also, after we get done with tax solution number 2 and have a better idea of the budget, we're going to complete the interfunds and get all of those updated. We updated a few of them, but everything just kind of like rolls through. So we just wanted to make sure we have the best numbers in there to get those updated. And then we're still waiting for valuation numbers from the county. That includes new construction as well. We haven't heard anything on new construction. So usually, well, I'll go over the calendar. So today we're going to go through tax solution number 2. July 2nd will be tax solution number 3 if needed. And then we have our final tax solution on July 9th. That's where we will go over everything, make sure everything's how we want to publish our budget. We can always make changes and reduce it, but we can't increase it after we publish it. So July 9th is kind of we need final decisions made so that we can publish. August 6th is the budget and the fee public hearing. And then August 20th is when the ordinance is brought before the council for approval. Usually, I'm thinking probably in between the 6th and the 20th, we will have numbers from Bannock County, and we'll probably just hold a quick special meeting to see, if we do what we published, what will it do to the overall taxes and levy rate and everything else, so that we have a better picture once we get those numbers. So that's what we did last year. As soon as we got that information, we just brought it back to kind of see, okay, these are the decisions we made, and this is the impact that it has. It's kind of backwards, but that's the timeline that we have. We need to pass the budget in August so that we can get all of our L2 and paperwork over to the county and the state.
So Ashley, you're missing the August 13th date. That's usually when we...
Right, and that's why I mentioned that in between those two we'll probably have one.
That's usually when we
It could be on the 6th though. I just don't know when we have that information.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, would you be willing to perhaps publish this calendar with some brief explanation in the mayor's newsletter so people, so the public can, for example, prepare for that?
So what I've done is I've already written, the newsletter for July is already done and gone to the print, but I did mention that on August 6th that we'll be having a public hearing. August 20th we'll be having the ordinance I believe I mentioned the ordinance on the 20th, but I did not mention the rest of these. But I don't know why we couldn't put it on. It probably will be on the website anyway, so
Right.
we can get it on the website.
Maybe it could be pushed on social media in case people want to watch some of
Usually
these
if we put it on the social, on the website, we'll push it out.
Great.
Logan will push it out, so we can just follow up and
Great.
have him push out that these are the things that, the main ones really truly are August 6th for public input. And then the 20th is just where there's no input from the public. That's just the ordinance. That's the council.
Right, although, I'm sure the rest of us are too. I'm getting just a slug of feedback from every imaginable perspective, which I think I appreciate.
Sure.
And so the more people know that these meetings are available, to watch,
Oh, sure.
recorded or live.
I believe they pushed out that, that we're on, that you can watch these and that they're everything. But yeah, we can put that out.
Great, thank you.
Not a big deal.
Yeah, so when potentially we could have a meeting on August 6th before the council meeting if we have numbers. If not, it'll be the 13th in between those two. So I just wasn't sure. I thought that I would just mention it because we don't really have a definitive date, but we just kind of play that by ear whenever we get those numbers from the county. I believe we're supposed to have them the first Monday in August per state statute. So.
Yeah, we don't always hit state statute though with the county stuff. So.
No,
Okay.
but we should. I'm confident that we will have them before the 20th, the fee ordinance passing. So whether they're 100% correct or not, I know that they had some issues last year, so we're hoping that they're as accurate as possible so that we can, have the best information for any decisions. So, are there any questions about anything? It was just a quick overview so that everyone could see, kind of what we've done, and we're getting close to wrapping up. So it's a long process, and I appreciate all of you for making it through.
Super.
All right.
Thank you. We will move to agenda item number 3, Human Resources Retiree Benefits.
I'm not quiet, thank you.
My name is AJ Argyle, GPS Benefits broker for all of your benefits. And today we're going to talk about the retiree program. There's been a little debate on that, so we kind of wanted to clear up some of that. First thing I want to talk about is what is the retiree program. Essentially, that's a program for active employees that are currently on insurance and any of their dependents when they retire to stay on the city insurance, the group plan, by paying a little bit higher rate. So they're on the exact same plan as the active employees, the ones that are currently active at work, but they're kind of separated out into this retiree block. Who can participate in the program? Any employee that's currently on the benefits that retires from the city of Pocatello. When does that eligibility terminate? At age 65 when they become Medicare eligible. And what other entities are offering retiree programs? Currently, the Statewide School Association, I don't know if you know it, they're actually required by Idaho code to offer retiree programs, so they do. The AAIA, which is a group of cities that have come together, they actually offer a retiree program. And then the GEM plan kind of offers a retiree program. They offer a program to where all the retirees are on a separate pool. They don't currently affect the group that they came from's experience in any way, shape, or form. Yeah.
I think school districts are a little different because basically you have to, if you have your sick day cash out.
Yes,
You
yeah,
have to stay, to use those funds, you must stay with the school district provider.
Yep.
As soon as those funds are expended, you are automatically off that program, and then you basically can join,
You're not automatically off. You actually get to continue on that program, you get to stay, we do schools too.
Right.
So you get to stay on the active plan is what it's called. So you're actually still a part of that school district. You're on the exact same plan as the active employees, even when your PERSI sick leave runs out.
Are you paying for it, though? AJ, you pay for it, though.
You what? Yeah, you're paying for it out of your PERSI, so it'll come directly out of your PERSI retirement is what it does. It doesn't come out of your PERSI sick leave is what it does. You can, you're right, you can at that point, or any point, you can leave and go get your own plan, but generally what retirees choose to do is they stay on the retiree program through the school district until
Okay.
age 65.
All right, and maybe when you're on Medicare, it's different, because I was told by my provider, your sick days are expended by.
No, so even, so there's different.
Anyway,
That's over
anyway, I'm
65,
sure you're
yeah,
right,
over
and I'm
65,
sure
yeah.
whatever
That's over 65,
occurred
it's a little bit different, but on the
Right,
average, it's still
right.
similar, so, yeah. AAA does the gym plan like we talked about. Who is not offering retiree programs? Most cities do not offer retiree programs. We terminated Idaho Falls, I want to say 8 years ago, is when we terminated Idaho Falls program. Most counties do not offer that either, and even the state of Idaho no longer offers a retiree program. They did away with theirs a few years ago because it was costing the same kind of money. So we kind of want to talk about today the questions that I kind of wanted to answer at the very end, is how we created adverse selection in our retiree program. And then if some of the largest entities in the state are not offering a retiree program, is it necessary? And then based on the data provided, is this program sustainable? So that's kind of what I wanted to address today. Reporting experience, kind of want to make sure you understood that before we dove into it. What does experience mean? It's basically reporting of claims that apply to a particular group. We're currently talking about, of course, the City of Pocatello and the retiree program. What is a loss ratio? A loss ratio is essentially premium paid in versus claims paid out. Now, all the loss ratios you'll be looking at today do not include administration, and administration is usually 15%, and that's what Blue Cross takes to basically pay those claims. So any of these like loss ratios, you want to add about 15 points to it for Blue Cross's part. When we talk about large claimants, what is large claimant? That's essentially any person on the plan that's employee, spouse, or dependent that incurs $10,000 or more in expenses. And we're also going to talk a little bit about trend. What is trend? Trend is essentially medical inflation. In Idaho right now, they're saying it's between 7.8 and 8.6%. Blue Cross right now in this quarter is calling 7.9%. What that means is we have the exact same claims next year that we had this year, we're going to pay 7.9% more for those. That's that medical inflation trend.
AJ, before you leave that page,
Yeah.
that $10,000, is that in a coverage plan year?
Yes, which would be
So
10/1
year.
through 9/30. Correct. Yep. That's in our fiscal plan year. Even though our deductible runs on a calendar plan year, the plan runs fiscal, which is the 10/1 through 9/30, and that's where that 10 grand comes from. Any questions on that? Okay, are retirees included in the City of Pocatello experience? Yes and no, depends who you ask and when. Blue Cross currently says that they are a part of your experience through the end of this fiscal, which is 9/30. But if effective 10/1, they will no longer be a part of the City of Pocatello experience. And the only reason they're saying that now is because we took it to bid, we took it out with that association, we went out and got a lot of bids from other carriers. So we've been asking them to separate that experience since inception. Since we moved to Blue Cross, we've been asking them to pull those retirees completely out. They have told us no, they will not do that. It's too small of a pool. And you'll see why it's too small of a pool. It's losing money. You know, it just takes 1 or 2 claims to put that thing upside down. That's why they wouldn't do it. But now they're saying supposedly effective 10/1, they're going to separate that out. So, are they still included in the reporting? Yes. If you look at our large claim listing, the retirees are like right there with all the active employees. And we'll talk about that here in a minute. I'll show you some examples of that. They don't split them out in any way, shape, or form, that large claim listing. Retirees and active employees are all one, all grouped together. Then you've got your experience or your loss ratio. That is actually grouped together as well. So you have your retirees and the active employees all as one, rated together. And then underneath that, you have tabs where the active employees are rated separately and then where the retirees are rated separately. So it is all combined through there. So to me, that speaks volumes that they're still combining all that. They're saying that they're not going to rate us with the retiree program, but when they're reporting it all together, they're not really separating the experience. I think that tells us, that we are still one. They just want to call it that so that we can find someone that could, give us what we wanted.
So was that 12.75 reduction with the retirees?
That is without the retirees. So what we did is we took a look at the retiree program. We'll dive into it here in a second, and you'll see why we made that decision. We looked at it, we're like, this program isn't sustainable. There's no way we can keep this going. So I took, and when I negotiated the renewal, I negotiated it without the retirees. So if we want to go back and add the retirees into this program, we will have to go back and negotiate that with the retirees in the program. We'll show you those losses, and you guys can decide if that's worth taking that gamble to do that. I mean, that's my job, is to try to get them to hold that renewal flat. I can't guarantee we can do that, but that's definitely the route I would go with it. I would start, we're going to keep the active employees flat and push up on the retirees, and we'd see where we ended up with that. So. Here's the current data. This is fiscal 2020. This is through current. As you can see, our top 3 large claimants are all retirees. It really hurt us quite a bit. There's that top claimant there, the charged amount versus paid amount, which is obviously a little weird there. What happened on that one is we had someone that went to an out-of-network provider. It was actually paid as out-of-network. A lot of the claim was actually denied. What happened is they called into Blue Cross. Blue Cross told them the provider was in network and was actually out-of-network. So Blue Cross had to go back after we appealed it, and actually pay those claims. It was a manual process, and for some reason it's not pulling that charged amount over just the paid amount. And that's why there's the discrepancy there between those two.
So but that is an error on behalf of Blue Cross then?
Correct. Yes, that is Blue Cross. There, one of the customer service people told someone that they were in network.
I had that happen once.
Yeah. Doesn't happen a lot, but once in a while it does happen. Look at that number 2. I want you to kind of look at that. This is why we moved to Blue Cross. Look at that charged amount, that $500,000, that $537,000, and then look what was paid. When we were with Aetna, we got what's called a discount. Like we get anywhere from 25 to 35% discount on those claims. I mean, even a 35% discount on that 537 doesn't take you down to 120. The reason we went to Blue Cross is they have what's called DRG, a diagnostic or a diagnostic-related group. So what they do, it's a fee-for-service. It's not a discount. So based on the ICD-10 codes that are set up there, that $537, they say, we'll never pay more than $120,000 for this. We don't care if you had an assistant surgeon. We don't care if you use additional equipment. We're only going to pay that $120,000. I think that speaks volumes to why we went to Blue Cross right there, that 537 to that 120, that even that 448 down to that 105. You can see the difference there between what we were paying at Aetna and what we get with Blue Cross. So the current loss ratio for retirees, this is them on their own experience, is 367%. Basically what that means, for every dollar that we give Blue Cross, they're paying out $3.67 in claims. So for the $128,000 in premium that was paid by those retirees, we paid out $473,000 in claims. There's a $344,000 discrepancy there. And we all know that Blue Cross isn't in the business of giving things away. They're not going to give away, essentially $350,000. They're going to find a way to get that money back. What's the loss ratio of the city without the retirees on the program? It's that 57%, and with them on there, it's basically 66 or 67%, almost a 10-point swing with retirees versus without the retirees. I also looked at it prorated, what it was going to end up being. And if things continued the way they were, Blue Cross is going to pay an additional $34,000 for each person that's on that retiree program. And someone's going to have to pay for that. And I really think that's going to come back in some way, shape, or form to the city of Pocatello. And the way they do the reporting, I think, speaks volumes on how they're actually going to take a look at that. Year-to-date charges for the 58 large claimants is the $2.1 million. Your active employees at $1.6 million, and you had your 4 retirees at $435,000 there. You can see, unfortunately, who's driving the experience there, even on our own program there. If you're looking at just the retirees versus the active claimants and what they're doing, I mean, that retiree program is even driving the experience on the overall active experience of the group. One other thing to keep in mind too, there at the bottom, we started the program in 10/1 of last year with 17 retirees. There's only 14 on the program. And then if you look back the year prior to that, we actually had 30 participants in that pool, and now we're down to 21. Last year, the loss ratio for the retiree program for the entire year was 96%, $240,000 in paid premium, $225,000 in paid out claims. You have to throw administration on there, another 15 points. That'd be another $34,000. Basically, Blue Cross lost $20,000 last year in the retiree program. That's why we weren't talking about terminating the retiree program last year. I mean, $20,000 is still a good chunk of money, but it's not enough to upset that entire pool. And then you can look at the loss ratio with the retirees on the program. That's 72% without 71%, just a 1-point swing. Another reason why last year we weren't having this discussion. And then last year you only had one large claimant in the top 5 there. You can see that person there. They incurred $136,000 in expenses. Any questions on the data on the retiree program for the last couple of years? Okay. Conclusion, essentially, you have very small, older,
AJ, we have a question.
I do have a question. It's not exactly on this data, but it maybe is data. I'm not sure where to ask this question, but one of the concerns that I'm hearing from retirees is they believe they're paying for the administrative costs of the reporting. So where does that come into this?
That's separate, and Heather's actually got the data on
Okay.
that. We're looking at that earlier.
So we'll talk about that in a minute? Okay.
So I'll remember it. So our OPEB reporting is $10,200 a year, $10,250. If you break that down by month, that's not how we decided to do it last year. We didn't want people to pay a fluctuating amount each month. We wanted to set them out so they knew how to budget. It was, I'm not sure who calculated it, they pay $30 a month for the OPEB costs. Based on our current head count, we should be at like $9,000 recovered for the year. We're only at like $4,500. So even if we had counted full payment, we still wouldn't have recovered OPEB costs. And because of the decreased head count, we'll probably be at 3/4 recovery.
Okay.
The only way to truly impact the cost is to divide it, the $10,250 by 12 months, and then number of participants in the month have to cover that. So if in your last month there's 2 people on the plan and the OPEB costs are $900, they're each going to pay $450. But we didn't want to go that route because we wanted an easier budget, but that did not account for what happens when people drop.
And that doesn't count the staff time, the additional staff time.
We do pay a $10 a month administration costs, which we then use to sort of offset that and pull the money from the account, but it doesn't come close to covering what staff is spending time-wise. Does that cover that?
Yeah.
And just as you're, because I know Rick's over there mentally adding that my percentages don't hit 100%. It's because I didn't include people on COBRA. There are a few claims on COBRA, so that's where the fluctuation, why you're not hitting 100%. Because we have to offer COBRA, and there's one large claimant who's on COBRA that doesn't show up in those figures.
Roger's got one.
Before the fire department left our coverage, do you have any idea how many people we were carrying on this plan?
I don't. That was before my time, so I think that was before your time too.
They left my first year, really. We don't have the same reporting that we have now. We didn't separate things out, and I don't get experience or reporting based on department. I get active retirees, so I don't really have a way to leverage it. Also, we made the jump to Aetna, so again, you're talking about the difference in a discount versus fees. I can't compare that apple with that pineapple. They're both healthcare, but that's about as
But
close as I can.
it'd be safe to say that was our 2 responders groups are probably the ones that retire early.
They do.
Yeah.
They're eligible to retire at 50.
Take one of those groups out of our plan and reduces the pool.
Traditionally, those departments are at a younger age just because of the retirement point, but I couldn't put numbers on it. I can't tell you there was an impact.
And they're generally healthier too. I mean, you figure the police and fire are generally your healthiest population, so.
So I'm just saying that a larger pool, healthier people really has skewed what we pay in versus what we pay out there.
Yeah, we started with 30 people last year, and that's without fire. I mean, fire would have had at least 5 or 10 more, and now we're down to 14 people. I mean, we really have created an adverse selection in this group. I mean, you've got 3 large claimants, and that's the top 3 large claimants for the entire city. You have 14 people versus the 1,000 people we have on it. When you include all the single independents, and 3 of those are top large plans. It's tough.
What options are available for these individuals if we,
Cut 'em loose. So there's short-term plans. There's those you can bounce around on every 6 months. I've got some doing that. There's those Christian exchange, those Christian share programs. Honestly, City of Idaho Falls, probably about 2/3 to 3/4 of the fire and police right now are jumping on those in the City of Idaho Falls. I'm just familiar with that because we've worked with them quite a bit over the years, and they really like those programs. There's a new program, actually Blue Cross launched. It's called Access. You're actually rated on your health. So if you're healthy, it actually works really well for you. That one actually got praised. There was an MSN article on that probably about a month and a half ago. And they've really kind of, pioneered the market with this Blue Cross with this program, and it's pretty cost effective. There's also the exchange you can go to, Your Health Idaho you can go to, where you get subsidies if you qualify for those. I'll be honest with you, the ACA plans, the Your Health Idaho plans, they're not great plans. Most of them are junk, to be honest with you. That's why most of the people are pushing more towards the access, the short-term plans, the Christian share, those types of things, and maybe an HSA of that. And I know we've actually in our office started moving a couple people already off this program. So
can somebody, I don't know this, that's why I'm asking.
yeah,
When they're 62, can they go on Medicaid
No,
instead of Medicare?
no, 65 is when they would go on Medicare.
But they can't
The
get,
Medicaid, you have to meet the income requirements. I don't think any employees would hit that. So.
Mr.
Yes.
And Roger mentioned police and fire, and they are the ones that tend to retire early. Their
Yeah.
careers really require that, so it's, not
Yeah, they have
officially,
ruled 80,
but
they have ruled 80
you
versus
can't
ruled 90, yeah.
stay as an officer until you're 65 or 70 years old. So most of them, I would say, do retire early. And that's my concern is there are, at least I know of, several police officers that are in this pool, and they retired under the understanding that they would be able to have this insurance until they were 65. So I'm really troubled by, I understand all the data and I understand what it's doing to us, but I also feel that they retired being told one thing and now we're changing that. And even though there are other options available to them, I'm not sure how good some of those options are. So I know we made this decision, but now I'm really troubled by it because I feel like we're going back on something, and I don't know who told them that or when, but many of them have said that that's what they were told. So I guess what I'm asking is there a way to grandfather in, if we're going to get rid of the retiree pool, can we let these people that we told could have it till they were 65, can we grandfather them in, and then going forward, we make it clear to employees that we will no longer have a retiree pool, but that we honor what we told these people.
You could do that. That's totally up to the council. It's your money at the end of the day. And we're talking about
It's the taxpayers' money.
Well, yes, it's the taxpayers' money, but you guys get to decide what you do with it. But you're going to have that $350,000 discrepancy. And you're actually going to make the pool worse if you do it that way. It's just going to age itself out and be worse because what's going to happen is you're going to have those unhealthy people that stick around. Some of the other healthy ones are jumping out and going to other places. And we don't know what those rates are going to do either. That's the thing. We've got to go out and get rates. There's going to be an increase, a significant increase in those retirees, probably a minimum of 35%, a maximum of they could really triple the rates if they wanted to, which would essentially force everyone off that plan anyway. And that's the way I was looking at it, and that's why I pulled the plug on it. When you run a 382% loss ratio, if it really truly was rated on its own experience, they could essentially quadruple those rates because if you're at 360 some odd percent, you add the 15% for administration, then you throw a trend on there of another 8%, you're basically quadrupling those. they're paying an average of about $1,100 a person. I mean, no one can afford a $4,000 a month insurance. They're going to go look for other options. And so that's why we looked at it the way we did and did it that way. Now, of course, my job is to go out and negotiate. I would try to keep that in probably the 30 to 50% range as far as an increase. But honestly, I think that still prices most people out. Yeah. So I mean, that's why we looked at it the way we did. That's why we made the decision we did. That's why we brought it forward the way we did. It's just not sustainable the way it's going.
Mayor, if I may, an answer to that as well, is that okay? Or
Sure, go ahead, and then Heidi.
one thing to consider, Councilwoman Lure, and I understand where you're coming from. This council gets to make decisions 1 year at a time, basically. You've heard me talk about the fact that everything we do is either subject to an appropriations clause or just lasts for the fiscal year. And so if we were to grandfather them in and somebody still has 6, 7, 8 years until they're 65, that would be in essence a commitment for multiple budget years that we really can't do as a city. And so that person or those people would have that guarantee that even regular active employees would not have, because every year we're subject to the budget decisions that are made, including salaries and benefits and everything that comes along with that. So just something to keep in mind as we consider some options here.
Yeah, thank you for that point. A question that I had, because I know we were all really excited about the 12.74%, right? We have that number memorized now. But I'm sure many of the people that you mentioned are even watching this right now and are very interested to see, you know, what we would do on this. I do not. It's clear to me that having the retirees as their own group is not sustainable, as you said, but I do, I guess, share your concern about if somebody's told something, you know, and they're counting on it, we like to honor our word. So the question I have is, I know you said there are some comparable, or would be somewhat still an okay deal for them with insurance. If it's not quite as good of a deal, is there a way that they could feel happy with getting off of the city's insurance and moving to that? Is there some other way that we can offer them some compensation so it still doesn't completely ruin our 12.74%, you know what I mean, and moving forward? Because I understand the grandfathering idea and that type of thing. Is there a way that we can offer them some, you know, like flat amount or something like that, to where it still helps us on our experience, but we're trying to do our part to make it right with them?
Supplement benefit?
Yes.
No, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of a way that we can make it more of a win-win, so that the city's not just saying, fine, we'll continue to do this even though it's not sustainable, but yet they're not feeling like they're just totally
Well,
losing.
if we offer some sort of supplement or payment, that's still an OPEB. So we still have the OPEB reporting, because that's other post-employment benefits. So we still have that cost.
Okay.
And then are you just going to grandfather?
Which,
What can I do here?
So.
No, well,
so-
I mean, I'm talking about going ahead with the decision that we made, which is getting them off, but somehow if they're feeling like that is unfair to them because of what they were potentially promised, I mean, I don't know where in the budget or in our funding that would come from, but it would not be us continuing to provide them, but maybe we could give them just some flat dollar compensation to help offset or something. I mean, it's just a question I have. I'm not sure how it would work out or
Yeah,
what
we
we
could
could do,
definitely do
but
something like that. Like if you want to set up like an HRA for retirees, what we could do is we could set up an HRA, which is governed by Section 105-106 of IRS code. And then what we do is we'd set that up and price it up through OneBridge once we do all that. And then we maybe give them, and I'm just throwing numbers out here, I'm not committing anyone to anything, but like say you throw $500 at each person or $1,000 at each person, and they can use that HRA. We'll set that HRA up. There's different kinds of HRA. We do what's called a non-linked unlimited HRA, so they could use that for premiums and some different things, and they could actually use that for the medical expenses and premiums. Say like, hey, you know, we're sorry this is going to work out for you, but hey, here's 14 grand, or let's, you know, 7 grand, whatever you guys decide to do. We're going to put it into an HRA account and do that. Now you are going to have setup fees and doc fees and monthly fees on this too. That's going to be ongoing. So you're going to probably spend anywhere from $500 to $1,000 setting up the program. Then you're going to have a monthly administration fee, which would probably roll into the city, which would be another $3 a month for each one of those members for as long as they have a balance on that account. But that is something that if you wanted to.
Which do you think would be more prudent from the city's perspective, to do like a grandfathering or to do something
Oh,
like
the
that?
grandfather's going to destroy it. We'll be having this conversation next year, and you will be pulling the plug on it next year. I mean, if you want to kick that can down the road, I understand, and that's not a problem, but we'll have this exact same discussion, and eventually you guys will pull the plug on it. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind.
So I've got a question from Claudia, then Chris, then Linda.
I actually don't have a question because to me it's pretty clear. I just have a comment. I understand that people are upset because I've been getting emails. People are upset. I get it. But it seems it's not. It's the bottom line is it's just not sustainable. That's it. I'm sorry, but the situation is one where it's just not sustainable. And I feel bad that people were told one thing, but we are forced to make a different decision. And like he says, if we don't do it this year, we're going to do it next year. There's no way. There's no way we can keep doing this year after year. This is what happens. California has faced this for many, many years. And it's destroyed. It's one of the biggest factors that's destroyed the economy in California is the retirement plans and the promises that they made, and nobody wants to be unpopular and make a different choice. So I just don't see how we can move forward and keep doing this.
Chris?
Yeah, I hope I can ask this clearly, because obviously what people believe they were told, we all hear through our own lenses. And I, in my lifetime, have heard things that was later demonstrated was actually not what was said, and I heard and interpreted. And so, I have one question around how did we get here to where people believe one thing, and yet I have faith in the competence of our people who deal with this. And I'm having trouble reconciling the fact that competent employees, city employees, which I believe we have, would be making promises that are not appropriate. So, and part of it's a timing issue. So anyway, that's one question, is how do we end up here? Because we need to not end up here in this arena or any other arena ever again, hopefully, for all the obvious reasons. And the second one is around how would how much more expensive would adequate retiree insurance, give or take, cost me if I were one of these people? In other words, if they're not on our policy, are they now paying $5,000 a month for, no coverage? Or, where does it end them up, kind of dollar-wise? Because I think that's the bottom line here, is if there weren't dollars involved, the whole situation would probably be less emotional, which is completely understandable.
Yeah, it's based on age, and so that's kind of a loaded question. So, just for a broad range, you're going to be probably somewhere from $700 to $1,400 a month. If you're 64 years old, you're probably going to be as much as $1,400 a month if you're looking for a good plan. If you start looking at these access plans and short-term plans and do the bouncing around and look at some of the things to be creative, that's where you start getting in the $500 to $700 range in these Christian exchanges, these Christian share programs. There are some other options that are actually more affordable than what the city offers. And then we still don't know, keep in mind, we don't know what the increase is going to be with the retiree program. And we don't know what it's going to do to the rate that the city currently has, that decrease either. And that'll be a completely different discussion after we go back and see where we end up with all of that as well.
Is there a somewhat efficient way to create, to project some of these hypotheticals? For example, I self-funded my own health insurance when I retired because I had a gap. And I just made the choice that it's worth it to me to retire and self-fund for 6 months
Yep,
And that's what I did, and it worked out fine.
yep.
But I think maybe some of what would help people's comfort level would be to, know they can get assistance,
And we are
personalized
offering that. The letters have
assistance.
gone out with our other contact information.
And B, what does this actually look like in terms of dollars?
And the problem is we can't actually shop the insurance for the employees. We can't overstep into that arena. So if they're leaving city insurance, I can't go out and talk to vendors about what their rates would be. Because what vendors do I pick? What information do they have to provide when I get that? That would all be, I believe, an overstep of what.
But we can say, kind of ballpark it like you did.
Absolutely, and then they can come to us and we can look at them.
Right, and then it becomes their personal information. But it's not as though they're suddenly going to be eliminated from having health care.
No, they have the option. I would discourage anyone from going self-funded. Sorry, I don't want to step on your toes, but
No, that's
I
fine.
mean, if you look at those paid amounts there, if someone ends up in a situation like that, that would bankrupt you. So just the liability part.
Right.
Like that out.
Right, so yeah, I
Yeah.
took a gamble
It was
and
getting
won.
worked out.
Right, and I'm not offering recommendation or
I
insurance advice.
that's right.
I want to be clear about
So
that.
I got Linda and then Roger.
Well, and, that worked out for you, and that's nice, but you mentioned that it's 6 months. There's people that are going to be a lot longer than 6 months, and they might be a couple of years in the gap, so I mean, more than a couple of years. So, that's a whole different,
64-year-old that you mentioned.
right. And this is leading to my question, and I don't even know how to ask this, or if it's even remotely possible, but within the pool of 14 people, is it possible at all to look at who are the people that are in this gap, as you call it, that are in the situation where they retired before they're eligible for Medicare, and do something for those people? Or are all the people in the pool in that situation?
They're all not Medicare eligible.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no one
All
Medicare.
14, right.
Okay,
because the
so it's
program terminates.
So it's the whole pool. And do we have any idea of how many, are most of them close to being eligible, or some of them are 7 or 8 years away, or?
You have the full gamut.
There's a variety, okay, so that doesn't, so my question's kind of a moot point.
Keep in mind too, we don't
Okay.
know what the increase is going to be. I know even if we decide to continue with the program, we still have to go back to Blue Cross and negotiate whatever that increase is, and then whatever it does to, your current rates that we put in the budget for city hotel employees. So keep in mind, that may even just price them out of even doing that, and the plan might dissolve itself based on rates, so.
Okay.
I
So-
think that's a choice they have to make.
Can
The
we-
rate goes
What
high.
happens if we end up with a pool of 2 or 3 unhealthy people racking up, $400,000 in claims a year?
Right.
That moves our experience, is what you're saying. Because
Yeah,
we've got-
then what you're talking about, instead of spreading, the $350,000 we're losing, possibly it would probably be about $500,000 over 14 people, then you spread that over 3, and then is it worth taxpayer dollars for 3 people to pay the $150,000, or do we do something like Heidi says, give them a nice shot in the arm and help them out and go from there? So I think
And
that's your decision to make.
That was my other question, is can we get information from you on something along the lines of like an HRA
Absolutely, I mean, that'd be easy with.
assistance program, or Heather?
So let's go to Heather, and then after Heather, I got Roger
Okay.
dying to ask a question.
Well, no, I was just gonna, Jared said we can only do 1 year at a time, so how can we?
That's not the grandfathering, this is a different.
No, but if we do an HRA, we're committing.
So let's go.
Cash them out.
Okay.
So let's hit.
Sorry,
Roger.
Heather, sorry.
Let's hit Heather.
I jumped in
and
front
then
of Roger,
Roger.
so. As you recall, last year when we made the policy change that separated retirees out, we also moved sick leave payments into VIVA to help people pay for those healthcare gaps. We have not adjusted our sick leave payouts, we have not, the percentages, in quite a while because people save their VIBA and it gets rolled in. So we already are pushing money into it because sick leave doesn't actually have to be paid out. We've always chosen to do so to reward employees for long service and not abuse of the leave. So they are getting substantial payouts into that depending upon their utilization. It's just, if we're going to offer a benefit above that, that begins to look a bit inequitable because we're giving more
To some
to retirees than you are to some employees. And that's kind of hard for me to justify when I'm talking to an employee.
But you feel that through the current program of HRA VIBA, that long service, including these retirees, are being...
If you got a $30,000 sick leave payout into VIBA, I mean, some people, they have substantial if they've been at the city for 30 years and they were not abusers, they're going to have sick leave. My concern is if I have an employee who waives city coverage so that they can go, let's say their spouse works at ISU, so that they're not costing the city money, we give them $2,000 in VIBA. They're an active employee. I'm paying $2,000 for their benefits, and I'm suddenly going to turn around and give someone who got a payout at 30 years of pay, I'm now going to give them a bigger chunk of money than what I'm giving employees. That's just hard to explain.
Employees feel like they were happy to do that if it was going to save overall on our experience.
Yes, the employees made the choice to leave to help with experience. That's not the case we're talking about for retirees. It's a singular viewpoint, not a city viewpoint.
Roger.
Our whole healthcare offerings have been in flux for years. And this is one of those critical points. I hate that we're at this point, but it's another one of the critical points. We've raised deductible over the years. We've switched carriers over the years. We implemented VIBA over the years. VIBA was designed to help people with all the changes, not just a change, but with all the changes that we could be encountering over the years. And then we made the change of putting in sick leave into VIBA as well. And I think we've been adaptive to that, but I get down to a fairness issue now. I don't know who promised anybody that they could continue on our health care. It's not written in any policy that I know of. It's not something that council's ever discussed about how you continue on our health care. So it's not an official policy of the city. It's an assumption. And I understand following the example of others before you. But we're in a crisis in healthcare in the United States. We're in a crisis in healthcare at the city level. I would say that we'd wipe out the 2.74 and we would go up, because by the time you throw in the admin costs and everything else, I think any reduction we have in healthcare is gone. I talked to one of the retirees. I'd done a little research and I found out we're paying out something like $2.99 for every dollar we're pulling in. And that's not sustainable at any level. You can't do that with a business. You can't do that anywhere. If you're with, you just can't do that. And we have one group that is on their own and independent, which secures that group. They're not even part of this discussion yet. The firefighters, which is one of our early retiree groups. And when I mentioned to the retiree that, we were going to look at this, and I've really looked at this, it just does not seem that we can do anything. And the VIBA is one of the buffers we put in place. I know several people that have in excess of $30,000, well, maybe before the stock market went down, but had in excess of $30,000 in their VIBA account because they've never used it. They saved it. And I just can't, I'm torn because I want to be loyal to people who've been loyal to the city. But at the same time, I cannot see taxpayers and therefore city employees subsidizing the health care for a small group of people. I just can't. I can't see how that is being judicial in any way. I mean, there is a place for the feeling part of this to go out to everyone that we're talking about in the 14th. But in terms of the factual basis, the facts are telling us that we are on an unsustainable course, that we can pay out several $100,000 more and be at the same place or worse next year. And we will perhaps have set our performance at a level that we will have to pay even more in insurance next year. And I just can't see us going forward. And I can't see it. I mean, I feel for our people, I really do. And I've argued the other side the last couple of years that they ought to be kept in our program. They ought to pay their full amount. That's not what we did with the admin and stuff like that. We're talking several $1,000s just in the admin part of it that they're not taking up. And then we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars in premium increases.
So what do you want to do, council?
I'd like more data. I'd like to know what numbers we're really talking about. What would Blue Cross do? Really, what would happen? Would it drop to 12.5% or would it drop to 5%? What would be the administrative costs and all that on a proposed VIVA program? I'd like to see the real numbers before we do anything. We're just guessing.
So just to be clear, this was never a promise, because I got an email from former Chief Marchand that's like this long, where he goes on and on and on about how he was promised and promised and promised and how so this was never in the policy. So where did everybody think that this was an implicit promise? How did that happen? Do you have any idea?
Well, I have only talked to a few of the retirees, but I think Councilman Bray might have explained it when he said it was just a continuation of something that had been offered.
I'm ready to, as horrible as it sounds, and I'm not cold-hearted at all, but we have to be responsible to the taxpayers. And I've talked to a lot of people who they retire and they have to find their own health insurance. And now we're asking those people to pay for theirs and pay for these folks. And that's not equitable. So I'm ready to go to vote.
Well, and thank you, Heather, for the VIVA reminder, because first of all, I didn't realize that we weren't obligated, which is my lacking, that we aren't obligated to do cash payouts. And secondly, just thank you in general for that reminder, because I feel a lot better about the fact that we have made a good faith effort to arrange things to help people in the transition from retirement to whatever comes next for them. So I thank you for that, because my conscience is,
I feel better.
my guilt level has decreased substantially, so thank you.
AJ, what kind of exercise and what does it take to find out what the real data is, what the real numbers are from Blue Cross if we were to continue this?
I just got to go back and negotiate. I mean, give me a couple weeks to go back and figure it out and go back and hammer on it and see where we end up. I mean, the possibility is if I open it back up, they can adjust your renewal. Anytime we open your experience back up, they can take back. So based on your current experience, they can always adjust.
That was my question. Do we risk losing the 12.4%?
That's
12.74, yes. Sorry.
Don't cut it short now.
Yeah, I took out, 0.3?
Yeah, it was more than you should have.
But do we risk losing that?
Absolutely. Anytime you open it back up, you will give the carrier the option to re-rate you. So anytime that's why we closed it as fast and as hard as we did this year, and we were so aggressive with it, is because we had the numbers were on our side. If the numbers weren't on our side, it'd be a different situation, but we used them and we shut it down. So I mean, we can definitely do that, but just know that things can and will probably change.
So it's like getting locked into an interest rate when you're trying to get a loan. The minute they lock you, you want to get locked in when it's the best you can possibly get. Anytime you go back, then you're going to get whatever that day's interest rate is.
That's
so it's the same principle.
Yep.
Are we at a polling point? Are we at a polling point to see
Are we a what?
a polling point?
Well, we can make a
I mean, I'm just
motion here,
asking.
but Heidi's got something, yeah, we can do that. You got
Yeah.
something, and then we can
Well, my
go
comment
through.
was, I think it's good to get information, but I share that concern. I don't want to risk us losing that major decrease that we were so excited about and that we're really counting on in order to, get through the rest of our budget. And so as much as I know the people on that plan are not going to be excited to hear me say this, but it is clear to me that it's not sustainable to continue with that. And I feel like AJ has a good sense of that. I mean, you didn't just say it might affect you. I can't remember what word you said, but did you say you're going to get hammered or destroyed or something? I mean, you said it's going to be like bad, right? You said it like
360 some odd % loss ratio. It's not viable.
Yeah, so I would say, based on that, I think let's not open it back up for negotiation with Blue Cross. But I'm not opposed to getting some more information, to see what we can do to have those people not feel like they're totally just,
Yeah, I think
do you know what I mean? We can get some more of that information, so I would say we
I think
can
there
come
are
back and
two
discuss
issues
that
before
later.
us.
Yeah.
The first issue is to continue with what we have already approved. The second issue, do we want to augment what we've approved by appropriating some money to these retirees as a buffer?
And we don't know what that would look like until
so
we can get
that's
some
what we can
additional
come back on.
information,
But right now, I just feel like the data is forcing us. It's not telling us, it's forcing us to be responsible here. The question is, how do we respond in an uncomfortable situation with our employees? Do we help them to transition?
So here's a question, AJ. You mentioned a number of different opportunities for retirees. We don't want to open our experience back up and risk losing the 12.74%. We don't want to risk losing that, but is there a way that you can come back to us with an idea of, I'm not even sure what they're paying now on a monthly basis.
I have that if you want.
What is a retiree paying on a monthly basis?
So in fiscal year 19, a retiree only on the plan was $613.12. In fiscal year 20, they're $772.53.
So-
plus the administration fee plus the OPEB
Per month.
Per month. So is there any way that you can come back to us? You've mentioned a number of different opportunities for them that says this is, if they work with us and they choose this is basically a dollar amount that they're going to be looking at that would be equal to what they're looking at now, opposed to opening it up with Blue Cross and all of that mess.
None of the programs are going to be comparable. I mean, individual programs versus the group, it's just not comparable in any way, shape, or form, not price-wise, not plan-wise. So if you're comparing apples and oranges, there's no way to say that. And then the other problem we've got, those access programs are rated based on health. I mean, the problem is if I give you any of those access price plans, you could determine who was unhealthy and who wasn't. I just can't give you that.
Can't do that.
Protected information, unfortunately.
So
I mean,
fair
just
enough.
general information I could give you, but anything that would actually maybe point to a health condition, I couldn't give you that.
Okay.
I think you said that the Christian
Those Christian
programs
exchanges and stuff like that.
are between 5 and 7 ballpark.
Yeah.
It sounds like, though, that depends on health and stuff like that, though.
It does, to a certain extent, yeah.
So Claudia,
I just want to make a motion that we discontinue. I can't make a motion?
What's an action item?
Didn't you
It's an
just say
action
I could
item.
make?
It's an
Oh, sorry.
action item.
We already did that.
We've already done it.
what?
We just were discussing it again.
Yeah, we're discussing it again, but it's
So
an
then why is
action
it an
item. She
action
could make a motion on this.
So the decision was made last time, we're in a kind of an interesting area. The decision was made last time to build the budget and move forward with dissolving the retiree health insurance program. These things take time, and we needed to give people as much heads up as possible. So based on that decision, the retirees were notified that this program was going away at the end of the fiscal year, and Ashley's building the budget with that in mind. So really today is, if you wanted to, it was presented for more information for you to have for possible reconsideration. If no motion is made, then the previous motion still stands. If somebody wants to change something, then that's an option. That's why it's an action item today.
Oh, okay. In that case, I'm retracting my
You don't want to make a motion.
So we can say thank you.
But is there more information you want us to bring forward? Because I'm hearing from several on the council, I'm not sure what my direction is.
What kind of information, what can they get us?
I want to know what the options are. What can we do here? I feel like we have an ethical responsibility to these retirees that we're not fulfilling. The city overall does. I want to know what we can do, whether it's HRA and EBO, whether it's a supplement program. What can we do here? I mean, what's reasonable?
What can be offered to them outside of our plan that helps them, or whatever?
I think we can only respond at one level. Because of the HIPAA laws, we cannot dig very deep into helping individuals and knowing what we can do there. They can go to AJ and we can provide an access point. That's all we can do in terms of ameliorating this with the individuals. What we can also do in a collective way is we can discuss creating the new program as a buffer for 1 year or whatever. For 1 year, that's all we can do. Yeah. And so we can talk about a buffer program, but that's the only action we can take that I think will be legal, because we get into their business in a way we can't otherwise. And so we say, AJ needs to be consulted. If you want to know the multitude of options you may have available, I would rely on him. But in terms of us getting a deep dive into that, I don't think we can.
No, not really. I mean, you don't want the liability of that either, to be honest with you. So
is it something that you would be willing to come down and meet with them? If we set up a day and send them a letter that said, contact AJ if you'd like to meet with him, he'll be on this date, and they could talk about what it looked like?
We could
Would
set
that
up
be
a
sufficient?
day of appointment or a half a day or
A
whatever.
day of appointments for AJ, we're kind of taking his time up, but it might be beneficial. I don't know.
I think if we picked a day right now, in 5 minutes, every retiree will know what it is because they're watching.
No, I think there's no question.
I think that's the
I mean,
least
is that
we could do.
reasonable? Because I'm with you, Rick. I mean, I feel like we've got an ethical responsibility, but I also understand the fiscal responsibilities that we're looking
And
at.
part of the ethical responsibility is for them to name to us who has promised them this stuff.
Well, let me give you an example, Roger, that was quoted me by one of the retirees. One of the retirees told me that when he retired, he was told by AJ that he should stay on the city retirement program because that was the best option he had available.
at that time.
And at the
Yes,
time.
At that time.
That time.
But that's not a promise that we're going to be, that they're going to be, I don't feel an ethical responsibility because someone made an assumption about something. If I had promised, or if a council had promised, or if the head of HR had made an implicit promise, then I feel bound by an ethical responsibility. But someone assumes something,
I'm told that's exactly what happened.
But at that
but at that time, that was their best
People
option.
in the HR department told these people while they were employees that they could always have this to fall back on.
Well, but if every retirement policy is in writing, correct? Everything that people get when they retire is in writing. That is not in writing.
That is correct.
So then, you know, I understand what you're saying, but if it's not written on a piece of paper, I mean, words are gone with the wind. You can't bank on what somebody says to you, especially when someone who works for a department doesn't have the budgetary authority to make that commitment going forward. I mean, I'm sorry that they heard that.
And just as a point, it's kind of insulting as the HR director to to be told that my department has said it can continue when my staff isn't here to defend themselves.
I agree with that.
And can I just make one comment on this? To me, it isn't about, or my concern isn't really about what people were told by whom and when. It's more about looking at people that served the city, some of them putting their lives on the line for 30-something years, and taking care of them in the best way possible. That's what I'm concerned about, not, that they were made a promise that they shouldn't have been made, or, to me, that's not even the issue here. And I don't want to even get into that because I don't think that people are here to defend themselves, but it's just thinking about people who served this city and served our citizens, and what can we do for them?
And they've done it with
to
the
honor
Viva,
that.
right?
With the Viva, because
And the sick
That's
leave
one
going in there.
argument you can make. I'm just saying that's my concern about these employees and what we can look at, what options are available to do something for them, because they've given their lives to this city. So that's something to take into consideration.
So,
And I'm also concerned about the equity issue that Heather brought up. I mean, I think once this situation cuts both ways to me. That if we make a above and beyond commitment to these retirees, we're essentially at the same time making a lesser commitment to our current employees. And if we say we have Viva in place, which should help pay, if you've been judicious, should help pay for exactly what we're talking about right now. I mean, the purpose of that is to pay healthcare costs, which includes, I believe, healthcare insurance costs. So we've done that in a good faith way. And if now we're going to do more for that group than we do for our employees, then if you look at it from the other side of the fence, we're doing less for our current employees than we are for these employees. And I have discomfort around that notion.
so is there a time, go ahead, Rick.
Well, I think it gives current employees a way to plan, and that's what the retirees haven't had.
Right.
They retired under some assumptions and under a plan, and they planned the next 7 or 8 years of their life financially based on a set of rules that we're changing the game on. And if we find a way to moderate that activity, current employees will have a chance to plan for their retirement, and they'll know what to expect. If this isn't going to be available, they'll know that. And they can figure out how long they're going to work and how they're going to save and what they're going to do based on a set of rules.
Sure.
And that's a lot of what the retirees that I heard from said is the difference. The current employees will know what's coming and have an option to plan for that, but they're in a situation where they didn't have that option. And so they made plans based on, assumptions or information they had at the time, and now that's changed. So,
But those rates change. You got to keep in mind those insurance rates were going to go up year after year
Right,
after year.
right.
And the thing that I think everyone keeps forgetting here, we don't know what those rates are going to be.
Right.
I mean, at the bare minimum, you're talking about going from $800. I mean, best case scenario, maybe $1,100, maybe $1,200. Could go as high as $2,400 for an individual.
Yeah.
So that's the other part.
and I do understand that.
So I mean, really, even if we went back and did it and opened it all up, depending on where it all shakes out, it might just go away on its own.
And I think that's okay. They have to make a judgment call based on what the premium is, like anybody else here does.
But then,
When I was
like,
working,
those
my
types of
wife was
things.
employed and so was I,
Yeah.
and we made the decision whose insurance we're going to use.
But the problem is if we leave it open, my concern is those 3 large claimants here, let's go back. I mean, look at those 3 large claimants there. If they stay on the program, let's say they pay $2,400 a month. Who's going to subsidize that difference? That's what I'm worried about.
Right. And there's a lot of.
Jerry,
If you guys are willing to do that, that's fine, but you just need to understand that there's a possibility you may have to do that.
Just one point of clarification, just so we're all operating from the same page. You mentioned that it's a change of the rules and that current employees can plan for that change of rules. But again, that rule change can happen every single year. And so even current employees can't plan for that rule change in years 5, 6, 7 down the road because we're always subject to every year's appropriation. So.
And I was
there is no-
suggesting
there is
more
no-
that current employees would actually just know that they'd be on their own. Not that it would
Maybe.
change, but-
There's the whole pendulum could swing the other way and things could get much better in the healthcare industry. I know that's unlikely, but I'm just saying.
Pollyanna.
Oh, wow, do you live in
There might be a perception out there that we're changing the rules unfairly to somebody that planned on this happening for year after year because we just don't know. As a private
Yeah.
or as a public entity, we don't have that luxury. If we were a private entity and we developed a compensation package as part of their separation or part of their retirement, then we would be contractually bound to follow those terms.
Right.
We don't have that same luxury
Right.
in the public sector.
No, and it's not contractual at all, but again, just in my mind, thinking about people who served for many years, I want to consider that.
Totally.
And I'm just going to say one last thing, and then I really just kind of want to be done with this conversation. But if someone is able to retire at 55, and now we're changing the rules, and they're going to have to get their own insurance, that's still pretty young, and someone could supplement, get a part-time job or whatever. I mean, I know it's horrendous to hear me actually say that, but we all have to take care of ourselves. We can't expect other people to take care of us. So if you're going to retire at 55 because you've been, running up fire truck ladders or putting on a badge and a gun, and then I'm eternally grateful for that. But you're still young enough where you can figure out a way to supplement your income if you need to. Because I'm in that boat. My husband's in that boat. He'll have to retire at 57. And that's a long way from 65. And so we're going to have to figure out what he's going to do in the interim to pay for our medical insurance. But I don't expect the public to pay for mine. And I think that that's just the way it needs to be.
So can we set up a date where you can come in and?
Absolutely, that's why we're having this conversation though, is because HR was on top of it, has actually already communicated with retirees. The retirees know what's going on, and they've already been reaching out to our office. So, I mean, that communication's already taken place, and that's why you guys have all heard about it, is because Heather in her office was very proactive at getting out there and getting information out to the retirees.
Thank
So
you
otherwise, if we waited until the end, we wouldn't even be able to have a
You
discussion.
said you've already had conversations with
Oh, numerous of them, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've got 3 ready to
who
go.
are actually
Yeah.
ready to move.
Yeah.
So that takes the pool down, I mean, unless theoretically, that takes the pool down to 11, which means that we could be already moving into that arena that you talked about, where we've got a shrinking number of people.
Absolutely. And they're it's adverse selection. It's an unhealthy pool, right?
Right.
Very unhealthy, obviously.
Okay. So if we're not going to change where we have been, I would just as soon see a date that we can get them in here with AJ and go over their stuff if we can't get in the middle of that.
We can do a couple of them if you want. That's not a problem. We'll make sure we get in front of all of them.
So is my only guidance coming out of this to facilitate some meeting space for AJ and potential people on the retiree plan? There's nothing else?
I think some of us are uncomfortable with that a little bit, but
I think we ought to have discussion on the buffer and, and how we transition. I know that is part of our commitment, is to at least have that conversation.
And we can bring that, but I kind of need an idea of what I
We
can
can
shoot
tell them
from the
that, yeah.
dark here.
Yeah.
I need a little bit of guidance.
Okay.
Give us some
Does it
dollar
have to
amounts we
go,
can play
since
with
it's
it.
healthcare related, would it have to be some kind of VIVA thing that has to be set up, or can we just
You give
truly
cash,
just
but why
say,
would you
here's the
let-
cash thing?
Yeah, why would you tax like the money?
Okay.
Why not set it up and give it to them on a pre-tax basis? That's what I would think, but you guys can do whatever you
Do
want.
they all have their Viva accounts still set up?
I don't know, I'd have to pull Munis Viva account. I
That, the
could do
problem,
that.
yeah, I think it'd be better off to set up your own separate ones.
I think so, too.
Yeah, just do one, and maybe just do it 1 year. Like, if it was, this is just me, if I was doing it, I'd do whatever, decide on your amount, or give us some different amounts. It's a 1-year deal. We don't pay for it after 1 year. You have to use the funds in during that 1 year, or else we're gonna cash you out the end. So if you've got like whatever amount you decide to give, whether it's 500,000, cash you out, that way it's not an ongoing burden as far as the OPEB reporting, it's not an ongoing burden as far as administration costs and, all of that.
So, I mean, we can set something up. I need to know, is it only for people currently on the plan, or is it for anyone who could go on the plan by the end of the fiscal year? Because there's a difference.
Only for people that are.
What about people that have left the plan since we've made this announcement?
See, now we're just, it's a
Has anybody
huge can of
officially
worms.
left?
But we don't keep that those times, not to be honest with you, I apologize. But
It's just, there's a lot of pieces I
And
need
it's
to know.
so
I
hard
can
for us to
bring you
give
something
them
educated.
an idea
We
of
need
what
to
should
know
be an
all those
amount,
pieces.
because we don't know unless they're willing to send us an email or tell us, hey, I'm going to be affected by $500 per year, or, like, we don't know what they're going to be.
if you want to
And
go
we-
based
and we
on
can-
current rates, I can give you a rough estimate. Based on the current rates, it's probably going to cost the average person $400 a month or more. That's based on current rates. We don't know what the rate would be if we went back to Blue Cross. I think the rate's going to be pretty comparable or like significantly more depending on what we can get Blue Cross to do. So,
So if we were to keep them on and our rate goes up with Blue Cross, because that is now factored into our experience, potentially they're paying the same amount as
no,
they
they'd
would
be paying, they're still
They'd be paying more
They'd be
than,
paying at least 30 to 50% more, bare minimum. They could be paying as much as 3 times more. They could be paying, $3,200 a month would be the max, I guess.
so it's actually better for them to move to one of the other options that you could set them up with than for us to go back to
Depending on what we're being able to
Blue Cross.
negotiate with Blue Cross. I mean, my goal
Yeah.
obviously would be to keep that minimal,
Yeah.
as low as possible.
But likely-
The possibility is they could go as high
In
as
your experience,
3,200.
that's what it would be, okay.
So I can definitely bring options, but I'm still not very clear if council's actually told me what they want.
I would say bring us 200, 300, and 500 a month,
Do you want a monthly payment?
What?
just to cash out to that deal.
To an HRA, would you be willing to give them the money up front so it goes in? So then if they have if it was me, if you can fund it up front, then if they have deductible-related experiences, they can access it instead of waiting for it on a monthly basis. It'd be easier on the person if you do it all at once, but that's up to you as well. So that $200 a month would be technically $2,400 a year per person.
Yeah.
And is that per employee on the plan or per person
Those,
they have covered?
those who are on our plan right now,
So
Including
the
their
employee and
children.
their dependents?
just the employee.
Just the employee.
Well, I think it should be just the employee. I mean, they're the ones who put in the service to the city.
And it's only for people who are currently on the plan, not
Yes.
anyone else who would be retired.
We're not paying people to retire early.
And
We're
what
not
about-
incentivizing it.
What about people who if they've given notice, are they also eligible?
No.
So,
Well,
Let's have those numbers.
I mean, is that a definite,
well, I just need to know how to
like,
calculate.
they made that decision based on what they were told, so this
Or what
might-
they assumed.
no, I'm talking about what they actually have been told
So you want
since.
the head count when we first brought this forward?
Right, because they might have made a different decision based on this.
We've had employees who give them notice and stay for years. So
No.
that's what we do with our retirement
No, that's-
set aside.
I'm just talking about of these 14 people.
You're talking about from this year, not
Right.
from
There was a
last
decision
year.
made by this body on May 28th.
Yes.
That started the ball rolling. And so that would be your most equitable point in time to make that.
That's what I'm
So
talking about,
this
the
covers-
14 that were,
Medical, what do you want to do about vision?
Excuse me, but the 14 are including some dependents, correct?
Well, that's just enrollees, that's not counting dependents.
Okay.
Right, but some of those unhealthy people are dependents.
Not on the active plan, on their
no, they're enrollees.
So I can bring that back. My
I
only question.
thought
when we
one
do
of the
vision-
slides showed
tell us about vision.
The dependent.
Yeah, that's on the active plan. So right
Because
there,
we were
that's,
getting
so
rid
if
of
you look at
retired.
that's dependent, that's
We
on the
voted to
active
drop
plan.
it.
Class
Okay.
type, that's accurate.
Okay.
Just a second.
And if we're going to, if at some future date we make a decision to add to our budget, then I would like us to also think about where we cut in order to compensate for the addition.
So when we brought this on the 28th, thanks for reminding me of the day, it feels like a long time ago. We ended the vision insurance because that would fully eliminate us from OPEB costs. If we're cutting the people, we have many more people on vision than we do on medical. Are we going to provide them a supplement?
And so now we're back to the lack of equity, and that's the problem with that. I understand what you guys want, but every time we do something like that, it just creates another gap over here and another gap over here. And the people of the city, there's not enough money to fill all the gaps.
But we don't know how many people that is yet.
But-
We need to know.
The city does not pay anything for city employee vision insurance. So if we were to give a supplement for retirees, that is a better benefit than you're giving active workers.
Exactly.
If we're talking, I want to make sure everyone sees the pieces.
All things being equal, I don't think vision should be in there, or dental. I think we just are looking at healthcare. That's what's before us today.
It was a decision that was tied to it because of
Yeah.
OPEB.
So I just think it's a hard place to be, but I don't think it's hard to get dental or vision insurance like it is healthcare. I've not encountered that type of
I would agree with that.
obstacle. So I think they can be on their own to find those things. But the healthcare, all I'm trying to do is say, let us consider a buffer so it helps them transition. That's all I'm saying. I think our cost savings are going to be way ahead if we create the buffer rather than going back to Blue Cross.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
that's where I am right at this minute.
So is there a way to meet with them and then you can come back with an idea of what that buffer would look like?
I think we'll take it off of just
Group as a whole.
the group as a whole, not counting into what we talk to individuals about.
Yeah,
We'll bring back administration costs.
that's what
vendor
I'm
costs,
asking
all of it.
for.
I really can't wander into the tax implications. We can give you general idea of what that looks like.
Well, and I think that they ought to be paying the full cost of all admin, not, I mean, if we're administrating a program for them,
Well, they're not paying anything for AJ right now.
Yeah.
That's city funded.
yeah,
Yeah.
so.
That's
So
a transition that's costing the taxpayers money to help them transition. I mean, how much more, at what point do we say enough is enough in assistance to transition?
Well, we're going to pay AJ whether they use us or not.
But
But the fact is that they are using him.
That's fine, but that's what I was for.
I understand that, but we're talking about.
So once
That's
again,
part of the transition.
Can you meet with them
Yes.
and the two of you put a collective average? This is the buffer if you so decide to use the buffer.
I don't think we're negotiating with them. We're trying to decide a buffer among ourselves.
Well,
Right.
except for we
And I
don't know
think-
if that buffer should be 200 to 500.
Well, but we're going to get a figure from
we're trying to
them.
give guidance.
We know, we've already heard that the average premium will probably go up $400. That's what.
or 22,000.
Well, he said the average premium, okay? Some of them will go up much more based on their experience. But we're looking at a collective pool here, like we do for all of our other health care. We do an average, we don't do a individualized plan. And so I'm saying that we have 200, 300, and 500 as our pegs, that we find out how much that costs and go from there.
Okay. We'll figure out what that is. We'll just go take cumulative totals to HR, because HR won't be able to see the individual numbers either. So, especially where they're applying for coverages that are rated based on health. So, it's also going to determine your retirees too. If you have some retirees that aren't willing to engage, we'll just have to come to you with the numbers. We'll probably give a month, and then the ones that don't want to engage will come with the numbers that we have.
It'd be interesting to know how many don't want to engage also.
Yeah.
That would be an interesting number for it.
yeah, we'll let them know as well.
If you do just the 200 a month per retirees, without administration, you're at almost 35,000.
So that's why I'd be interested in knowing what is the cut that's going to offset that in our budget, or in our first
It would have to be a council decision.
No, I understand, but I mean, whatever the correct language in our first attempt at resolution or whatever, you know.
But we could just say that this is part of the cost of getting our insurance to.
Well, we could say a lot of things, but I'm going to want to see if we're adding 35,000, what 35,000 are we taking out?
We're dropping 12.74.
Right, we're dropping 800 something thousand dollars.
Right, but we've already used that savings.
Yeah,
I mean,
we have.
so
We
you're
figured
gonna
that in.
have to
Have to figure out what we won't add into
look
it that
at
we've
that.
already added.
cut. Right.
Well, and we haven't done
Okay.
non-departmentals
Do
either.
you have direction?
We do. We do.
Okay. If you have direction, then let's move on
Thank you.
to the
Appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
agenda item
I
number
admire
4.
your stamina.
Do we need a break? Council, we've been an hour and a half. Do we need a break?
I could use 5.
Let's take a break for about 5 minutes. Let's try to keep it to 5. We're gonna say 5. I don't mean 15 probably. So we will, thank you for joining us after the break. We'll go ahead and get started with agenda item number 4, which is the Fleet Department fuel site. We'll turn the time over to, who gets it? Tom.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tom Kirkland, Deputy Public Works Director, joined with Teresa Caudell, our Fleet Manager. Kind of 2 reasons Teresa's here today is she's the brains, and I just wanted to, in front of you guys, commend her. She has done an amazing job on Fleet. We are so proud of the direction we're going, and
So are you saying you're the beauty?
I am not. I'm the anchor that's just the process. So, all right, as we've talked about before, you've got some slides in front of you. We also gave you the fleet or the fuel budget presentation to just help you remember what we talked about a little bit. So our fuel side is getting old, and we've talked about that. Our repairs are starting to get excessive. We put a couple pictures up here to kind of show you. The one on the left is the newest one. These are standpipes that come off of the fiberglass tanks where all of our telemetry for our testing goes down through. Those are made out of just a galvanized type material, and they're just reaching their service life. So you can see that the rust is taking holes in it. You can see the wires are being shown. What this one is so alarming for us is we do DEQ testing monthly. And so as moisture gets down into the ground and it goes into these rusted pipes, the tanks are double walled. And what ends up happening is that water goes down and gets in between the 2 tanks. And then we get an alarm because the sensors don't know if that's fuel or water. So we contact DEQ, say we've got something in our interstitial tanks. We go down there, we find out it's water, we have to pump it out, and so on and so forth. So that's one of the big things, the big hurdles right now. And this is the one we're kind of waiting on right now, the fuel supplier of what this one's going to cost. This one's probably going to be a spendy one. The way this works is we have 3 12,000-gallon fiberglass tanks. So these standoff pipes are made out of metal, and they go down, and then they are built into the fiberglass. It's not, you don't weld fiberglass and steel, so you have to bond them and attach them. When the fuel site was initially built, they backfilled the fuel site with slag. That was a byproduct of the mining process. Very well. So the material that they use to backfill over time sets up very hard. It turns into basically concrete. So every time we excavate to make a repair, we end up doing more damage to the tanks because we have to get in there with little teeny jackhammers because it basically is encased in concrete, is what it boils down to. The picture in the middle, we had a pump go out the other day, and this is just showing when they went to replace the pump, the bolts snapped because they're rusty, so we had to drill them out. It just adds some complexity. The last picture on the right, those are fiberglass tubes. Sorry, I'm a little shaky. So these are fiberglass tubes that go from the tanks to the dispensers. And we had a couple of those tubes fail, and so that's the repair we have to make. And then after that, we had to make this repair as well on those. So those are just some of the the things that we wanted to show you of what's going on. So we're proposing a new fuel site. So on the next slide,
Presentation and that is
we're proposing a 3-island, 4-tank fuel site. And in the spirit of thinking outside the box, budgetarily, we're also going to talk to you about a car wash. I know that seems a little weird, but we're going to talk about that. So what we're looking at is we're going to have 3 islands. We're going to have, each dispenser will have both unleaded diesel and then DEF fluid. DEF fluid is the new additive that you put in diesel vehicles for the environmental concerns.
I thought you said death.
Sorry, DEF, DEF, diesel exhaust fluid. Right now, when anybody with DEF, a vehicle with DEF, we're getting a lot of them with their garbage trucks particularly. They go to the fuel site, they put diesel in. We don't have DEF dispensers, so each department's kind of had to buy their own bulk DEF to put it in.
Are you going to put in charging stations?
So the charging stations, what we found is it takes so much time to charge that you'd have to have somebody drop you off and then leave the vehicle. So what we're looking at is department-wide making charging stations. One of the things we're looking at is we have a project out on the west side of the parking lot for a storm drainage issue.
Right.
While we've got the parking lot dug up, we want to put conduit in there. So if we
Yeah, you had mentioned it.
yeah. And that brings out a good point. Sorry, we also looked into compressed natural gas. We're looking at those trucks for garbage trucks. There's 2 different ways you can fill compressed natural gas vehicle. You can do rapid fill or slow fill. The rapid fill is just like if you go to a gas station, you can plug it in, it'll fill it up. That requires like 3 or 4 compressors. It's got to compress it, pump it. The infrastructure for that is millions. And so we're not looking at any compressed natural gas at this. If we were to move with compressed natural gas trucks, we would do slow fills at the stations they park. So basically a slow fill is just a natural gas tube or pipe. When the truck comes in at the end of the day, it plugs in and then it slow fills and balances overnight. So the fast fill for the CNG is just super, super expensive.
So on this new fuel site, would there be that much metal that would rust? Would we be in the same situation again in 20 years?
Yeah, so
Or is it more?
Yeah, that's a great question. One of the things that we're looking as we do a fuel site is cathodic protection. So you can put like an anode in the ground, like your water heater has one, and it'll eat the sacrificial rod instead of the material. That's something that was never put in with the old fuel site. And then we have a lot more better technology nowadays, so we'll use stainless steel piping that doesn't rust to try and mitigate that. But that's a great question. So with the 3 dispensers, what we want to do right now, currently we have 3 dispensers at our old fuel site, but each one only has 2 hoses, so 2 hoses per dispenser. This, we want to put 4 dispensers, but each dispenser is going to have the capability to do unleaded diesel and DEF. So at any given time, we can fuel 8 garbage trucks if they all show up at once, or 8 police cars at once. Right now, we have a pretty busy fuel site. We go through about 1,500 gallons a day, and sometimes there's a line of garbage trucks trying to get fuel. You know, when you have a route-based vehicle, they kind of all finish at the same time, and so you end up running out of gas at the same time. So with this system, what we're hoping is we have more hoses for more people. The DEF fluid also, we really don't track that right now because each department kind of has their own stuff. This would allow us to bring it to a central location where we can start tracking that a little bit better. Okay, so here's the $1 million thing. I'll try and, if everybody can see, this up on the top is the existing public works site. So on the top, just to give you some bearings, that's Garrett Way that's running along the top. And this is the railroad tracks behind it, if we're looking at the top picture. So we have available ground right out here to produce a fuel site. This is employee parking. So as we started looking at it, it was going to be really difficult to shoehorn a fuel site into that location. So what we're proposing and looking at, and this was just basically a little sketch that I made, and then engineering put it down on paper. If we decide to do this, we'll go through an architect, and they're going to optimize the space. But this just kind of gives you an idea. So what we would do is move the the parking lot, the employee parking over, square it up. It kind of increases that back lot to make the operations of street and sanitation a little better. And then we would put our 3 dispensers, or our 3 islands with the 4 dispensers right here. These will be the 4 underground tanks that'll be buried. And then, so when a vehicle comes in, they come in and they can fuel and then they come out. Does that make sense? One of the nice things about this plan as well is currently our garbage trucks, when they leave in the morning, they come out this exit and then they come and they kind of stake around to this signal, and it's kind of a mess. So putting this little access here will let them get in a long line, so when they're leaving in the morning, it's a little bit more friendly to the motoring public. So with this design, there's a lot of benefit to the street and sanitation department in layout and optimization. I think we get 15 more parking spots out of this. So it's a good benefit for street and sanitation, so we'll talk about that a little bit. But then we put the fuel site right there. It's got good egress and access. The supply truck will be able to have a lot of room to come in and fill those up. And then as we talk a little bit about the car wash, if that's a direction we want to go. For instance, a police officer could come in, fuel up, he comes down, he goes through the car wash, turns around, he goes out. I apologize, I'm shaky. Does that make sense?
One of those drive-through car washes, or the kind with the hose that you
It
power
would be
wash yourself?
the one that you drive in and it'll come around.
Okay.
And we currently pay
We do.
local establishments for
We
that,
do.
so and I'm assuming that the reason for doing this is we could do it more economically ourselves.
Yeah, and we tried to put a number together for you, but it's really hard because each department kind of does their own thing. So
But again, it's beginning to consolidate things so that we actually have a better handle on the
That's right.
operations.
that's correct. And we'll, I guess we can talk about it now. I've got some numbers. We just go back to the map. So we just looked at a quick, other way. If you were to go to an unlimited car wash, let's say, they're usually about $40 a month for unlimited. There's some that are less, some that are more. That's kind of what we use. We've got roughly 500 assets that could use this car wash. We're not making a big one for garbage trucks or fire trucks, but this would be for small vehicles and pickups. The big ones are just really expensive. If that's a direction we want to go, then that we can have that discussion as well. This would just be for the smaller assets, but like I said, there's about 500 of them. If we figure this fuel site costs about $4,000 a month to operate, putting these numbers together is really difficult as a city because it's hard to go kick tires on stuff because we have to do bidding and all the bidding process. So these numbers are pretty crude. I'll tell you right off the bat, but it's the best we can really do. So we figured that the car wash we can do for about $150,000, $160,000. If we depreciate it over 10 years, it's $15,000 a year or something. And then $4,000 a month to operate it. If we were to use that with our 500 assets, it comes out to about $10 a month unlimited car washes for those 500 assets. So if you were to wash the car at least one or the truck at least one time a month, it's $10 basically. So when you start looking, if you pull it in and you're an apartment and you have the resources, you pull it into a shop and you wash it, it's half an hour. Whether that makes more or less than $10, we don't know. We didn't really dive that deep. Now to have an employee wash that vehicle, or you drive, let's say you're an officer and you go get fuel and then you drive across town to the car wash, because we've purchased black police cars. Black, it's very dirty. We want our police cars looking good, I believe. We don't want that, and we have a lot of assets around town that don't look so hot, and I think this would help our image a lot more, also keeping things clean.
Now, would there be any issues with, and I guess Jared just walked out, but with competing with local businesses if we put a car wash in? Would there be an issue with that?
I don't think there's, and Jared would know better.
Yeah,
I don't think there's any legal issues.
Okay.
I don't think there's any legal issues, but we've always tried to not compete with local businesses and things like that. We do get a lot of pushback at certain times. I say a lot, but at certain times it's more than others, like with our CRC, for example. We've got some private gyms that think that we should be shutting the CRC down. And we as a council have always said, no, that's important because there's a demographic that goes there and uses that. And so it's always it's a kind of a policy, kind of a, what do you want to do with it? So.
Well, but this is following the same template essentially as the whole fleet consolidation. As I'm looking at it, it's in that same thinking. So, again, it's one of those darn ethical dilemmas. Do we support other car washes, or do we give all the taxpayers the biggest bang for their buck? I mean, it's,
And that's all, we've broken this down later in the slides on prices, and that's why we just wanted to present it to you as ways that we're just trying to be inventive and think of new ways, but ultimately it's up to you guys to weigh those difficult issues. So we've tried to break this down into 3 phases. I know we talked about phasing this. The fuel site part is very difficult to phase. We've tried to break that up, but there's really no good spot to break that.
it's either the old one or the new one.
It is, and so,
We kind of broke it up though in 2 years, did we not? We talked about it.
yeah. We have 2 options, and we'll get to one all this year and one over 2 years if you'd like. So, but yes, we did.
Okay.
So quick, this is phase 1 would be the construction of the actual fuel site, and then the parking lot. We'd have to move the parking lot to get the employee parking where it is. So what we've got is, it's an $800,000 project. However, $150,000 of that would be the parking lot or a land improvement. I think that could fall under streets and sanitation. That is a huge benefit for streets and sanitations. So we could do a budget amendment to cover that $150,000, and it helps the workflow over there, but it also helps with the fuel site. We've got it broken down. The fuel site is about $600,000. So if we don't want to do the layout that we showed before, we can try and fit it into that location. We just felt it wasn't the most optimal piece of property for it. So we've put some options down here where streets and sanitation could cover $150,000 of that. Then we do have $500,000 or $50,000 in fuel reserves that we can apply to it, which puts us at a $600,000 fuel site. We were pretty tickled with that. I thought this was going to be 8 or 9. I mean, but we're pretty tickled at what this came in. That being said, we're still going to have to go out to bid. These are very crude, rough numbers, so just keep that in the back of your mind.
But that's complete. That's done.
That is done.
Okay.
To the best of our ability to guess. So.
What's the timeline on that?
Right.
So I have spoken to a few contractors, and there's availability in August, and they think it's probably a month to build. Whether that happens or not, I figure we probably got a month and a half of design. Of course, we'd have to have a month probably to come get bidding, get contracts, come to you guys. So we probably got a month of that, then we got another month and a half of planning. And then we could just see how close we are to fall, if we want to try and do it as a winter project or not. But I think we could, if we wanted to dive in, we could probably get it done before the end of this fiscal year.
How long does it take to get the tanks in? I think that's your biggest.
Yeah, we've met with, there's basically 2 petroleum companies around. The tanks, if we give them enough lead time, they're a month and a half lead time.
How much are we spending, would you say, monthly to repair the existing fuel site? How much money are you putting into that every month?
That's a hard one because they're.
Or annually.
That last slide we've got, I can get that information for you.
In
You can
the
look.
previous budget presentation, I think the numbers are in there. I didn't save one for myself.
Yeah, so in 2020, we spent $15,000. 2019 was 10. 2018 was 25,000. 2017 was 3. 2016 was 5. The one that's really got me scared is that first one we shot, because it's just a huge, we don't know. And all of those pipes, there's a couple of those pipes that go to each tank. We have 3 tanks. They're all put in at the same time.
So
Is
we've
there
already
anything-
spent $15,000 in 2020?
Yes.
Is there any consideration in your numbers for mitigating the oversight?
Yeah, that's our step, that's our phase 2. And I apologize, that was a projection, the 2020 is what we're projecting.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, got it.
We have spent, we had a pump, that one I showed you where we had to drill them out, we did have an unleaded pump fail, so we have spent some money this year, but that was just kind of what we were.
What you project.
Any questions on phase 1? Okay, phase 2, this is the old fuel site on First Street, and if you remember, this is a 31-year-old site. It's built on ISU property. The tanks are past their warranty. We're starting to see issues with that, so that's kind of the driver of this. So we also put together a remediation for the site. We have done a very good job on DEQ tracking. We don't have any violations, so we've been in contact with DEQ. The permitting is going to be very simple to remediate that site. We were expecting a lot higher costs than that. One of the benefits we have is they are fiberglass tanks, so they can be broken into small pieces and hauled to the landfill. If they would have been metal tanks, we have to send them off to be burned. So $60,000, we were pretty excited about that. Once again, that's a big guess. So. But basically, we have the center islands of the fuel site that's concrete. That includes taking all that out, removing the shack, removing the dispensers, digging up the old tanks, piping, all the electrical, and then repaving the parking lot, and then we're done. Any questions on that? Okay, the car wash. This is totally up to you guys. I just wanted to throw it out there. So we already talked a little bit about it. This could be a phase 3 project. We've spoken to quite a few builders. There's kind of a consensus between 150 and 175. We could get a pretty decent car wash. I think if we can't get a decent one, it's probably not worth doing, in my opinion. If it doesn't dry the cars, then they have to get out and wipe them down. So I think that the only way this really kind of makes sense is if we try and get somewhat of a nice one. This price, this $156, includes the building, includes the equipment, includes, we'll have to put a water sewer separator in for the WPC requirements, a water line in, and that's kind of where we stand on that. Our best guess, we had to do a lot of Wikipedia internet searching, but it looks like about $4,000 or $5,000 is kind of what an operating cost is per month.
In theory, you said you had a 1-year option and a 2-year option. In theory, could the car wash be a 3rd-year option?
Absolutely. One of the things, if we decide we want to go down the car wash business, for lack of better words, as we have the site tore up, we're going to want to spend some money and put the infrastructure in, the water line, so we don't have to redig. So the water line, I think, was about $14,000. The sewer is probably going to be about there. So we would want to make those initial investments so that we don't have to dig up the asphalt. And then we'd run conduit for power and stuff like that. So it would kind of be a phase 3 all by itself, but we'd have to do some of it in phase 1.
So earlier when you said that it would end up being like $10 a car wash or $10 a month per car, is that?
Yeah, so here's my,
okay, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, sorry. Here's my fuzzy math. We looked around about $40 a month for an unlimited car wash for a decent one. You can get $20 ones, or you can get $50. So we kind of took the higher end in the middle. At $40 a month, that's $480 a year per asset if we do it, because city's running 24 hours and 12 months out of the year. So that's $480 a year. That turns out to be, or $480 a year. Then if it's $4,000 a month operated, it's about $48,000 to operate. And then you add in, if we want to depreciate this thing over 10 years to pay for it, that's $16,000-ish, $15,600. So you got $63,600 is what it costs a month or a year. You divide that by 500 assets that could use it, it comes out to $127 a year. You divide that out per month, and it's $10.50 per month per asset. And so the nice thing about having this here is you could go up to the fuel site, you swipe your fuel fob, you fill your tank, you drive over, you swipe your fuel fob, you get your car washed, and you leave. It's just, I think it's a little bit smoother way to do things. It kind of ensures that our vehicles are presentable to the public. We're seeing a lot of issues with corrosion, that vehicles aren't getting washed as often as they should. So it's not only just an aesthetic thing, it's kind of a maintenance option.
So, Council President Adamson has some.
So this is probably a crazy thought that I just had, but kind of like how we have the Napa parts store, or like we have the concessions at the, at Ross Park at the pool. Like, do you think there would be any interest from a local entity in kind of operating that and it being a revenue generator, or at least a neutral offset, and that still gives some business? I mean, as I say that, I'm thinking through and shooting holes in my idea already, because I don't know if that would be a good enough location that would drive enough traffic, or we wouldn't want to have to wait if it was real popular and have lines backed up. So I know there would be some issues, but do you think there would?
That's absolutely something that we can reach out
looking into at all, or not?
and talk to some people. We really
Speaking
didn't.
of fundraisers, using it at fundraisers during the off hours.
She's going to be out there holding the sign.
That's right.
Council Carlos.
Yeah. So I wasn't even, when we were discussing this, I wasn't even sure if this was something you guys would even be interested in, so we didn't really go out and talk to any people about, a city rate for an existing car wash. It seems really convenient because it's there when you fuel.
Well, you spoke to this slightly, but I was wondering, because I know when we talked about the new police vehicles and just the fleet in general a few months back, there was interest in can we push, with better vehicles, yada yada, can we increase that turnover rate or number of years? And so I'm just wondering, knowing that you're a data geek, whether or not having the undercarriage properly washed on a regular basis would help us extend the life of at least some of those vehicles, and whether or not it would be a significant enough savings to even factor it into the overall big picture.
That is absolutely the case. I should have taken a picture yesterday. Over at Fleet, we had to remove a hydraulic motor from a truck, and the mechanic actually had to cut all the lines off because it was so rusted that he couldn't loosen any of the bolts. So definitely, if we're going to go down this road, we want to have an undercarriage wash. And then the soap companies, they produce a rust inhibitor that you can put in there. So as it's cleaning, it's also putting a rust inhibitor. But corrosion is a big deal.
If we're using fobs, then it also seems to me that a department with vehicles could set up a protocol. That's part of essentially the maintenance protocol for that vehicle, that it will get washed, a number of times a month in the winter and a number of times in the summer. And we would be able to track that so we know that we're doing everything we can to extend the body
Absolutely,
life.
absolutely. It's a great
to the total cost of ownership of
Right.
the vehicle.
Right.
I have a membership, I don't know what you're going to call it, but to that car wash over right in that new one next to Abracadabra on Jellystone. And I pay $25 a month for unlimited, and it includes the undercarriage wash. So if and it's not that I'm opposed to the car wash idea, but if I'm paying 25, what if the city, if 500 vehicles for unlimited that would end up being $12,500 a year. What if we could negotiate something even less at 20?
Absolutely, and that's why
then we can just make a policy. I'm sorry.
No,
then the departments could have a policy that says, this, if this is your vehicle and it's got to get run through, so I don't know, I know the convenience thing is nice, but I'm just trying to think of ways that we can accomplish the same thing without being in the car wash business.
Absolutely. And that's like we said, we can definitely reach out. We didn't know how much support this would have, so we didn't really want to invest too much.
I'll tell you where I am. I think that we ought to plan for this, but not necessarily do it right now. So when we do all the stuff, we put in the infrastructure so that we can someday do it.
Right.
And then we're in a position to move forward when we don't have other things commanding some of our resources as well.
And with that, if you would like, we can start kind of charging asking departments to start tracking their vehicle washes, and then we can give you a better
That'd be great.
data-driven approach, to use that word.
That's a good point, but if I have a car wash that I fill up my gas and then I go wash my car, I'm going to wash it a heck of a lot more than if I don't have a car wash.
Absolutely.
So you're going to go gas up and you're going to drive a dirty car around.
Yeah, well, I can tell you,
So,
I'll just use the street department as a good example. During the summer, nothing gets washed because they're out there 10 hours a day, bang, 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 If this was there at the end of the day, their truck comes in, they wash it, they park it, so.
Well, and we're also paying the staff time that it takes the person to drive from point A to point B, get the job done, and drive back.
And the staff time to wash it.
Right.
so I like the idea of doing the fuel site and putting the infrastructure in so
I
that we
agree.
can do something with it in the future and go from there. You guys okay with that idea? Looks like we're all okay with that. So why don't we plan on, if we do the fuel site, putting the infrastructure for the car wash in, and then we'll go from there.
Perfect. Okay. So we have phase options. Option one's to just knock everything out in 1 year. So we'll just take phase 3 off of that, knowing that phase 3 is probably going to be around 30-ish. I can get you better numbers on that to run the water line and the sewer line while the parking lot's dug up. So the ask would be out of capital contingency minus the car wash. If we take that out, would be about $660,000. And that would be to build the new fuel site, remediate the old fuel site, and put in it'd probably be close to 700 to put in the infrastructure for the other site. And that includes taking 150 off, and then we could have street and sanitation covered. So the capital contingency hit would be between 650 and 700,000. So that is for your consideration.
How much do we have in capital contingency?
I have that actually printed off for you. Let me pull it up really quick. I was just in there.
And how many entities are vying for that?
Yeah, because we've already committed some stuff, right?
But I think I thought we didn't build in this at our last meeting.
We did not.
Okay.
So we have a little over, for just unassigned, we have about $2 million.
Right, that's
And is that counting?
The radios or the police items that we added last time. That's just what's in there as of the end of 19.
I think one thing I just want to add into the discussion is we try and keep our fuel site running no matter what. Both Teresa and I have spent all-nighters down there. I think we've only ever had the site closed 24 hours at any given time over the last million years.
It's a lot of years.
It is a lot of years.
And you get longevity pay, right?
And those dinosaurs showed up like clockwork
There
to
you
get
go.
fueled up.
I just want to reiterate how essential this is. 911 calls need to be answered, garbage needs to be picked up, and if this goes down, we're going to be in a hurry.
Well, and if one of those tanks were to fail, we'd probably be looking at $250,000, $300,000 to remediate.
Yeah,
we get into a brownstone or something because we created, and I wish I could crawl inside and check, but that could definitely happen. We've had to repair these tanks before. So just something for you to consider that we included our last presentation just to refresh your memory, but we're about $170,000 a year we save over pump price going to the station. So if we lose this, it's going to be a big inconvenience as well as a big hit money-wise. So just for your consideration.
So Rick and then Linda
Have you
has
had
that.
a power failure at your present site that prevented you from fueling?
We have, however, we have a backup generator.
Will that get moved?
It will. Right now, we didn't have the funds to do, they call it switch gear, which automatically turns it on. So anytime we have a power failure, we get an alarm, and then somebody goes down there and flips the switch. We have to shut off idle powers and turn on ours, because if they both come on at the same time, it's bad.
That's not hard.
At a fueling station.
They're just expensive. Yeah.
A couple $1,000.
Yeah, and we've put that in to this cost. We would take the old generator from the old side, it's a good generator, and then we would want to modernize this enough so that it's got its own switch gear, it kicks up. If we lose power in the middle of the night, police and fire can still fill up, so.
My question is about the money. So I was just looking at options 1 and options 2. So the only difference really, if we're not doing the car wash for now, is the remediation and whether we would put that into the next fiscal year or not.
Correct.
So when you said that the hit to capital contingency would be somewhere between $600,000 to $700,000, were you including the remediation in that or not? So that's the total.
So it could, that's a great point, it could go down if we wanted to just let sleeping dogs lie till the next fiscal year. But we are going to have to remediate it because it's not our property. But yeah, we could definitely we would want to keep the tanks active for DEQ testing. We'd still want to do our routine tests every month, and so we could keep doing those even though the site's not being utilized until at a point later when we want.
But the reality is your next fiscal year is October 1, so you could finish this in August, you got September, and then October 1
Right.
you can start doing it.
So
it's not like it's
it wouldn't really be putting it
year-long
off,
thing.
right? Okay.
And I think that's definitely, if we started remediating in October, I think we could get that done before snow.
So what are we talking about putting into, if we split it between the 2 fiscal years, what are we talking about putting in 20?
Probably 600.
About 600?
Oh, in 2600, in 2160, that's right. Okay, Chris?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, and I'm fuzzy on the details here, but I know the EPA is taking comment now, and there have been some court cases around, if water from a site that needs remediation, at what point is it deemed joining a main body of water? I mean, there've been, and so one of the questions / concerns I have is, right now it costs $60,000, but if based on whatever litigation happens between now and
6
12 months from now, I mean, we might potentially be standing in line for some much more significant
That's a great point.
remediation. And so I'm kind of saying, yes, and then let's hop on this other thing right away in the next fiscal year, because I'm all about the environment, but, the litigation sounds really, it's all over the map.
Yeah, I couldn't speak specifically to the litigation as it relates to this, but you're absolutely right. The longer we wait to remediate, the likely the costs are going to continue to go up.
So, because I think it was able to say.
Well, the timeline we're looking at
Right.
is
Quick.
probably we don't finish this till September sometime, at least.
If we're lucky,
Yeah,
yep.
and we can't remediate until we don't need those anymore.
Right.
And so the timeline would be
Right.
hopefully sometime this year. I don't even know if November is out of question to
Yeah.
remediate. They're pouring concrete in them right now. So,
Yeah.
Well,
I'm just saying I'm leaning towards sooner rather than later because you don't
So
know.
Jeff had something he was wanting to,
Quick question for you, Tom. Have we confirmed with ISU that they do not want this fuel site?
Yeah, we had a conversation with ISU's legal department the other day. They kind of called out of the blue. We got a call, and they're getting a little antsy. We presented with all of our DEQ reports and showed that we're compliant, and they were satisfied with that. We had a nice long talk with them, but I got the feeling that they don't want any business with it. Which if it's wore out, it's wore out, right?
well, I think that we can move forward with the idea that we're going to remediate it. And if ISU, it's not going to be a secret that we're doing that. If ISU decides they want it, then they can approach us and say we want it.
And I can talk with them.
And we
we
can go
can
from
sell
there.
it
At
before
that
we
point,
remediate.
Maybe we can give them the 60 grand to take it from us and call it good and walk away. But I think that, I just remind the council too, this is kind of why we set up that contingency fund, the capital improvement fund, was for projects like this. Historically, we haven't had a big project like this come up, and so we've moved into different things for different departments, and this really is what that was designed for and set up for, so that when we did have a big project like this, or a roof on City Hall or somewhere, that we have the money and we're not waiting for it, so.
Well, and as I'm looking at the ROI being anywhere from 3.5 to 4 years, it's kind of a no-brainer because it's
Yeah.
something we really need to do.
Well, and there's also that I can't even imagine 15 garbage trucks of common sense. Or wherever we go.
Yeah, right.
It's difficult, and I was talking with Councilman Cheatham before, and, we don't need a gas station, we need a truck stop, and so I don't even know if there's enough infrastructure in the community to take care of big fire trucks and
Right.
garbage trucks and stuff like that.
So my recommendation would be that we get moving on it and moving quickly, and I agree with Roger that we're probably going to be pushing the October 1 date anyway. So I think that, I would look for some motion from the council that says let's move on this and get the stuff going so that we can get it moving, because I don't see us being done with this by September. Roger?
I'd make that motion that we proceed with this fuel site development, and know that costs are somewhat grave, but we can proceed and get the costs as they come.
For option 2 then?
Through option 2,
Without the car.
Without the car.
without the car.
But with the
It's
infrastructure.
infrastructure for the car wash, but not building the car wash itself. Okay.
Did we say that loudly enough for you to, or clearly enough for you to capture it? I'm
She's
thinking,
got it.
I'm glad it's her, not me.
I think she's got it. So we have a motion by Roger and a second by Chris. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Gray,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Adamson,
Yes.
Cheatham,
Yes.
Lurick,
Yes.
Ortega.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You'll bring that stuff to us, you'll get those bids out and bring it to us so we can move on it sooner than later?
And I can guarantee you that we're going to get a good deal.
So,
Because Teresa's good at what she does.
so then we're going to need those numbers in a budget amendment. Oh, we already have we have the authority to spend that. Okay. Roger, you had something?
John would really appreciate the car wash, because then when we pass them along, they'd be better shape.
I think the car wash thing, it kind of pencils out. It's a little out of the box, I understand, but I think image is a big deal. Having nice looking police cars, or, the fire department with their battalion chiefs. I mean, everybody can use this.
Now, just think about it, and I know this would be hard to quantify, but just think about, because even if we extended 250 vehicles by 6 months apiece,
we live in harsh conditions, so, and I can tell you from personal experience with like streets, they don't get cleaned as much as they should because it's
Who has
just.
time?
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we're going to go ahead and make the switch over to the tax solution. When I'll just remind the council that lunch will be brought in about 12:30, so we've got about 40-ish minutes to go over this, and so about then we'll take a break and come back to it when we're done with that. So.
Alright. You're at my whole office.
So, full disclosure for anyone who is watching and concerned, I keep a list of questions that I need to remember in the notes section on my phone because I can't keep track of bits of paper and pencils. So if I'm looking at this, I am not texting anyone, nor am I reading a text. I am checking my list of questions that I either was asked or thought of that I need answered.
And I use my phone for a calculator.
You're welcome. All right, we got a few things for you.
Oh, I think Ashley's just getting us ready for the next tsunami of numbers. And I need an announcement that I have my budget announcements.
You're so worried about that.
Well,
I just don't care.
Well, I'm not worried about it.
Somebody
It's
wants
just
to ask us.
easier to ask me.
Thank you so much.
Be proactive.
You're right.
It might eliminate one email answer. Or one.
Sure, I don't want to look after that entire A portion. I'm sure my emails explode.
Oh, and Ashley said she was going to pull together the fee breaks and that's for us
Oh, okay.
when she has a moment.
Is it easy to get that from the county?
Oh, we have it,
Oh, you have it,
yeah.
okay.
Good, I can actually get to read it.
Just go through these. We'll go through them. Because
You ready?
we're ready.
Okay. All right. Still morning, technically. We have 4 minutes. So Ashley Welsh, Chief Financial Officer. We are going to start tax solution with discussing non-departmental contributions, which I've passed out to you. This was from the presentation that I gave on the non-departmental. So this is what we paid for fiscal year 19. But I believe all these amounts stayed the same. So I don't know. I know that there was some questions. We wanted to bring those in, possibly have some discussions. So I will just open it up to the council to discuss any of these.
This was 19, not 20.
Well, this is well, this is what we actually paid, but it just rolls over. So I think it's exactly the same.
So
But we voted in,
I know that we voted for the free clinic at
That one
10.
is 10,000, sorry, I forgot to update that number.
okay.
When did we vote on that?
That was last year.
Oh, last year.
Yep.
And then there's a question on this African Sister City.
Because it used to be 1250 and 1250, and then we rolled it all into the Japanese because they were,
Active
and then now the one is moving out.
I can look at that, but I'm pretty sure they both requested funding this year. So,
Is there anywhere, probably not now, but I'm wondering if there's another way to think about how we make determinations about contributions to some of the local nonprofits. I know what some counties and cities do, at least in other states, is the council or the commission establishes a line item for, whatever, be it, the arts or social services or whatever, and they establish the line item number, and then there's an application process with a citizen review process in place, so that provides, it keeps the existing entities on their toes in terms of, constantly upgrading, contemporizing their services and their delivery systems and all of that. And it also creates the option, if a new entity arrives on the scene that has, something either new and important to offer, or a better way of doing something that's being offered, that it creates a sense of kind of free market competition and so forth. And so I'm wondering, rather than just arbitrarily saying, we gave to this group last year, so they get it again next year, or whatever our process is, I'm wondering if there's another way to look at it. United Way, for example, has moved to something, or is moving to something much more like that, rather than what they've traditionally done, where it's kind of just a rollover from year to year. So I don't know that, and I don't know when the appropriate time to even consider that might be, but I'm just throwing it out there so something can
well,
tell
we used to do council select funds, and it was very taxing and time consuming, and the council at the time felt like it was a waste of time, because there was only $5,000 in there, and they had to come to a council meeting to ask for that money. Council decided they did not want to offer that anymore.
Sure, but you could just do an application process.
Right, but they got rid of that whole process altogether. So it would kind of be going back to that.
Well, this is...
And that's totally a council decision that you can make.
But this is $349 plus $1,000, not $5,000.
We get assessed that, that's not contribution.
If I'm reading this right.
But a lot of those things, Chris, are not social agencies. Things like panic transportation.
We did have to pay participation.
$30,000 of that.
Okay, so it's really not a contribution.
These are not just social organizations, nonprofits. They're just non-departmental expenses.
Right, but I mean, it could be, I'm just saying, it could be labeled whatever, I'm assuming we could label it whatever we wanted that made it appropriate to, to what we want to consider. I just was using that
These are
as an
not all
example.
people that would come to apply to us, so.
Well, I mean, we might have, frankly, in a good situation, we would have maybe half again as many applications as we might be able to fund, which means that we have a healthy, competitive market going on. It's just a thought, because I've seen it done different ways, and it just kind of opens it up and makes it broadly available on an equitable basis through application and review to any entity that falls within the definition that we give that line item.
And I guess what I think you're saying and what I'm saying is to clarify, not all of these funds are nonprofits in the community that would apply for them. There are other things in here, so we'd have to have some way of accounting for
Well,
that.
just separate them. I mean, and if there are two critters, we just make 2 pens.
The Health Trust did that and discovered it was an absolute disaster for them.
Okay.
Because they had far more applicants than they had funds.
Right.
Anybody they turned down created a lot of bad feelings in the community for those who were not funded. They did that a couple of years and said, no more of this. And
Right.
quit doing it completely.
So when we don't fund somebody, they're happy about it?
Well, they're not on the list. I'm saying if you get into a competitive situation,
Right.
and you get a Brownie Scout troop in here, and you give them $500, and the Boy Scouts come up and you're out of money and you don't fund them, you don't create goodwill.
Right,
But
but
at the
that's why you
same
have
time-
criteria.
But at the same time, there's no serious evaluation being done to see which ones are more warranted than others based on changing dynamics in our community.
You talking about this list or the
Yeah.
thing that Chris is talking
Well,
about?
I think Chris allows for a more dynamic approach.
I think you create ill will to the city council and the city overall.
But at
Everybody
the same
turned down.
time, you've already grandfathered a bunch in here as your
This is a different list she's talking about.
I'm talking,
She's saying we have 2 lists. We have some things here that we're going to probably fund. Some things, managed transportation, I don't know how you do without it.
Yeah.
And have a transportation system in the community.
Right.
So, but there would be a separate group that would come in under the applications you're talking about.
right, because of your point that we have, this list includes different kinds of entities.
At
So
what time, though, would they come in? Would it be any time during the year, or would
Well,
it
we
be in
just
the
have-
budgeting process?
We have
Because
to
right
do
now,
the
it's got to be before the
just-
budgeting, and so I'm assuming
Yeah,
that
we
these
just tie it to the,
all have made the request again.
Well, but the request, I think that there is merit in separating the 2 out because we have no criteria and no objectivity by which we evaluate a lot of the nonprofits. We don't know how they're using their money. We don't know any of that. The application form, to me, ought to be much more extensive than a story about who they've helped. It ought to be how they're spending their money, just like we do our other departments here. They ought to make an application that says, this is how we intend to use your money if you give it to us this year.
And this is the impact that we've been having on the community and
Yeah,
And Family Services Alliance does that. They actually send like a packet, and I
but
believe
we don't see
receives that.
that.
Okay, I thought the council received a copy of that, but I will make sure that that gets sent over.
well, and if we have some kind of a template.
Yeah, they've sent it in the past.
So, for example, if there's, if I am representing an organization and there's no real oversight, then I might have an endowment of, or a Friends of account with a couple $1 million in it that I could use some of if I so chose, but because nobody pays attention to that, I get my annual allotment, but then there's another organization that, serves the population or doesn't have that infrastructure. And I guess I would like the same level of accountability that we require of our city departments. If we believe that that's judicious on our part for our departments, which we're much more familiar with on a day-to-day basis, then I think that it certainly demonstrates that we need to be as judicious with entities over which we have virtually no oversight throughout the year. I mean, that's where I'm coming from.
Should we look at this list and see if we're going to make 2 different groups, which ones are
Contract or something.
like contract or something? I mean, I look at BTPO BTBO, that is an
Somebody
absolute
break that
must.
down, Barney style for me. What's BTBO?
Bannock Transportation Planning Organization. So all of the stoplights and everything that we have up and down and throughout the city.
I think that needs to be part either in our transit or our street department.
If it's
I think it's a
lights.
legitimate
Well,
expense.
it does everything from transit to street lights to walking paths
It's like the whole
to
plan
biking
for
They
paths.
developed the whole plan.
And how does that,
to
John?
connector, to Hawthorne
Yeah.
intersection. And we have a participation fee that is billed us. This isn't a
And so does the
contribution.
county.
To even have the word
Shove it.
contribution associated with it's wrong.
So the people involved in that is the city of Pocatello, the city of Chubbuck, the state of Idaho, and Bannock County. And that's the entities that
So this isn't really a contribution,
that are
this is our
involved in
share.
those things.
Right.
Yeah, that's our
Right.
share of.
Okay, so,
Which is what we were saying, there are things
So
on
do we
here
even
that
have
are
an
not
option to, like,
contributions.
say,
This is something that's, I mean, if we wanted to go completely away from that and keep ourselves out of federal projects and things like that,
Right.
then yeah,
So
we could.
why don't we
but-
just build that into our regular budget? I mean, if it's something that
Right, and I
is-
guess that's just the council decision. What do you want to regularly build in and what do you want
Well, I
to
would
come
say
to you every
something
year?
like that ought to just get built into the regular.
So the
budget.
question is
I agree.
what department, to Roger's point, should it be transportation, should it be streets?
That's why it's
Should
a
it be
non-departmental.
parks
Or transit.
or transit, who
all of them-
should it be? And that's why it's kind of right here in non-departmental is because there's a
okay, I guess
number
what
of-
throws me off is the contributions
Well, and
at
maybe,
the top of the list.
maybe those department heads get together and because they know their departments better than anybody else and they just say, where does this make the most sense?
Or you split it.
I would, this is kind of why we have non-departmental though, is
Right.
is for
Okay.
these
That's
things.
the whole
But
point.
that's not true because we don't have resource officers on here. And that's really a contribution by the city to this school district. They're providing staff there and we have no
And that's
place
built
to
into
look
the
at that
police budget, I
contribution.
assume.
Those are police officers in the budget.
Yeah, but I'm saying that it's our contribution.
Well-
It's not separated out as non-departmental because we say it's police officers, there's really a contribution.
Something.
No, I mean, it's because they're police employees. Ultimately, it's our decision to
Right.
send them to the schools or not to send them to.
And
That's
that should be
exactly his point.
And my point is that should be reviewed every year.
But it's very clear that it's police.
Right, they
Yeah,
are
but it's
police officers.
It's a contribution we make through our police department to the school district.
So why wouldn't this fall under the same sort of template as Ready, AIC,
Ready
They're
is
all on
here,
here.
Bannock Development's
Okay.
here, the tourism is here.
Okay, so what could we call
School district
that?
crossing guards are there, records destruction is here.
So maybe this is just something like non-departmental
Expenses.
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 Yeah.
Well, it's not, but it's not all the expenses on there. These are mostly the things that these are the entities that we contribute to. So that's why, I mean, there's things, this isn't the total budget for non-departmental. There's a lot more in there, but we were just asked to look at the contributions for what we give our money to. So that's why I put contributions at the top.
So Bannock Transportation Planning is a thing that we contribute to be a part of it,
Right.
to help our community.
Right.
But we're assessed.
Uh,
We pay a participation.
We're assessed. I mean, you call it contribution, call it assessment, call it participation
Okay, so
fee. It's all the same. It's,
So non-departmental assessment fees.
It goes by into
You know,
the name. What difference does it
I don't
I
care
don't
what,
think the name
I don't
matters.
care what we call it.
Let's call it non-departmental contributions then and move forward.
But
But that, okay.
Yeah,
Good.
I don't care what we call it.
All right.
I just want to understand that there are things that truly are the council deciding this group is worthy of X, and there are things where we actually need
Sure.
Right.
Right.
Right? So, but now you're telling me that the list is much longer?
No, I mean, you have things like, you have transit support, you have any like expenses, like you have records destruction on here, but you have a few other things in there as well. Like this was just there's 3 account lines that we look at. There's the contribution in economic development, and then there's the actual contribution line, and then there's a professional services line. So those were the 3 lines that I pulled. So really, the ones that you have control over would be
Because we need
Aid for
records.
Friends, Family Services, Senior Citizen Center, Free Clinic, Sister Cities. I don't know about Meals on Wheels, Tourism Bureau. Those are the things that you have. And I don't know about Bannock Development or Ready. I know that Ready, that was something that the council decided they wanted to contribute to. I don't know if there's a contract with them, but.
There is a contract with them, yes.
I think maybe, Mayor, if I may, the easy way to think about this, to delineate in your mind, some of them, this is the amount we pay to be a participant. We don't get to decide whether it's more or less.
Right.
Others, you have the discretion on what that amount is.
Right.
Right.
But they're all contributions, because we can withdraw from all of those organizations. We just can't lower the contribution to that organization and still be a part of it.
Okay, and so I guess that's an important difference to me, because it's one thing to say, well, we'll contribute to Ready, but we're going to give them 10% of what they're asking. We don't have that option.
Right.
Whereas, with
We could.
Just might not accept.
We could. Ready could say, in that example, we could say, we're going to give Ready $10,000, and Ready can say, all right, you're not going to be a part of us unless you give us this.
right.
Or we'll give you $10,000 worth of our time.
But we could make a decision that that's all we're going to get. Yeah.
Okay, it just seems to me we have
The governing board and take advantage of full membership, they set the price and we choose.
Right.
We choose to be there.
Right, whereas these other organizations are making a request, which is, I mean, if somehow that seems different to me. That's all. I mean, it just seems.
So why is Hillview under here?
Yeah.
Because we had to pay for the mailing for that out of non-departmental. We can't pay for it out of the lawsuit fees. It wasn't allowed.
But we have no
But
choice.
that will be
It's
gone
gone.
away.
It's
It will
gone.
go
You can
away,
cross it
so
off.
that's
That's
crossed off.
Yeah, that's
That will-
past tense now, right?
Yep, so just take that off. I missed a couple.
And we spend $90,000 on crossing guards? The city does.
And I don't know if that's a contract or not that we have with the school district. I'm not sure.
The school district pays half of that.
Yeah, we reimburse.
No, they don't pay. They pay, so they
No,
pay half of the 90?
they pay half of the crossing guards, so
50% is the 90,000.
Right.
so they pay half of the crossing guards.
So is that a contract? That's what we need to know.
I don't have that information.
Yeah, I'm
but
not
I'm
sure
certain to find
either.
out.
Yeah, because I'd be interested in knowing if we're contractually obligated to that, or...
And then one of my questions was, for SRO officers, I think there are now, 4? And it used to be the city did not cover as much of the cost for SROs as I believe it does now, and I just.
Want to talk SRO, Chief? Sure. And also crossing guards, if you know that.
Chief Roger Shy, Pocatello Police. As far as the crossing guards go, we don't, that does not come out of our budget. That's something that is separate. We don't take care of that. On the school resource officers, we have a school resource officer in every high school, so there's 3. We have one at the middle, or one at the alternative school, which is New Horizons, and then we share a school resource officer for Alameda and Hawthorne, and then there's another one that's shared for Franklin and Irving.
That's 6.
And then there's a DARE officer that goes to all of the elementary schools.
So 7.
And then there's a sergeant that oversees them.
And that's all that person does?
that oversees them, but he also goes to calls, he responds to calls for service at every school. He also handles anything that goes on in our support services division. So he's used as for multiple aspects of that. Right now, the school districts, they pay a set fee. It's in an MOU with the School District 25. I have spoken to Doug Howell in reference to increasing that. Our goal is to get a school resource officer in every middle school and every secondary education, so that they're solely for that school. But that's going to have to come, with the school district helping us out with a little bit of a lift. Right now, they pay for about 1.75 school resource officers.
So the number I should use is 7 or 6 or 8 or?
Well,
I mean, because the sergeant is obviously.
He handles other things as well
So
as, I would say, so you got the 3 in the high school,
Right.
the 1 in the alternative school, you have the DARE officer, and then the 2 in the middle school. So I would say 7.
7, okay.
And the school district's only paying for 1.75 to those.
And then does their contribution go up as these folks go up the step and so forth?
No. They also pay for $20,000 for one of our records clerks too, that helps process all the juvenile citations and the information that comes in and out of the schools. So, but at the end of the day, for sworn officers, they pay for about 1.75.
And I think the history of that has been that the school district, through a grant, provided they provided all of them.
Well, no, they never provided for all of them. They provided for the MOU that was prior to 2008. They basically paid for 2/3. It was.
I'm going back to when it started with the police advisory group, and when we got the grant, and it was a grant that put them in the schools, and the school provided it way back then.
So the furthest that I can speak of is when I looked at the MOUs that we have, and that was all the way back to the early 2000s, and it was a percentage. It was like 2/3 of however many officers, because since that century was built and the alternative school, New Horizons, became as big as it is now. So the dynamics have changed. So we have staffed those things based off of those dynamics, and it was 2/3 for, I believe, the amount of officers that were staffed in the schools at that moment in time.
So I think it's a good program, but I think if it's first and foremost for the schools, they ought to be at least in half.
Well, I would agree that the school district does need to pay more. We have addressed this, but at the end of the day, you need to look at this. Okay, if there is an incident at a school, they're going to call us, and we're going to have to send a patrol officer to then respond and take that call. If they find drugs, or if there's a fight, or if there's a sexual assault or domestic type situation between a boyfriend and a girlfriend at a high school. Those are all things school resource officers deal with. So it's a matter of, do I have a school resource officer who's there, who knows the students, or am I sending a patrol officer off the street and then taking that patrol officer off the street? So a lot of the things that the resource officers do are very preventative. So rather than just being reactive, if they're there, I was a resource officer at Hawthorne, and within 2 weeks there was 2 girls that wanted to commit suicide, and the students came to me, and we were able to prevent that from happening because of the relationship.
I'm not arguing against resource officers. What I'm saying is that they are primarily a service for the schools. The schools are a beneficiary of at least half, and they ought to be paying their fair share.
Well, they're at least half beneficiaries, because I see your point that, you don't have to pull somebody off patrol and send them over there, and et cetera, et cetera. And, having worked with resource officers, I'm well aware that sometimes it's very comforting to have an officer there when there's a shouting parent who probably has a concealed carry permit in the lobby. But I think it's fair to say that 50% of the benefit is to the school, and 50% of the benefit is to the city, via the police department. And so, I guess I really do feel as though, a more equitable split would be that the school district is contributing 3.5 resource officers.
The question that I would rise to is it important enough for us, if the school district says no, to keep the officers there?
Question is it important enough for the school district at their schools, if we say no, that they would keep them?
To me, and I disagree with that, because to me, there are a lot of crimes that are solved before they ever happen because of this
if we would have put an officer out at the green tea, I'm sure that we would
have been in trouble. So we would.
Nobody's arguing the benefit of the SROs, especially with regard to community policing aspect of it. You're establishing a relationship with an entire demographic of the population, right? Those kids are learning that you can be trusted and that officers.
It is.
And that's a huge benefit to the entire school when kids are.
And so it goes.
So I just think that a 50-50 split is equitable.
So when I worked at the school, I just didn't handle things at the school, but I also handled issues around the school. If there was a problem at a house right next to it, I would go because it had an impact on the school. The other thing is when the school resource officers are there, we do not handle any administrative duties of School District 25. We're not in there as like the principal leaving. Well, I work with Mark Gunning and Doug Reeder, so like Mark wouldn't leave the school and go, hey, you're now the principal, right? I wasn't there for administrative duties for the school district, but I was there for law enforcement and for outreach and for building programs and things exactly.
That's my
I think it's fair for us to ask the school district to pay more. I think the question is are we willing, if they do not, are we willing to continue this practice?
Well, that's a different conversation for a different day.
But I'm also curious, you said that you've had some talks with them.
Yes.
Have they indicated a willingness to pay more, or how much, or, where are things at?
So one of our goals was to get them to pay more to get more, but the situation that we're in now, they need to get more to help with the lift. So my conversations I've had about 3 meetings with him since I became the chief in reference to this, and they were looking at some safety money that was available, but I don't know what their situation is going to be after the COVID situation that we're in. So I don't know where they're at with their funds from the state. A lot of their money comes in from safety money from the state or from other grants. So I don't know where they're at right now, and I haven't been able to meet with them. I met with them right before all this stuff started to happen and unfold. So.
Yeah, I would be, and I wouldn't want to say, oh, and by the way, if you say no, we're going to say yes, because that's no way to negotiate.
Well, no, I don't disagree with that, but if we send him in there with a hard line, then we've got to be willing to follow up with that.
Well, my only thing is this, is like it's an invaluable service. I 100% believe that. But they're paying for 1.75 of 7 incredibly extensively trained men and women. Okay? Yet we, the city, is paying half of the crossing guards. So if the city said we weren't paying for crossing guards, what would the school do? Not have crossing guards? It's the same argument. I think a little more equity is not unreasonable.
So what does 5.25 roughly, is that right? Give or take, if we take some kind of an average.
Well, 7 would be
salary.
3.5.
I guess what I'm interested in is what is the dollar amount that attaches to the SROs that we are paying for, give or take, because what I would like to see is what is the taxpayers on top of what they already pay in taxes to support the schools. This is on top of that, and I would like to see what the rough annual contribution by the city is to the schools, because I'm looking at $90,000 for crossing guards, and I'm thinking, okay, would that get us another firefighter? Okay, would that, again, these are hard decisions, but I think they need overt discussion.
So I think that it wouldn't be necessarily exactly half, because during the school year, they're there, but they also respond to other calls if needed. And then in the summertime, they're all on the streets, they're not there, and so you've got to pull those months out of there if we're going to start splitting hairs.
Do we have a resource offer, sir, at the summer school program?
Generally, they're assigned to beat 7 and 9. So instead of them coming back to the station to do in your reports, they go in and they'll start off their day with a squad meeting. They'll go in and check in at the school, then they'll check into service. Any calls for service at that school, that person will respond there. So there's actually 2 beat officers. We just recently did that last year to be a little more efficient and effective. So if there's a call at a school, that same officer handles that, but he handles also all the calls on that beat too. So it's like his substation.
Okay.
So he's not dedicated to that school. So
Okay, so we take, half of
84,000.
3/4.
84,000 is the cost of an entry-level officer. These would be a little bit higher paid, not counting in the training, but that kind of gives you a working number. That's pay and benefits.
Okay, divide that, give me
So that would be,
3/4 of that.
well, if 7 officers would be about 630, I would say 650 for easy math. $650,000.
And the reason
Okay,
what Mayor
so-
Blatt was talking about with the 2/3, that's why that was in that MOU, because they're in the schools 2/3 out of the year. We have 3 shifts. We have a spring shift, a summer shift, and a fall/winter shift. So there's 3 shifts in a year, and that summer shift they're not in the schools.
Right, which would be
Summer's
essentially
really
June,
short.
July, August.
Well, half of June and half of August.
Right, so it'd be
Usually the end of May,
right,
and all the way to school starting, which is generally the last week of August.
right. So it'd be 3
months.
quarters would be closer
Yeah.
than 2/3, wouldn't it?
And 9 months?
Sure.
9 months.
So 3/4 of $80,000 is what? I guess it's 60,000.
Yeah, you're roughly right around there.
So basically, so it's $60,000 per year per officer that we pay for, and if we're paying for 5 3/4, what's 5 3/4 times 60,000?
Well, we just, if we take the whole thing, say they all cost 650, that makes it easier.
And then just divide that by,
So
650,000 for 7 people
okay,
for a year.
okay. 92,857 per officer. Right.
Wait, no, that doesn't make sense.
They're wanting to see how much,
I want to know what we're paying.
So you want to know what 75% of $650,000?
But minus the ones that they're paying for, right?
Yes, mine is, so that's
So 5 officers.
5 1/4. To be precise.
5.25 times 84,000 is 441,000, and then you want to know what 3/4 of that is?
No. I don't know, now I've got myself confused. Roger, do I want to know what?
We're putting them in the schools for 9 months.
Yes, so I want 3/4 of that, 75% of that, 401.
330,000.
Say that again.
330,000.
Okay, so if I'm correct, we are paying plus the 90 grand. So we are paying $420,000 to the school district annually for police and crossing guards. So we are literally picking up $400 and some thousand of their budget.
I prefer to think of it as allocating resources in that direction.
Right, okay, we are allocating.
Well, but I think you need to look at, I'm really, rather than looking at it in a silo, right? Which
Right.
this is, we need to look at it as if we're there at the school and we prevent or we handle that
Right.
situation more effectively and more efficiently without it,
Right.
getting worse. Have we met our goal? Have we made our end state?
Right,
And,
yeah.
and so that's the question that we need to be asking. Rather than looking at compartmentalizing
Right.
things, we need to look at what is our end state.
Right,
And-
so
And this is all part
So
of
if we
your
divide
vision in your
330
department.
Correct.
in half, then we get 115,000, in which case we are contributing just a hair over $200,000 a year, even at a 50% split.
And half of that crossing guard comes back to us.
But I have nothing to do with the crossing guards. so-
No, I know, I'm talking about, but I thought this $90,000
Yeah, that's our half of the
is
crossing
our
guards.
half. That's what we pay out.
Right.
I
Yeah,
thought we were
don't
talking
get that
about
back.
resource officers.
We are.
No, I'm talking about what is our
Total
total contribution to the school district's budget on an annual basis.
So I would suggest
Which comes
this to
from
you guys, and maybe this might help you out, and I don't know, maybe we sit down and we come up with some type of comprehensive plan on how we can address this in the future, and we sit down and we go, okay, these are our goals that we want to establish, and then prioritize and execute those. And so whichever the most is important to you, rather than talking about 5 different things at once, we prioritize on one and we execute on that, then we go to the next one, and then that way we can kind of set us up to be successful by going and contacting the school district and coming up with a plan together with them. And I think they need to be included in this conversation as well, and as well as the city leaders, and to figure out how do we get there. And I agree. I think at the end of the day is we need to ask them for a little bit more. I would agree with
And
that.
our point, Roger, is this is our only way to engage with the district right now. And the conversation is through our budget.
Right.
In our budget process, we're trying to say we want to be partners with you, but we want to be equal partners, not major partners. We don't want to have an investment way beyond what you guys are willing to buy into. And that's all I think we're saying.
And I don't disagree with you.
But we can't have that conversation unless we do it here.
Right.
Because they
Sure.
don't ask us to come and talk to them about
And
it.
that's exactly it. I agree with you. We need to come up with a plan, though, of how we're going to do that. Maybe
Right.
that's something, a conversation for another day, but we need to be organized in how we're going to prioritize and execute that.
Well, and I don't know that that's even in council's wheelhouse. I mean, coming up with a plan, I don't know if that's even,
I can certainly be brought to council for input, and then staff would do the
Right.
legwork and present
Right.
the final.
Yeah,
right, but I don't know that we would have
I would agree
the
with that.
expertise or the authority to sit down and, create the plan. I think that would be better done by you and whomever. But I would like to see us do that. I would really like to see us have this conversation.
A lot of times when I go, I'm generally, it's myself and the deputy chief or Captain Knapp that goes with me. But if I've got a little more, help with the ask, it might not be a bad idea to.
When does the school district do their budget? Because their fiscal year starts in about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're done.
They're done.
So they're done with their budgeting process for this year. That being said, though, we probably should sit down and have a discussion. Why don't you and I plan on having a discussion with the school district about this? And then we can report to the city council what
Because they
that looks
make
like.
their
And
budget based
then
on
when they
these
start their next budgeting season, we need to have a more serious discussion about, hey, we need you to add this into that budget and go from there.
Well, and I think it depends partly with the crossing guards and maybe with the SROs too, I don't know, if we have a contract.
Yeah, and I'm looking at
Right. If we don't have a contract, then based on Jared's earlier comments, we can't make more than an annual commitment anyway. And so it would be very unfortunate if the school district didn't understand that these commitments can be annual only. But
The school district understands this. SROs, we can pull the SROs at any time. Anytime during the year, we can pull them out.
Right, but for them to build $90,000 in for crossing guards when we have not yet made the annual decision,
But
that
I think the
is
crossing,
required.
I think the crossing guard discussion is a separate discussion than SROs.
No, I understand.
And we can say yes or no to the crossing guards, and if we say no, the crossing guards go away. The school district fundamentally believe that it's the city's responsibility to help get students to the schools safely. We have made the argument
And
that
that's why we
it's,
put an officer on the buses.
we also have made the argument that actually, no, ours is responsibility is putting crossing walks there,
Right.
and that is, we've done our part, and it's the
what we-
school district's
that's what we told the
responsibility
private schools.
to make there.
We told the private schools.
And so, yeah, the private schools do that. We
They
don't.
have
Right.
to carry over.
Right.
That's right.
Right, yeah. So I was responding, Mayor, to your comment that, well, their budget is done, so we can't do anything this year, but then I was putting that next to Jared's earlier comment that we have not yet made this commitment officially for this coming fiscal year because we can't. And therefore, if they built this into their budget, that would be very unfortunate because it's not exactly how the process works.
Well,
But anyway.
I think that you're crossing two different lines there, pushing mine up against what Jared's saying. If there's a contract, then that contract is there and it's for the year. The crossing, the SROs, we can
I understand.
pick and choose what we're going to do with those.
I
if we
understand
decide
that.
not to. And so, and we can still go to the school district even after their budget is set and said, look, this is what's out there, this is what we need, and then they can make a decision to do something. I mean, we can still do that depending if there is a contract. I think there is a contract, but I don't know. I don't know who administers that contract for the school
I don't know.
crossing guards.
What I've found just briefly through my admin is that we have a contract for 2012 regarding Wilcox. That's all that she's been able to find so far.
Regarding what cost?
Wilcox Elementary.
Oh, Wilcox.
But we'll continue. There must be some operating.
I guess where I'm coming from, we shouldn't have to extend ourselves to the school district so much. They should be extending themselves to us as well.
We should be partners.
You know, if they are concerned about traffic crossings, if they're concerned about resource officers, then they ought to make that enough of a priority to approach us in their budget bill. I mean, that's just the way things should work. If they're building their budget ahead of us, they should be coming and talking to us to know where we are as we approach our budget. I'm not trying to vilify anybody. It's just the way cooperative ventures occur. And if we're partners in this venture and they lead out, they should be coming and talking to us. It shouldn't be Roger making 3 overtures to talk to them. Somewhere they should be making an overture to talk to Roger.
And I don't believe we should be sending the police chief and, backup to operate with no context. I mean, I think when we send our staff out to do the city business, that we need to send them out with clear direction and with, an understanding of what their operational parameters are and with the full backing of the city. And I just think that's a respectful way to treat any of our employees.
I mean, I think it's just kind of...
Thanks for doing it out
You're
there,
welcome. I mean, that's just how we've always... I mean, just because we've always done it doesn't make it the right thing. Let's just look at how we can do it better.
Right, exactly. That's all I'm really saying is this the only, do we just roll this over every year ad nauseum?
So let's go through this list then if we're going to. We've beat this dead horse. And I think that...
It's ready for the glue factory.
It's ready for the glue factory, but we're not certain where that is yet. So we're going to have to follow up on that coming up. But let's go through this list a little bit. I'm assuming lunch is probably getting close knows it's
gone
there.
from
And so
cold to warm.
let's wander through this list right here. BPPO annual support. It's something we've got to do. We got to leave it in. College work study.
I think we got to leave that in.
Leave it in.
Can't be a college town without having.
Okay, leave it in. I agree. School district crossing guards. We need to find out what the...
Further conversation.
Further conversation, we need to find out what the contract looks like and who holds that
I
contract.
have a tip on that it looks like it's a contract with a private contractor. We pay part of it and it expired at some point in the past, but I'm continuous.
Okay, you'll follow up on that.
Yes, sir.
Can we get all these contracts on a spreadsheet someplace?
We have them on a database.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we use an on-base
Because we seem to have a lot of
system.
these expired contracts.
We have contracts in every department all over the place.
So,
That's what we,
so Hillview case mailing, that's gone. That's no longer there. That's going to be removed. Records destruction, lacking we have to do that unless there's a court order again that says we have to hold on to them, but we're hoping that never happens again. Aid for Friends, annual support, $8,000.
that's a discretionary.
In or out?
Yes.
Well, I think we need to discuss the discretionary items as a group. I can't just say,
So discuss after lunch.
I mean, I think, yeah.
Okay, after lunch. All right, Family Services Alliance,
Same.
after lunch, okay. Senior Citizen, after lunch.
Yeah.
Free Clinic, after
Yeah.
lunch. Japanese Sister City, after lunch.
Did we lose one sister city?
No, we've got Japanese Sister City is still associated with the city. Africa Sister City is associated with the city to the point of the city paying for the Sister City membership because we have to. They cannot. We have to.
But I do remember we had consolidated that, so I would say, I don't know if we need to really discuss
Yeah,
that
we-
after lunch. I'm comfortable with leaving in the 25 and then taking out the 1250, because that's what I remember we did
So we
last
just
time.
paid the $12.50 in May.
Okay, but we're going into,
This is next year.
this is 2021, so leave it in or out. If we paid it, it's,
Well, that's this year's. Take it out of next year's.
okay, out of next year's. Meals on Wheels, Sika,
After lunch.
after lunch. Tourism. It's something I think we need to have. That's just,
I guess I'd like to know what we get for our money.
okay, let's discuss that.
I'd like some performance criteria and some,
And a little bit of the history. It's not been
Right.
something we funded very long.
So yeah, we've only funded it for
Right.
4 or 5 years, and so we can do that. But if you want a criterion and stuff like that, you're not going to get that after lunch. But we can give you some historical
right,
background.
I just want to know what the return on the dollar is,
Okay.
that's all.
We can figure that out. Contribution to bank development.
After lunch.
Continuing.
Continue.
One after lunch.
I want to see, I have asked since I've been part of this body, and I have asked for several years, and I still have never seen, I've seen the same data over the 3.5 years I've been asking for data. And what I really want to see is, this is a development corporation, and again, I want to see what are the criteria that they set as their performance objectives. What is, at the end of the year, how did they do on those performance objectives? And over, not 1 year, because I understand that development is a long haul, but over some reasonable number of years, what is the return per dollar? And again, I go to the fact that we ask our own departments to be accountable, and I believe that out of respect and B, out of fiduciary responsibility, we need to be asking for the same kind of information from these non-departmental entities.
So is it a discussion after lunch, or is it a leave-in? I got a couple leave-ins.
I kind of think that we can't do this blind, that anytime we're appropriating money, we need to know at least what we're appropriating it for. We have heard several complaints on the council about the quality of some of their presentations, and they're presenting to one of their, well, probably their primary funder. And I think that warrants discussion. If they treat us in a similar way as one of their primary funders, as they do some of the potential, that's something we ought to talk about.
Well, and Brian, did we ever get the information from, are we talking about Ready now?
No, we're on Bannockville.
Sorry.
Planning development. What do you
I
think?
just think it's a discussion. $75,000 isn't a check we should just write without knowing what it goes for.
It would pay for the car wash or the remediation
Okay, let's
with
have
money to
that
spare.
discussion. Let's have that discussion after lunch, because a car wash isn't going to bring anybody here. Contribution for Ready, I would definitely recommend after lunch.
Yeah,
I'd move to drop that one.
I would too. I think we just drop it.
Drop,
Because they haven't.
drop.
They
Drop.
have, yeah. Yeah. They haven't given us what we asked for when they presented. If they're irresponsive,
Yeah.
well, they need to talk to everybody about what drop it. So,
Okay, all right. So with that, we will have a discussion about, looks like Aid for Friends, Family Services Alliance, Senior Citizen,
Everything from Aid for Friends to
well, everything, yeah, to,
All of it.
with the exception of Ready. Sounds
I thought
like.
we were taking out Sister Cities after.
Sister City Africa is out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
thank you.
I just wanted to make sure.
I actually crossed it off and then we went from there.
Sorry. Okay,
So-
and Ready is,
Ready, it sounds like is out.
okay.
So, okay, all right, thank you. Then with that, we will break for lunch. And I'm afraid to put a time, but I'm going to say let's shoot for a half hour, 45 minutes. If you have a question? Okay.
1:30.
1:30. We'll look at 1:30 to get back. Get started again. Thank you very much for joining us after the lunch break. We'll go ahead and get started with our continued discussion about the tax or budget to tax solution. With that, we left a few things kind of out there to have a discussion on, and they were some contributions that the city makes for different entities. So why don't we just go ahead and talk about Aid for Friends? And then go on.
I will start out. Out of all of these, there are two of them that I think the city gets a direct effect from, and that is Aid for Friends and Family Service Alliance. Aid for Friends is a place we can take people when they're homeless. We don't have to do all the vetting for it. It's a great resource for our police department. And Family Service Alliance in domestic situations, we don't have to get as deep into that as we would by taking them in.
Well, Family Services, to your point, Family Services responds when we have a domestic, and they are right there with the police department. So that's something that I would agree.
Now, I don't have enough history, but I believe we've increased Family Service Alliance quite a bit in the last couple of years. Yeah, and I don't know.
$3,000.
Pardon me?
$3,000.
And I don't know why we did that.
They requested it.
I know, but I think it was because some funding had dropped. Sometimes we do extra funding to give them time to recover. I don't think we ought to always raise and raise and raise, because that spawns a dependency on us where it's not our first order of business to be a primary funder for some of these organizations. It's to augment what we're doing. So I would like to look at Family Service Alliance and see, again, if we had balance sheets and knew where the resources were, it's easier to make decisions.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Comment. I agree with those two. I would definitely add free clinic to that as well. I think we see direct results. We, help for people that need it the most. I would also add that during the COVID crisis that we've experienced, these facilities, including Aid for Friends, Family Services Alliance, Free Clinic, Meals on Wheels, they've been used more than ever. The people that are struggling, this is often the only place they can go to get help. So I think supporting these agencies that help our citizens is more important than ever right now. We have seen with the COVID crisis and people being at home, we've seen an increase, in domestic violence, which is something Family Services deals with directly. We've also seen people who've lost their jobs and therefore lost insurance and not able to go to their doctors anymore that are now using the free clinic. That's the only option they have to get health care. So I just think these services help our citizens, and many of them, that's the only options they have. So I feel like it's more important than ever right now that we support them.
Okay.
I'm in a place where I support the mission of all of these organizations, but I simply can't make decisions without information. And I need to see balance sheets. I need to see number of clients served. Those kinds of things. Again, I mean to beat the proverbial critter. The same. I want the same kind of information that we require from our departments. I'm concerned about the amount of money that we are giving to Family Services Alliance. But again, I don't know how that stacks up with their entire budget, so I really have no way of weighing whether that's, a fraction of a percentage or 50%. I know it's not 50%, but I can't make it. The free clinic, the basic question that I had is, I believe, based on emails, we have this, and then we have a $7,000 request, and then we have a $10,000 request.
No.
I've gotten emails saying, please support the $10,000 to the free clinic from the free clinic.
Right.
Where is this?
This is the 10,000.
Well, this says 2,000.
Right, no, we updated that at the very beginning. It should be 10.
But
And they're just asking to continue that.
But here are a couple of considerations. Number one, I would like to see how the Free Clinic and Health West, who have as part of their mission serving essentially the same clientele, minus fairly newly arrived refugees and undocumented. And I'm not suggesting, I'm not taking a stand or making any kind of a statement relative to those folks and healthcare, other than the fact that it appears there's an overlap in mission between the Free Clinic and Health West.
What I have heard from them is that the Free Clinic actually is able to serve people that Health West cannot. So there may be some overlap, but I think the Free Clinic also is able to serve
And those would
totally underserved people that can't even go to Health West.
Well, and basically you can go to Health West for free.
For free. They do sliding scale down to zero.
They do sliding scale.
Down to zero. Down to zero.
They do.
So Health West.
Well, they've told me, both of them, that Free Clinic is able to serve some people that Health West is not.
Undocumented and newly arrived refugees, because those folks would probably typically fall into people who under other circumstances would be financially eligible for expanded Medicaid, but obviously they don't qualify for expanded Medicaid. So there is that population. There clearly, I suspect, would be a population of people who have mental illness, and it's, just getting the paperwork and, all of that together is a challenge. So that, I want to know that we're not siloing our services, but that we're cooperating, and I absolutely applaud the history of work that the free clinic has provided, but when they were set up, Health West didn't exist, and circumstances changed. So I have questions around that, and I need some data from all of these people, because I just cannot make decisions based on a line item in a vacuum. I don't know how to do that, other than throw darts.
Well, I can't, just because I just don't feel like I'm making an intelligent or informed decision if I don't have any information. Are any of these other numbers in this column incorrect? Like that 2,890 was supposed to be 10,000. Are there any other numbers that I need to change? Okay, thank you.
Is the 35,000 to the senior center, is that includes what we pay for their heat and so forth?
So we decided, instead of paying for their utilities, we pay them quarterly. So we just split that $35,000 up into a quarterly payment, and then they use it for those services. We made them get the utilities in their own.
Right, okay. Right.
It was just becoming a hassle, and it was really hard to track for us. So we just send them a quarterly payment.
Right, but that's it. That's total. And then in addition, because I talked to John about that, but I also talked to him about the fact that the city maintenance crews, well, the upkeep, the city parks and rec mows and does minor landscape maintenance, and then various city departments also provide minor upkeep, physical upkeep, and repairs. So, okay.
One other thing I would just add to, you mentioned mental health, and obviously that's a real issue in our community. And another thing that I think we have increased problems with because of the COVID crisis. But the free clinic is located right next to the crisis center, and is working very closely with them and serving a lot of the same people. So that's been a really good outcome of both of them moving into those locations right next to each other. So they've been able to help a lot of people who are suffering mental crises, but also have physical problems as well.
Well, if I remember right, though, our money doesn't even touch the rent they're being charged to be housed in there.
1,700 something.
We would rather it be going to services anyway, not for rent. That's what I would prefer.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I'm saying that we're not even paying with our contribution the rent that they have in the crisis center. And that's what I don't know. That's why we need.
They're not in the crisis center.
But they're next. You're talking about being in the building, or in the rent that's being charged.
Right, but I was saying our money is to help with services.
We don't know, but it's
all
not
the same pot.
It's all in the same pot.
Right.
My point is, in a way, we are a granting agency when these type of things come to us. I don't know of any granting agencies that don't have some degree of accountability with them. Tell us what you're doing with the money we provide you. Give us a report. I've been through a couple grant applications this spring. They needed to have summarily last year's books, this year's budget, those type of things. We don't get anything from many of these agencies. And I think
most of them have, if not all, have come and presented.
Yeah, but they have not presented us the detail that we need when we're in this process. I think this needs to be a granting process for all of these nonprofit groups, because we are fiduciary officers of the public's money.
So you're right, some of them have come and presented, but it's been like anecdotal stuff.
No, they've given numbers and budgets.
They have done that, given numbers and budgets and stuff like
people
that.
served.
Oftentimes we hear from them though when it comes to CDBG monies and stuff and the CDBG program. And so they don't typically come and say, I want, X amount of dollars in the budget and here's our balance sheet and here's everything.
What will you do with the money we give you, so to speak, or grant you?
Right.
And I need to know that because like Rick said, it all goes in the same pot.
Well, I don't think there's necessarily line items for specific donations or amounts of money received. It's like the senior center. That money may go to pay utilities, and if they have a low utility month, it'll go to something else. I mean, that isn't necessarily something they can present either.
But they could tell us what.
But it's carried as a contribution. It's not a dedicated fund amount.
But you can
That's not the way the books are set up.
You can write your grant specifications to where it can only go for a certain purpose.
Right.
And that's all I'm saying is, if we're simply helping augment rent because they moved to a higher rent district, that's not really helping people, I don't think. If we are...
But you also have to look at the other things that have come from that move. Maybe the rent is higher, but they're able to serve more people. They're able to collaborate with the crisis center. They've saved us money in police time for not having to take people to the hospital.
And that's what they ought to be
There's
able to-
concrete.
They should be able to
But
report to us.
they should have that so that we can see it. I think that these organizations, I think it should be a grant type process. It doesn't have to be as extensive as a.
So Heidi has something.
Let Heidi go.
So I definitely see the merits of kind of your idea about people applying and doing the grant type thing so that you would have the information. The one concern I have about it would be kind of what you brought up, the health trust experience, which is we already have these, and if you have to go out and like publicly notice that now it's time for grant applications, then all of a sudden more people are knocking at the door, and then you've got that, you know what I mean? So that is the only thing is I just don't want to open it up for more people thinking, hey, there's all this government money. But I do agree that it would not be bad for us to have a chance to talk to these. So we already during our work sessions have like all of our committees come and, some housing and stuff. So could we have like, I was just going to make that suggestion. Maybe we could have, and we wouldn't have to do it like super regularly. They don't need to come quarterly like Vantage Development does, but they could come, we could every other year have, Aid for Friends or Family Services Alliance just come and give us a report of this is what we've done, and maybe even some of the city, you know what I mean? Like maybe the police, they're not here anymore, but they could come and say, yeah, this is actually how this has benefited our department, and these are the savings that we've realized because of it. I think that would be helpful to have that presented to us.
I think that because we are stewards of public money, that it's important that we know how these organizations are handling their money. Because if we're giving them public money, then we need to know. So I don't really care to know how many projects they've done. I care more about these are the dollars we got in, these are the dollars we spent, and this is how we spent them.
Well, I certainly think we could ask them when they
and
come
so,
to present.
but the fact that they don't have to because they're automatically factored into our budget then that brings me to the other issue is that then the only way another organization is going to get any money out of us is if we increase this bottom line down here of $349,000 because these are already automatically rolled over, and I don't think that that's fair. And I hate using the word fair, but I don't think that's fair to any other new organization or organization that isn't already factored in. I mean, these are just automatics, and I don't agree with that.
So, go ahead, Roger.
I've chaired the FEMA allocations committee for more years than I can remember here in town. It's federal money that comes in, and that's a pretty involved process. We usually have probably 6 to 8 pages in the application that we have to review, and then we interview the entities that are applying. Not everybody who applies gets the FEMA grant. The dollars really fluctuate. But I don't have any problem with believing that we could have multiple entities apply, multiple entities find a uniform way of submitting their grant application to us, and then we as a council having to make the decision of what we feel is the most appropriate and composite for our community to be offering there. We can't be everything. I really think there are some things here that really fall under the county, because the county, we don't receive any federal funding at all for health care. The county does. I just read an article where Medicaid expansion has saved Ada County over $4 million this year. It seems to me if the county is harvesting some savings because of one thing, that they could also look at putting some of that back into the other thing. And I think that's the medical mission they have, because they're in charge of indigent services. And that's something we've not brought up. Indigent services is one of the backups for both the health clinic and for Family Service Alliance. They are there to do.
And the county does give them a lot more than we do.
I know, but that's the whole burden is on the county, because it's proactive. The county can do proactive care through some of these entities. We're not doing anything other than spending our money and helping some people, and I don't want to shortchange that. But our mission as a city isn't to be that engaged in something that nobody has assigned to us. It's assigned to the county.
So, to me, it looks to me like, as I look at Aid for Friends, Family Services Alliance, and the Free Clinic, and I wouldn't say all of them, but a majority or a number of those people are the same people that we will be serving. And so to cut one that would add to another, to me, would be a difficult thing. And so I look at Aid for Friends, for example. Aid for Friends, we're putting $8,000 of this, but we're also adding $50,000 a year.
Yeah.
For their thing up to $350,000.
$350,000 we allocated.
So we've given that, we're doing that, which is a good thing. We need to do things like that. But now we're discussing removing $10,000 out of the free clinic. I have a hard time with that. I think
can
that
we
it
back
would
up
make
for a sec? What $350,000 is going to Aid
for the
Friends?
new Aid for Friends building, with our CDBG money, we've allocated, the council last year allocated $350,000 to fund building, or not building, but remodeling and purchasing the new Aid for Friends building.
Okay.
And so when I start looking at that, we're serving the same people. And if it's important to do it for Aid for Friends, and Family Services Alliance is there's a direct connection with our police department when it comes to domestics, that they're there. That one, it makes sense to me. The $17,000, that makes sense to me. I think they save us a lot more than that in hours from our police department uses when it comes to a domestic thing. But when it comes to Aid for Friends and the free clinic, the people that are going to the Aid for Friends are some probably going to Health West, but I think a lot of them are going to the free clinic. And I think it's important for us to support that.
Their usage is way up, and especially during the current crisis.
So thinking about that, I think that's important to think about. Chris, go ahead.
Well, first of all, I respect the fact that you have an opinion about what you think is going on relative to the service and provided by, and I respect that, but for better or for worse, I'm a person who likes to know. So if we are going to say that these three entities are serving essentially the same population, I would like something more than us just thinking that's true. That's one statement. The other statement is that with expanded Medicaid, the free clinic should have a whole new revenue stream. Because many of the people who had no insurance previously are now eligible. So one of the critical questions for me is what structure is in place at the free clinic that captures these people, gets them enrolled, because then the free clinic would actually be generating money. So if they have a new, more expansive revenue stream, I would expect that the money they can generate through Medicaid expansion payments, their revenues should have increased. And I can't even begin to say anything or even inform myself about that kind of question because I have zero data. And I don't necessarily want a half-hour presentation from someone. I want to sit down and create some kind of report that I can look at and probably answer 90 to 95% of my questions. I'd much rather have that because I can refer back to it, I can determine questions, as opposed to somebody standing in front of me for 30 minutes, reeling off numbers. I mean, I don't, that's not a good use of their time or mine, in my opinion.
Okay, Heidi?
So, well, I was just thinking about all of these items that we have on here, and we have Ashley sitting here, and unfortunately we're here in our budget meeting today, and she's kind of looking, I think, like right now for us to tell her. So I'm totally tracking with you on the getting more information thing, but I guess I'm just wanting to ask, like, what are you suggesting? Are you suggesting take every single thing out and not until we get that information? Could we put it in a future budget? Or are you saying, no, it's fine, let's carry these forward for one more year, because the mayor and the chief and people are telling us that there is a benefit to Family Services Alliance? And are you saying, let's do that and then let's start gathering the information so you can feel more comfortable? Or are you saying cut everything?
In my ideal world, because I want to consider these within a holistic context, and that holistic context, not the sister cities and stuff, but these social service organizations, the context is that we are serving an underserved, impoverished portion of our community. And so I want to consider the organizations who have a mission in that arena, within a context where all of them are part of that consideration, because depending on the information that I get, it might be, okay, I'm okay with the bottom line, but I'd like to shift around where the allocations are. Because, Meals on Wheels isn't going to benefit from expanded Medicaid, but the free clinic might. So in my world...
To answer your question, I would say all of this comes out and we come up with some sort of an ask process where this is what we want, this is what we need it for, this is what we're going to use it for.
And I definitely appreciate that.
That's what I think we should do.
Getting more information process, like you said. I just didn't know if we were going to totally.
Yeah, I would, because they've already, because while these organizations are providing a valuable service, I also think that this automatic rollover year after year has just been enabling. And so I think that we need to start over.
Of looking at that for next year, but I would strongly object to just cutting all of these from our budget right now. Like I said before, I think people need help more than ever right now. And we've talked about how we need to take care of the people that are struggling, and that's who this serves. So I would be in favor of keeping this in, and then next year, or
Through the
not
year,
wait till
have
next
them
year,
come and
but for
report.
the next year's budget, we start a new process.
I
them
saw
come in
them
and
nodding
report.
about that, but I saw you guys agreeing, but I'm curious to know what Roger thinks, because you're always bringing up the Ellis report to us, so these would be the people that would be on that report that would be affected.
First of all, I don't see us even beginning to do what United Way does in terms of prioritizing and then allocating. This is not a process where we can make decisions based on information. This is who has made their emotional appeal to us. And I don't think you make good budget decisions based on that type of information. So, and I don't think we're so pressed because our budget will not have its hearing. We have to have everything done by what, July?
July 9th.
July what?
9th.
Okay, so we have a couple meetings that we can go to yet where they could come and make presentation to us. We have the 2nd and the 9th, and then that day you can submit it, right? Do you have to have it?
No, I mean, I have to submit it the week after that, but
Okay.
that gives me enough time to
So
put the
if
publication
we have
together.
our 2 discussions, and, you know, if our money is not important enough for them to rally, because the other side of it is I'm well aware that many of the agencies are not functioning at the level they had because of the COVID and because of the easy spread, okay? They are not functioning at that same level, so some of their staff have more administrative time available. So I would suggest that we simply ask them to give us some financial reports and to give us a summary paragraph that says why they are asking for this money and why it needs to be used.
So you're not really suggesting cut them all right now
No.
or keep them in right now, you're saying
I'm
let's
saying
put
we've
it off
got,
for
we've got
like
to do a better review than
Okay,
we're
I'm just trying
capable.
to understand where everybody is.
We're-
I like that, I like that.
We're doing, I'm just suggesting we do a better review than we're capable of at this time.
Chris?
These organizations, are they required to be 501c3s for us to give them money or not?
We've never set criteria, but I would encourage you to only consider nonprofit
Right.
501c3s.
And I don't know, but I'm sort of assuming that, you know, that these organizations are 501c3s. And in which case, by law, they have to fill out whatever it is, a report, an
They should be
annual
filling out
report.
corporation.
Right, and any contributions they receive
Would
would
be
follow all the
your-
IRS guidelines. And-
Right.
And that's why only contributing to those types of organizations would be good for this.
Right. So that's the first recommendation, is I think we need to contribute to 501c3s, and I have no idea which ones of these, I assume they all are. But that means that, kind of along what Roger was saying, that means that they have to fill out an annual, like a nonprofit tax return, whatever the right term.
That can be as simple as a postcard, Chris.
Pardon me?
That can be as simple as a postcard. For a small organization, it's just a postcard you fill out and list the officers and send it in.
And you
That's all
say
it
yes
is.
or no, you answer questions,
Yeah.
but it does not ask for any.
But to budget, because these people have staff, they have rent to pay, they have supplies to buy, I mean, they must do some budgeting process in order to, you know, they don't just open their doors and hope they can pay their staff at the end of the month. I mean, they must put together a budget of some sort, and if they don't, then I'm really nervous giving them money. So I'm operating on the theory that they already have a budget, and I would like to see it. And that doesn't require them to do anything that they haven't already done. And I don't need to take up our time or their time. You know, that's something that can simply be submitted and I can read. And then when they come, I think it's more about, you know, do we have questions, or are there certain things you want to highlight, you know, so that it's not... since we're not asking them to create something they should already have everything we're asking for, then I think we can at least get some information between now and decision time. What I can't do is simply look at a line item and go, yeah, I'm great with that, because I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Go ahead.
So is it safe to say we're not going to slash anything out right now for Ashley's purposes? She's going to continue to leave those numbers in for her spreadsheets, but that we are going to request that information, and then if we learn something based on the information provided, we could have Ashley adjust in a couple of weeks. Is that safe to say? Is that?
Yeah, this is
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
This could be very much like the bottom part of this sheet that we have, where everything is offered as something
I'm fine
that could be
with getting more
taken out,
information.
but then we decide whether we harvest it or not
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
at a meeting down the road.
Yeah, I can add it to that.
You understand what I'm saying? Yeah.
So why don't you do that? I don't know if it's going to change anybody's minds, quite frankly, on it, getting the balance sheets and stuff. I think it's a good exercise, but I think I don't know if it's going to change anybody's mind, quite frankly, on what's funded where, but.
Yeah, I do have that email from Family Services Alliance, so I will send that to the council. I thought you had received it, so I will make sure that you have that.
And they have an event coming up too that you
Yeah.
probably got an invitation for that you
So,
And it's pretty
But for
detailed
example,
information.
I know that I want to know from the free clinic, you have a new revenue stream potential. What are you doing?
How is that projected in your revenue?
Right, yeah, how are you maximizing?
so we're going to ask Aid for Friends for a balance sheet. We're going to ask Family Services Alliance for a balance sheet, and the free clinic for a balance sheet. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I want to
Are
know,
we going to ask the Senior Citizens Service Center for a balance sheet or no?
I think we ought to.
I think we ought to. I think it
Okay,
should
we'll
be
ask them.
uniform.
What about Sika?
Yes.
We ought to.
Mayor, as you go through this list, you need to realize you can't just ask them for information to be considered. They have to come and present. Otherwise you're deliberating outside of the
Right,
meeting.
that's true.
That's good.
But they could send us information for us to look at prior to their show.
Sure, like any other attachment.
And then we could ask questions versus have them read
Yeah,
the
yeah.
spreadsheet to us.
Yep, just like all our PIAs, but that would be part of the record. But you would have that back and forth in a meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to get that out there because the longer the list gets, the more people you're going to have to get here.
Well,
between now and July
that's the
9th.
thing is, that's why I don't imagine it's going to change anybody's mind on
Well,
how to do
and I wonder
something.
if we're, I don't know, I think it would be worth having someone or a couple of someones spend 20 minutes and figure out what exactly it is we want to ask them for. I think just saying, send us a balance sheet, I'm not sure. I don't think it has to be pages and pages of complexity, but I think it would be worth spending 20 minutes to decide exactly what it is that we want to know that would be useful, because otherwise, you're right. It probably is a pointless exercise, because if I don't know any more at the end of it, essentially,
And I don't think we need to spend a lot of time inventing that. I think we can talk to United Way or somebody and find out how they approach it and go from there.
United Way to find out how they fund these, or what are you talking about
what do
United
they-
Way?
When you submit an application for funding United Way, they have some criteria you have.
So are we changing the way we do it now? All of a sudden this year, in the next 2 weeks, we're going to have to have our criteria of what we're going to fund, how we're going to fund it, and they need to apply, and then we've got a grant
You
application
see,
going? Is
today's
that-
the 18th, and that's more than 2 weeks.
Well, so in 3 weeks then.
They are often caught with those type of things for funding.
So I'm interested in who's willing to just add it right now and then build everything for real.
And that's what
That process of what we're going to be doing in next year's.
That would be my
because
proposal.
We're not a lot of time is the
Is to,
thing.
I'm not opposed to getting more information. I'm not opposed to developing a new process, but I don't think that we can do that for this year's budget. My feeling is to add these in for now, keep them where they're at, and then develop that process for the future year's budget.
For the next year's budget.
I think starting to develop criteria and a whole new process right now is...
That's not what we're saying, though.
To do that, though.
We can have this probably out tomorrow.
I disagree with that. I don't.
Well, I've done it before, Brian, and if they want money, they find a way to respond.
And police did that. They worked whoever wrote that grant for
That's right. They
he
had
was
20
he had 24 hours to get that stuff submitted. And he came to us, and then he was going to be up all night writing that grant. So
They worked on that grant for about 3 months before they got to that
So
point.
I don't think this has to be,
well, I'm not going to give anybody money based on how anybody in this room feels about it. It's not, to me, to give somebody, an organization, public money, it has to be on something more than just how you feel, or even how I feel.
And I want to be clear, I'm not giving or voting to approve money based on my feelings. I have talked to these organizations personally. I've seen presentations from them in past years. I've gotten data from them, numbers of people served, those kinds of things. So I understand maybe you don't have that information, but I'm comfortable giving or keeping these contributions where they're at, and it's not based on my feelings, it's based on information that I have. So just to know that's where I'm coming from.
So where are you at?
I'm the liaison for the Senior Activity Center. And I can tell you, if you take the $35,000 out, within 2 years, they'll be bankrupt and out of business. That's where they're at. They fundraise the hell out of things. And most months, they make a couple $100, and some months they lose money. And this year, most of their fundraising's been canceled because of COVID. It's a golf tournament that was canceled. It's a car show that got canceled. It's a garage sale promotion that got canceled. And they don't have another revenue stream to rely on.
And all the ones I've talked to, their services are way up. I'm the liaison for SETA. Meals on Wheels is like they've never seen before. I know Aid for Friends. I've talked to BJ. They are busier than they've ever been. Free Clinic, busier than they've ever been. Family Services. So nobody's sitting around with extra time on their hands because of COVID that I've talked to. They're busier than they've ever been.
So back to your question. I'm in favor of taking a vote on each of these items individually today, resolving this, and then going through the process that you're discussing. I'm not against that process.
Right.
I just don't think we have time to make an intelligent decision in the
Whose
next
fault
2
is
weeks.
it? It's because we have not discussed this till today.
Oh, we discussed it last year, Roger, the same damn items, and
Okay,
nothing's
but
changed.
we got 2 new council members.
And they should rely on you as an experienced council member's trust to guide them and help them make these decisions.
I cannot meet according to our guy.
You never meet?
I can't.
You do.
Okay, so, well, let's do that then. Give me a motion. Give me a motion. Somebody give me a motion.
I would move that we take each of the items on this list, discuss them, and take a vote, and move on today.
Okay?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Cheatham and a second by Lurick. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Cheatham?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Adamson?
I just have a little comment. In an effort to try and bridge the gap of let's make a final decision today and no, I need more information, I would be most comfortable with telling Ashley, build this into your spreadsheet as it is, roll it forward, but come back in a couple weeks to just give a little bit of time to help these guys feel comfortable and get the information that some of us have had, interactions with these different agencies and been out and seen what they do and that type of thing, but just to give you a little more time. So I'm gonna vote no on the definitive thing today in hopes that we can include these and come back in July.
Okay?
Can I ask what method you are recommending for gathering that information?
Should we finish voting?
We've got.
I just want to understand what she's saying, because I want everybody to understand the
I think it could be, for my purposes, I know you said let's have a whole, grant application and all of that, and I do agree that might be pushing it a little bit to get that pulled together. I think it can be as simple as a letter or an email to each of these organizations that says, hey, as we're going through the budgeting process, the council has requested more information about how the funds that the city contributes to your organization are used, and any additional information that you can provide to us about your operations, we would greatly appreciate that. And if if you would like to forward that to us and then come and present, then we would be glad to hear from you. I think it could be as easy as that.
Okay, and I got a question. They don't necessarily have to present to us if we all get the thing emailed and we don't talk about it.
Mr. Mayor, I'd call the question. We have a voting process.
We do have a voting process.
So mine was no, sorry.
So we have a no.
Great.
No.
Ortega.
No.
Stevens.
No.
Okay.
Can you repeat your question for me?
My question is, we don't have to call them in to present if they provide us the information by email. That's no different than planning and zoning or anybody providing us, and we don't make any decisions until we're publicly heard.
The difference here is you're requesting that information to use to make your decision. I know that you all get emails from people all the time, and it provides information that has an impact on pending decisions. But you're not seeking that information. This would be information.
How do we not seek it when we have applications with requirements? Planning and zoning, there comes recommendations from our department based on...
Sure, and you're getting that information prior to the meeting as part of the agenda attachments that everybody else has access to as well.
Okay, so why couldn't we...
So you could make those emails that you receive part of that meeting's agenda packet, and then that would be your consideration. For sure, no problem. There's just a couple minor steps we have to take just to make sure we're in compliance. That's my concern.
So we already had the vote, right?
Vote's
So I can
been
make another
taken,
motion?
it failed. You can make another
Okay.
motion.
So I move that we instruct Ashley to go ahead and prepare the budget with these amounts included, but that we request additional information from the entities that have been identified, and that at a future budget meeting, that will then give council members the opportunity to make any motions for reallocation or adjustments if they feel that it's needed. Because as you said, it may be that we get that information and everybody says, oh, that helps me feel good, we're not changing it, and we move on down the road. But that just gives us a little bit of time to help you get the information you're looking for.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Adamson and a second by Stevens.
That's a long motion. I know, I'm so sorry
A long
about that.
Say repeat that, Connie.
I had to second it before I forgot what it was.
I'm not exactly sure how. So I do have a question before you call the roll. How are we're just asking them to write an email to us? Are we asking them to come in and present? What are we asking?
They'll have to present.
If you're going to consider emails as part of your decision-making, then those emails can just be part of the meeting where that decision is made, and you would be fine. That would be a record that the city would compile and give to the council as part of that meeting, or just prior to, like we do with any other agenda PIA. And then you can consider that and have your discussion, make your decision in the meeting.
And what meeting are we requesting it for? Our next, the July 2nd?
Sure. July 9th?
Whichever one actually thinks is best.
You can do the 9th.
We can do the 9th. By July 9, we can do, because it will be built in the budget, and on the 9th, we'll have to make the decision to pull it back out if that's what we decided to do.
And then I
based
guess
on
we
those
just need to
letters.
know who's sending the request out.
So my understanding is we're looking for Aid for Friends, Family Services Alliance, and the Free Clinic.
And Sika.
And Sika? And Sika.
And tourism or no tourism?
No tourism.
That's not part of this discussion.
Yeah, that's the first they've been mentioned. So.
Yep, sorry, I was just wanting to
Which one was no?
So who would be looking for is Aid for Friends, Family Services, Free Clinic, and Sika, Meals on Wheels.
Not senior citizen.
No, hasn't been part of the discussion. See, yeah, that's right. You did bring it up.
I brought it up as an example.
As an example.
May I make a comment?
Sure.
And my feeling with the senior centers, first of all, they're in a lot of flux right now. And I think, with whatever is going on. And so I think I am interested in more information in the future, but I can be comfortable. I also am familiar enough with them that I personally can feel comfortable. So I'm okay with not having them, with just rolling them through.
Just those 4 that we just mentioned?
Right.
Okay.
Jared, is there any reason, I already have meetings set up with a variety of folks from the free clinic, and just haven't had time to make phone calls to Aid for Friends, whose operations I am somewhat familiar with, and then Family Services Alliance I can gather, I can ask them for whatever supportive information is going to help me think, can I not?
You as an individual councilman can always reach out to me for information.
Right, okay.
It might be duplicative of what's being requested by staff.
Right.
But yeah, you always have the ability to reach out and gather information.
Now, if I wanted to share the information that I gather, how, with other council members.
In a council meeting.
Only in a council meeting. So it couldn't be, I couldn't give it to Ann or somebody, and then it couldn't be sent out in advance as you were talking about previously?
No, I think that's a... What's that?
Anything she would submit with her own writing would have a prejudice.
Yeah, I think you would be going down a slippery slope that it would be best to just provide that in the council meeting as independent research that you've collected.
I'm hoping it's going to be, the very numbers and so forth that I've been saying, but that's fine. I had already planned on doing that independently.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. John, you stepped up. You apparently want to say something here.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor and Council. I have some information that I think might be helpful or at least informative in regards to the specific groups that have been mentioned. All 3 or 4 of them have recently gone through an extensive United Way process. I'm involved with that community grant process quite a bit. And the information you're asking for, or a scaled down version of it, I would think would be fairly easy for them to come up with on the quick. The second thing is that probably, Connie, they may have come in and signed already. The Senior Activity Center, we just went through an administrative process where we renewed their agreement over there for an additional 10-year term, just mirroring the initial agreement. So I'm thinking we may be obligated to those funds for the Senior Activity Center. Just a thought.
We haven't signed anything on this end.
You signed it.
They're lease agreements. So that's a lease agreement. That has nothing to do with the dollars here.
Well, the lease agreement includes language for the utilities. So it includes language where we pay for the utilities for that facility.
I would have to look, I don't know.
We'll take a look at it.
And nothing has changed. This is the same as it was the previous 10-year term. It was just, that's why I went through administrative.
So basically, John, you're saying if we were to say, hey, can you give us the same information you provided United Way, that'd probably be done and dusted.
Yeah, the fiscal year, the United Way requested at the end of last year, so maybe depending on the fiscal year, but I would think they'd be able to.
Okay.
If we need information from United Way, he's the guy we should talk to. If you want the grant application forms, John could probably supply us with all of that. He is the chair.
It's true. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Adamson and a second by Stevens. Connie, could you please call?
Adamson?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Cheatham?
No.
Lurick?
No.
Ortega?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So you'll build these into the budget?
So I guess my question is, who's going to request the information from them? Because if that's on, I just need to know if I need to do that or...
I'll have Will Conant from the mayor's
Okay.
office. We will request that information.
I just didn't want it to fall through the cracks.
I get it. So we'll
Like, am I in charge
we
of it
will
or not?
request it and see if we can get that, and then we'll go from there.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before we move on, I think, along with wanting more information, I think perhaps if we're going to give money to these kind of organizations, we ought to have a council liaison. That would solve a lot of these issues. If you were the liaison to Acre Friends, you could tell us about what they're
You're right.
I think we should work toward getting that, making that happen with these various organizations.
Right. And I could even bring the stuff, knowing what it is we want to know. I could show up, or you could show up, whoever with the information.
One thing that hasn't happened since you guys have been on the council this year is normally during work sessions, we take time to share that stuff.
Right.
What's happened in the last month and what's
Right.
going on and where we're at. And I think it makes us more comfortable with the operation of those organizations that we are liaisons.
Right. I
Just
think that's a
another
wonderful
board
idea.
for you to sit on. But we can reach out to them and see if they're okay with having a liaison from the city council. That's okay. Let's talk about free senior center. Are we in or are we out with the senior center?
I think we're in for the year, but we can ask for more
Right.
out of that next year. I think
Okay.
it can be structured.
In for the
Plus,
year.
we're trying to figure out where are
Deputies,
we?
what?
I mean, where are we with the?
He's looking.
So, would you like me to address that?
Go ahead, you sure.
So the lease is a renewal, all the terms are the same, I believe, and that's why it was just sent through as an administrative process. And it does allocate $35,000 specifically towards utilities. So we leased them the building for, I think it's $1 a year, and then traditionally, we have always covered their utilities by giving them $35,000, and then they take care of the utilities.
So then what I would want to see is, their utility bills, and if there's an extra $2,000, then what?
So that locks them into only utilities. That doesn't allow them to use it for any other purposes.
To be utilized in the payment of utility costs and other expenses.
Oh,
So that's wide open.
Question for you, Jerry. Can we do contracts like that? Because you told us we have to do it every year.
And this is a yearly renewal, I believe.
Okay.
oh,
I thought it
John
said 10 years.
10 years.
Now, let me check on that now. Yeah, this was expired and is a 10-year renewal. You're right. So, yes, typically, this gets a little more in-depth into the law. So typically, the 1 year appropriation for the budget is 1 year at a time. There is some language in the Idaho Constitution that talks about ordinary and necessary expenses, and that's when you can go beyond that 1 year appropriation.
But is
It's in-
that administrative, or does that require council?
Well, it's not specific in the Constitution, certainly.
Because if that's a financial and a budgetary decision, and I thought that was one of council's main jobs and responsibilities, then I'm wondering how it is that council has apparently agreed to 10 years of $35,000 without any conversation.
Understood. It's one of those things where there's a lot of ordinary and necessary expenses that council doesn't get into the very nitty-gritty of those expenses, and so it's really a balancing act of the large picture budgetary decisions and the small day-to-day operations.
I find this rather irregular, or rather certainly very confusing, and I'm not 100% comfortable, because then I don't understand why administratively, a department couldn't be given permission to spend $400,000 without council involvement. I'm just very confused now.
No, and I understand your confusion, I really do. It took me a while to understand it as well when I came to the city. And what has happened is that the council, not this council, because we've had the policy for a couple of years, council has adopted an administrative matters policy, and that's what we use to guide those day-to-day decisions versus the big decisions. We had a discussion about that a few months ago about the $50,000 threshold and things like that.
Right.
Certainly departments can't do that. Those still all go through the mayor's office.
But if you look at the aggregate of this, Jared, it's $350,000. It exceeds our threshold.
Sure. There's definitely a point to be.
So how do we reconsider this situation and the larger problems or potentials that this particular situation sheds light on?
Well, you could review the administrative matters policy.
But relative to this contract, I honestly feel as though, with not even a hint of a conversation,
we've approved spending $350,000.
Over 10 years, and I don't understand, that just doesn't, I mean, legal or not legal, it just doesn't sit right with me. It feels off, and I'm not comfortable with it as a council person.
So where is that contract at now?
So that contract has, I believe it's been signed, but I don't know that it's been distributed. I don't know where it's at in the process. Today.
Just there.
Yes.
So you already signed that contract?
So have I signed that contract?
Yes, sir.
And they have picked it up? Then I would suggest that we pull it and ask them to bring that back, and so we can put it on a council agenda for this, to have this discussion.
Thank you.
I'm sure they'd be fine with.
I don't know why they wouldn't be fine with that, so. Is it an annual renewal, or is it a 10?
It's 10 years.
10 years.
But is it a 10-year agreement renewable annually?
No, it's 10 years.
The term is for 10 years, but oftentimes they include an annual provision. I'm not seeing that in this particular contract.
It's a screwy contract.
So can I just ask you,
Okay.
and I don't mean to be offensive, but did you not review that before he signed it? Or did somebody in your office review that?
It was
before?
reviewed by legal. I have not seen this in.
Not you personally, but somebody in your department? Thank you. Okay. Just want to make sure.
Okay. So we'll leave that on there. We'll request that to be pulled back, but we'll leave the 35,000 in. Japanese sister cities.
What does that do? I mean, what is that?
That is
It's the whole Sister Cities program. Are you not familiar with it?
No.
Where to begin?
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, okay, let me rephrase. Let me make it simple. What do the taxpayers get for Sister Cities, Japanese Sister City program?
So the city has two different sister cities that we are associated with. Japanese Sister Cities is a cultural city and
Exchange.
cultural exchange, but then the African Sister Cities
Is a humanitarian.
is humanitarian, and I can't say the name of that, or I would have said the name of it, but it's
In Burkina Faso, I can't remember the name of the city.
Coromandel,
Okay.
Burkina Faso. I don't know.
Okay, well, if you guys are willing to cut the African humanitarian one, then I'm going to be willing to cut the cultural one.
So the Japanese Sister Cities is, we have an annual exchange with them. We have a youth exchange that goes there. And then they have a youth exchange that comes back here and they're here for a couple of weeks. And then every 5 years they have an adult exchange where adults go there and then adults come here. And so, I mean, we've been doing it.
And the majority of what they do is through fundraising and through volunteers. So this is like a very minimal portion, but we do have to have pay the fee to Sister Cities International to be on that list. And
I was going to say, is this like a membership fee sort of?
No, that's not what this is. But
So can I ask a question? So somebody told me to cross off African Sister Cities off this list,
Yeah.
which is the humanitarian one,
yeah.
right? So y'all were willing to write off the humanitarian one, but we're going to keep the...
It's included in
No, because the
It's now
Sister
part of
Cities, yeah, they're under the same,
501c3.
yeah. And so they were,
So then what's the amount? Is the amount
because it used to be,
2,500 or the
it used to be
3,750?
$1,250 and $1,250, and then we moved it all under $2,500, but somehow we had a split where both of those were on. So it was just consolidated into that. So the person who is the head of over both of them is actually involved with the African Sister City, but it goes over both of them. Sorry, there's like so much. We can go for like
So
3
it's
hours if we want to.
$2,500 for the Sister Cities program?
Yeah, so if you were to attend
Total,
one of their, yeah, if you were to
Okay.
attend their, well, no, that one just goes directly to, how did it end up working out when they decided to split?
So we have African sister cities went on their own under their own 501c3. So they're having a hard time getting participation, getting a quorum, having a meeting, or any of that stuff. Japanese sister city is just the opposite. We've got more people asking and wanting to be part of the Japanese sister city subcommittee. And so African went under the 501c3 so that they have they're a step away from the city. Japanese is staying with the city, so they have to meet all the meeting requirements and all of that stuff. Japanese or Africa does not. They have requested that, or last year, was it last year or the year before, that we bumped the Japanese to 2,500, and African sister cities was at 1,250. And so we've dropped it was under we thought that it was dropped last year, but apparently the 1,250 was not dropped last year.
But you should have been getting all the minutes from the Japanese sister city meetings that they have. It's one of our advisory committees. Yeah, because they get emailed out to all of us.
All the minutes are
Yeah, so you
emailed
can
to
go
us.
through and see kind of what this year was a challenge for them with the, travel restrictions and everything with COVID. But yeah, they would welcome, when they have delegates in town, which is not right now, but they love it when council people come to their events and stuff. So if you wanted to stop by and
letting me know.
Yeah.
So I just want to distill this down. So $2,500 for Japanese sister cities, $0 for African. Is that? And that's in theoretically in perpetuity. I mean, that's not going to change next. Okay, that's all I really wanted to know.
Well, the dilemma, I think we need to just lay it out, transparency.
Okay.
The dilemma was the African sister cities did not meet the criteria for open meetings, quorums and stuff like that.
Okay.
So we had to dissolve that part of our relationship with them. We can sponsor them
Just cause,
but we cannot be engaged with them.
Got it.
Because they're not
Okay.
meeting the criteria.
Oh,
They
all
wouldn't
right.
provide
Well, then
financial
thank you.
information, they wouldn't provide minutes, they weren't
Okay.
following any of the city meeting
Of
rules.
the requirements. Okay, all right. Well, then that's, okay, I got it. Thanks.
Okay, all right. So, tourism. The question was asked, what do we get dollar-wise for this money here? And what do we get for the tourism? Tourism in the state looked at Region 5, which is American Falls, Blackfoot, Pocatello. I don't know if Blackfoot's involved in the tourism region.
I think it is.
The state has different regions split up, but it probably is. But then all the way to Oneida County, to Franklin County, to Montpelier, and throughout. And the state was allotting $180,000 for the region. And then they got to looking at it and said, look, if we have a match, then Pocatello can be our own region for tourism and for advertising and stuff like that. And so with the match, we donate the $15,000 to that. They in tune, I think, get 140,000 something dollars for advertising and tourism here in Pocatello. And then the rest of the region still gets their 100 and...
So how much were we paying when we were part of the region?
Nothing. Well, I don't know what we were paying.
I don't think so.
I don't think we were paying anything.
I
But
think there's a little longer history than that. I think that some of the entities that were supposed to apply for tourism grants neglected doing it one year. And that's when we entered into the funding our own tourism place here. And I don't know how it's evolved since then, but we got in the game because of shortfalls, and that was due to some of the applications not being met.
The regional aspect didn't work. It wasn't being pulled together very well, so Pocatello jumped in. And it's the chamber, Chubbuck, the county, Pocatello, all together to form the
And
tourism bureau.
so what do they, okay, so I'm going to be transparent.
An old town.
So I have a friend who volunteers out there, and I have spent easily pre-COVID, pre-January, 20 hours in about 2-hour slots, just sitting and chatting with her because it's a great place for us to meet up. And in those 20 hours, literally and truly, no exaggeration, no hyperbole, 2 people have walked in. They were both passing through on their way to Kansas City, picked up brochures, and took off for Yellowstone and of the moon. Craters of the moon. Craters of the moon. And literally, there wasn't a car in the parking lot other than hers and mine. And so I'm wondering, for $15,000, there are lots of great brochures, most of them not for Pocatello.
But you're not accounting for any of the online things.
So I'm just saying,
tiny piece
People
of what
walking
they do.
in, it's such a small.
well, I'm just saying, so what, could we spend this $15,000 promoting ourselves better? I mean, what are we doing for getting for that? It's the same old question.
I think what you're getting is you're getting a regional, if not a national. I don't know how far the reach is on their advertising, but they've got advertising throughout the region. I know that you have billboards that are purchased in other areas.
That say come to
that say come to Pocatello, visit Pocatello, stuff like that.
And
they've got the brochures, you've got the stuff. Can we get the same bang for our buck for $15,000? Absolutely not.
Well,
We cannot because of the...
This whole thing's being restructured this year with a new executive director. And that's in the process right now. And it's been a little lackadaisical and administered by a part-timer. They're doing away with that, going full-time with someone, and it's going to hype up a bunch.
And this was run, when we started doing this, by the Chamber and Old Town. Kind of did that, and now they're changing things up.
I request that after the transition is complete, that we have the new person come and give us a report and just an update on
Absolutely.
what benefit is coming to us for that.
So essentially, this $15,000, as I'm hearing, it leverages at least $150,000 from the state in advertising and promotion.
Well, there's other money that's used as seed money to get that grant, but yeah, that's where it goes to.
Okay. Our participation leverages the rest of it.
So I'm not that bright. So there's almost $165,000, $170,000 being spent to promote tourism in Pocatello.
I'm not sure the amount.
Well, like the 150 and then the 15,
something.
right?
Somewhere like that. Yes.
Something like that.
Yes.
Okay. Yikes.
Okay, so we're leaving it in?
Well, I don't know. I'd like to say, let's cut it in half, and then once you've got your new system in place.
You cut it in half and the whole thing will die.
If you cut it,
So
isn't this the match that's required?
this
If
is
you
the
cut it in
required
half,
match.
you don't get that other funding.
This is the required match.
I'm inclined to leave the match then and have them come give us a report. And
Okay,
see what
and-
comes.
Okay. So you're good, leave it.
Reluctantly.
Okay, reluctantly and
Sure, why not?
sure, why not?
Very reluctantly.
Sounds like that's a little more reluctant than the other. All right, bank development.
I can't be comfortable with this until I get information. I just can't. I mean, I know about the job fairs. I've seen that sheet, the same sheet with the same info. I am aware of Frigitech for the last 3.5 years. And it has been impossible to get information beyond that. I want to know what dollars through jobs.
How are you going to get that, Chris? You're asking for the impossible.
Well, they should be, if I'm an economic development entity and I know that I approached, nurtured, and closed on deal X and it created 100 jobs, how is that impossible?
Because it's not just new business that they work toward. There's a lot of gardening of local business. How many new jobs were added at Herning Pontiac? Or it's not Pontiac anymore. It's GMC.
Well, so great, yeah,
But you didn't have those numbers. We don't know those numbers of the
But why not? But I
jobs.
guess my question is, why not?
Because the Herning GMC doesn't report those numbers to anybody.
But if they're
because of-
working in partnership with Bannock County Development, and that partnership is resulting in new jobs, then how can that be information that can't be known? I'm sorry, I don't get it.
Because they aren't necessarily working in partnership with Herning GMC. They're working in partnership with every business in town, and a rising tide floats all boats, but the boats aren't counted. You don't know what effect.
So
you're assuming that there's an effect, that there's a positive effect, but you don't know that there
All
is.
you can do is look at the population statistics of Bannock County. Look at the unemployment rate as it continues to decline. They're indistinct numbers.
So we do stuff and we have no way of knowing whether it's making a difference.
Okay,
We
so,
know some specific points. Frigitech's
Like
coming to town,
Frigitech.
groundbreaking in the next 6 weeks.
Right. And so,
But the rest of the, you don't know whether it's coming from Bannock Development, it's coming from natural development, or some outside
Commerce
source.
Department.
Yeah, you don't know where it's coming from.
if that's the case, then I'm going to say no.
Okay,
Because if Bannock
take
County,
it out.
if Bannock County can't tell
Take it
us
out?
what
Are you
we're
talking
getting
about
for
the
their
whole
money.
thing, or are you just saying?
The $75,000.
You're saying.
Yep, if they can't tell us what the taxpayers are getting for their $75,000, then I'm not willing to spend the taxpayers $75,000.
We have no economic development then, because we've cut ready, we are not gonna, we don't have our own person, and if we cut back development, we have no economic development for Pocatello.
No one to go to when somebody.
When
well,
somebody
we have
what?
PDA.
Yeah, the PDA is there.
They're not economic development.
Not at all.
Pocatello Development.
But this economic development doesn't keep any statistics and can't tell us if they're being effective or not effective. We're just giving them money year after year after year, and we have zero idea of what they're either accomplishing. So
Well,
if
I
they can't
disagree
keep,
that we have zero idea.
So I would
well, we
disagree.
do have zero idea.
I disagree.
Well, we're back to how people feel.
We get information. You've got the new businesses that have come in. They come in, and you don't know the numbers of people that get jobs because of that. That are offshoots of those businesses that come in. This is you're a no. Where are you at?
I'm not comfortable with maintaining business as usual. I'd cut them by 25,000.
Okay, where are you at?
Well, I certainly don't want to go without economic development. If we need to make a request for some additional information or something, and I know that's what, did the county cut them by like 10 or something like that?
Counties cut them and cut them and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
I mean, if you, I guess I would entertain that option, but I certainly don't want to do a drastic thing that would just cause the entity to go away and then we've got nothing. But I don't, so I would be inclined to leave it in or have a discussion. I don't know, 25 seems like a lot, but
It's about the same the county paid them last year.
is it?
I think so.
I could
Okay.
live with 25 for this.
You're talking about cutting them 25
I'm
or
saying leave it down to 50.
down to 50?
Leave it as it is.
As is. As is.
I would be okay with cutting it to 25, but I would want, I'm going to want next year when we're having this conversation, I'm going to want to know what they have produced or generated in this city that benefits this city. I'm going to want to know that, or next year I'm going to vote
Well, when
zero.
Virgitech is here, that'll be a pretty big
Yeah,
thing.
But it's hard to tell who really functioned because they've said that this bank development's worked well with them, but this was really something detoured to us by the Commerce Department.
No. I've been in those meetings with Ken, and
Yeah.
John Regetz is the reason Frigitech's coming to Pocatello.
Yeah, that Ken
100%.
loves them. Like, he sings their praises and says how helpful they've been to him and how he couldn't have done it without him. And
I thought before we even had conversation, the governor announced that we were going to do this.
So I know you're sick of hearing this, but I haven't said it for 45 minutes, so I'm going to say it again. What I am looking for is equity, and I respect the fact that even in the short time I've been here, I have watched our departments step up, whether they agreed with me wanting to know what I wanted to know or not, or us wanting to know. I have watched them step up and provide terrific data and verifiable information. And I respect that, and I think that sets the city bar. That sets what we call quality, fact-based discussion and decision-making. And I want to keep that bar for every other non-city entity as high as we keep the bar for our city employees, because they have demonstrated, to me at least, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that when you ask good people to provide information, they can step up and do it.
Okay.
so the thing that's hard about economic development, I mean, we've said the name Frigitech because they've already announced, but they can't exactly, they have to keep a lot of things in confidence, so they can't exactly give you all of the details like, maybe a city department would be able to, because they would be violating some confidence.
But they could tell
So
me-
it is a little bit of a challenge.
Sure, but they could go from stuff that's already closed. They could give me, not even current. They could show me the data from the last 5 years, that's already done and dusted, and therefore, is now public information. So I'm not asking them to, breach some confidentiality agreement or, do something that would be an unwise business practice. But I'm saying they've been around long enough that there ought to be traceable data. And even if it's trend data or it's, correlational data, I mean, there can't be no way, because we hear all the time, every tourism dollar in the state generates X. Well, there's some sort of formula going on there.
Well, they've said every dollar invested in, and I'm trying to remember the dollar amount, every dollar invested in economic development with Bannock Development has turned over 11 times.
So show me that.
As an 11,
That's all I'm saying.
and they've shown that, though. That's the thing, is that, not to you, you're new. Remember, this is your first year on the council.
I've been asking
But what I'm saying
information for years.
is that they have, you're asking what it says. I'm telling you what they've told us before.
Well, but I want to see.
The problem, Brian, is you're asking somebody whose job depends on it to provide the data that assures their job.
Right.
So you want a third party to take a look at it?
There is other objective analysis that you can do. You can go to a natural performance based on other cities with similar size, what their growth rate has been, what their per capita income has been. All that type of stuff is out there to put as a backdrop for what has happened in Pocatello. That stuff is there.
Pocatello fares very well because because of what Bannock Development's done.
Well, but-
But anyway, we're at 50 grand, we're at 50 grand, and everybody said 50,000.
But you can't show us that.
They
You
can't.
can't.
I don't have it under my sleeve, no, but
Because
they
they can't
can.
give it
They
to
have
you.
it. They have
Just said
given
that they
it
can't
to
give it
us.
to us.
You're talking two different things.
They have given it to us.
Okay.
So I can
It's
live
tough to hit a target when you move the target around. But the reality is they've given it to us before. They can give it to us again.
Great.
Well, they should
Would you
do it
ask
every
me
year.
that,
They do
please?
every year, absolutely.
And not just tell me, or not just write a sentence saying that that's true. I would like some kind of something that's quantifiable, because $75,000 is a quantifiable amount of money, and I'm not willing to spend $75,000 annually of taxpayer money for some completely and entirely indeterminate outcome.
Fair enough. I don't think there's an indeterminate outcome on this one. I personally believe we should be putting 75, if not adding to it personally. But if the council's at 50, then the council's at 50.
I'm not.
I'm not at 50.
So we've got three, you three are at 50, we've got three that are not at 50, and I'm not at 50 either. And so I am not comfortable at 50, but what number do you have that maybe they can...
I would leave it as, I'd make a motion to leave it at 75.
I would second.
Okay, we have a motion by Cheatham and a second by Lyric at 75,000. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Cheatham,
Yes.
Lurick,
Yes.
Adamson,
I do think it's important that we continue to have economic development, so yes.
Gray,
I also think it's important to have economic development, but I need it proven to be exceeding what natural growth would be. So I vote no.
Ortega,
I also agree that we need economic development, but I believe that we need to have accountability. So I'm going to vote no.
Stevens,
I believe that economic development is probably one of the most important things that we can do for our citizens, but I also need to know that this $75,000 is resulting in concrete benefits, and I don't have that information, and therefore I must vote no.
Lapp,
And I understand economic development. I will be a yes, and we will ask them to come give us concrete evidence. So leave the 75 in. And we talked quickly before lunch, Ready, we decided to remove. So
That does it.
that does that group.
So we're
Actually, I have a question before we, I remember the Palisades rental, the lease agreements is showing up as an alternate form of revenue. I don't see it on this sheet.
Because it's already built into the budget.
But how does it get built in and where does it go?
It goes to the general fund.
Okay.
Part of it
so-
goes to the general fund, part of it goes to water.
Okay,
It's
but
split. I don't think we used to build it in there before because it was, I think it was a contract that was potentially going to expire.
we anticipated, I remember, I don't know if we've got the videos, but we.
But it has been built in there every year since
put
I've been
20,
here.
40, based on what we anticipated the water year to be. And I think that's a revenue source that we need to recognize. We know we've got a guaranteed source because we just did.
So what happened with that is we had one lease agreement, and then we would be talking to other people, and it was annual leases. Since then, we've signed Jared, or maybe it's Kirk, because he's been working with it, 3 or 4 different leases with different people for a 5-year or a 10-year. Do you know, Tom? Do you know, Jeff? 5-year or a 10-year, and so that money was separated and put into water.
I need a report on that.
Yeah, let's get a report on what those dollars are.
Because sometimes that was $400,000 or $500,000.
Yeah, and we're still talking $400,000 or $500,000 worth of it, I believe.
Total.
Total, but most of that goes to water because because it's waters.
Right, and then part of it goes to the general
Yeah.
fund because part of,
Did we ever do the in-depth research to show that it was paid for by water fees versus taxes?
We did.
yes.
Okay.
We can't determine, so it's still a split.
Okay.
There's no concrete, like,
The records are okay to a certain point, but before that, they're not. And so, from what we can see, water paid for most of it from, I can't remember what year, but before that, we're not 100% sure if it was the general fund or if it was water. And so,
So how was it presented? Didn't the city pass a bond or something to do that years ago? To be a participant?
that's funny, I just barely looked. I wish I would have seen it. I just looked at the minutes from back in 1950.
So, anyway, I just, I think it's real important to know a little more about it.
And so, yeah, Chris?
Okay, full disclosure, I'm looking at my list. I just don't know what inter-district loan payments are. Somewhere I ran across
I'm not dropping you that. I'll
a
make sure.
phrase that said something about inter-district loan payments.
I've never heard of that.
I think that's on one of the TIF district things, that there's an inter-district loan.
We don't have an inter-district loan in PDA.
Okay.
All right, so we don't have any of those. Okay. And then, when is Northgate supposed to start reimbursing us? Is that in 2022?
It's whenever tax money
So
starts.
you
to
have
come
to
in.
have increment coming in before
Right.
you get anything
So
out of it.
is it performing on track to?
To what the expectation is of developers were, heavens no.
So,
Because the reason I'm wondering is, in theory, we are owed money. Is that correct? How much money is the city owed?
I'd have to look at the TIF plan again.
Oh.
Zero to the city.
There was, the PDA had $2 million, but the city had like, was it 500,000 or was it 50? Jeff, do you remember?
500,000, and we also put the $1 million in for the sewer fairground.
That's right.
And that's all we
Should be
have.
reimbursed.
And that's right.
No, we haven't got anything back.
1.5 million.
Okay, so we're out, and we have no idea.
There's
Well,
only
when-
one
when you start-
owner-occupied house right now, that's
When
it.
you start getting increments in from
No, I
that,
understand how it works.
when that starts to happen, the
Right.
city is the first in line to
Right.
be reimbursed.
Right, but we have we're just kind of sitting here waiting, and whenever there might be money, it'll show up.
I think honestly, like the PDA should know, and I do the financials for the PDA, so we would know in enough time and get the information from the county that we could say, hey, Northgate, this is the valuation for Northgate, this is what we're expecting to bring in for the year, and we can add that as revenue for the year that we think we're going to get it. But I would say for 21, nothing.
There's nothing next year. If I remember, and I'm really gray on this, I don't think there was anything coming in until 2022.
That's what
And then I think it was 250,000 to the city. The city, I think, is the largest recipient of all of that, what I remember on the chart. Even though the PDA's put out some money, I think we were in it pretty heavy.
So the agreement is the city will be reimbursed first.
Right.
The PDA will be reimbursed second.
Right.
The county will be reimbursed third.
And then
the developers are reimbursed after that.
But we don't have any, it's not performing, as projected. And we don't have any way, we don't have any ETA on when that 1.5 might show up.
I think it just depends on where the valuations come in August. I don't think there's going to be anything on the tax rolls for fiscal year 21. Like I said, every time we get those valuations, we can check at that point and see, approximately how much we think we would be getting in.
Okay.
But one quick comment on that. The important thing is, even with the improvements that we did with the lift station and stuff like that, we still got an interchange that was worth
Well, that whole thing is a $35 million interchange.
Yeah,
I think, don't we
so
still
we're still
owe
way
on that?
ahead.
No.
We've paid off our part of the interchange, okay.
So we're still coming out way ahead on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then.
No, but you gotta say that even though it's valued at a certain amount, the liabilities against it are what we put in and haven't recovered.
As well as the developer and the county and everything else. And it will. I mean, we already know that we weren't going to see anything until 2022 anyway. And so let's see what happens and see where we are. And
Yeah, I was just checking to see if we were on our timeline or not. And I think the answer is no. And then we increased a number of our permitting fees.
I think it's
And so,
calendar year.
did you build those into the budget?
So
Where does that
if
show
they're for
up?
building permits, we go over the total building permits as a whole. So the fee schedule will have those listed out individually, but the council decided to build in only the $750 for building permit fees.
Okay, all
So
right.
that's taking kind of all of it into account, but because it is such a large revenue generator, council makes
So
that
did
decision.
given that, when we made that decision, I personally was not thinking, oh, we increased, some of our permitting fees. And, maybe everybody else was.
But I don't know if building permits did. I know that engineering did.
building
I don't think
permits
building did.
No, but I mean, with just various.
The other ones, yes. Those are, so, I don't know if we have them in there right now, but they do get built into the budget.
Okay.
And I will double check on those to make sure
Okay,
they're in
yeah,
there.
because I'd like to know
Yep.
that that's been,
Yep.
that extra revenue.
Yes, that is part of,
But
that is
remember,
part of the
there's a
budget
public
built.
hearing on that also the night we do the budget public hearing. We have a public hearing on the fees.
Right.
And so if they are adjusted there, then they also get adjusted in the budget.
Right. I just didn't know what was.
As part of the process, the departments will present any changes to fees, and I think all the guidance that was given in all the department presentations was to, yes, go ahead and look at what that would be, and we do add that in there.
Okay, great.
Came back with some revisions on
Yes,
engineering per council's request on the follow-up meeting.
And then you just have to double check and make sure those are.
Yeah.
Okay, Roger has
There's a lot of moving
second.
pieces.
While we're getting stuff into the record, we've been approached a lot about not giving a 1% raise. That raise would have been on top of a 1.79% across the board accrued raise to the city based on the step. We're paying out we're projecting $653,724 for next year, and above what would have been a flatline budget. And I think that needs to be understood, particularly when we understand, I looked at the CPI. The CPI is actually lower by 1/100th right now. So in effect, we met what was brought up last time. I think it was 1.7, 1.8. We have met cost of living, at least by staying.
If they're between a step 1 through 5. If they're over that, then no, you did not.
Okay, I understand
So we have
that.
a number of
But our
employees that don't
equivalent,
get it.
Right.
because that's what we were approached with, we negotiated across the board evenly. The equivalent is that for our city employees as total, we paid out, we're projecting we're going to pay out $653,724. That is a 1.79 increase over what was flatline, what we would have been required to pay just based on last year's experience and people carry forward. So I don't think it's true when they say they didn't get an increase. We at least matched cost of living, and maybe some people didn't get the benefit of that, but totally for our city, we have worked to keep current with our pay plan. We have not regressed. Some people may have slipped, but I believe our pay plan should be structured to where we reward the people most who are the lowest.
I thought our goal was to try to get to market, and I don't think we did that. We're not making progress on that at all.
We did a 6% last year.
And,
Linda.
right, and we're undoing it this year.
We didn't undo anything.
Well, the 6% didn't
Right.
get us to market.
No, but
Well,
we
but
did
nobody can tell us what market is yet.
Can I just finish my statement?
Sure.
6% got us a long way towards going in the direction we needed to go in, but it didn't get us there. And by doing 0 this year, we're not getting,
We did a
and
one
we're
point-
undoing what we did
You didn't
last year.
listen to me.
There are many people who don't get a
I
step.
understand that, but
And so we're not getting,
we paid a 1.79%
you're
interest.
averaging out in a way that just isn't,
Well,
that's not the way that it effectively works for people.
That's not the way it hit everybody, but that means some people who were brought farther ahead than they would have been otherwise. That was what we were negotiated, was to keep the steps in place, longevity in place. And doing all of that, we have effectively raised our payouts to employees by 1.79%.
That may be overall, but that doesn't
the cost of
help many
living
people.
that we have is reduced over the last year. From June last year to May of this year, it's actually negative 0.01. So we have increased our commitment to our people, and not everybody, but to our overall to our staff. I can't believe 1 or 2 people got the $653,000. We have increased our payout to our staff by $653,000 over what a zero-based budget would have been.
And we have many frontline employees who are getting nothing.
They negotiated.
Yeah, we can. Let's get a comment here, and then Ashley, I've just been asked to go back to
Yeah,
Ashley's thing,
just to,
so.
I don't know, I just wanted to.
I just
not
think
have
when you
to-
look at it that way, Roger, you're marginalizing our senior people. The people who didn't take that, the experienced people in every department of this city that make things run and supervise what's going on and have the experience, they didn't get squat. And I think that brings up, as long as we're talking about issues, let's bring up the personnel administrative rules in that email from Val. I think the council needs to adopt that and move our corporals up so we get some seniority and we can start retaining police.
Well, that's not something we were presented until we got that email.
Yeah, I still don't know what that's about, so I'm not going to.
Heather, do you want to go ahead and say something here?
Well, I just had a couple questions, or one actually, which is, I think is pretty simple. So I am wondering, I mean, in the real estate conversations that we've had, I think is it safe for me to draw a general conclusion about philosophy based on the real estate discussions we've had, even though the particulars haven't?
Some of that's been stated in public meetings.
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring
Okay.
to. So just as long as you don't discuss what's been discussed in executive session, you're fine.
I have gathered the impression from a variety of conversations that we've had that we prefer to get buildings onto the tax rolls rather than be a landlord. And I think that's a fair assessment. If I'm in the weeds, somebody tell me. And so that made me wonder, since the free clinic moved, what's going on with that building? I just simply don't know.
We were leasing it
So
to Big Mama's, right? Big Mama's house.
The administrative part.
The administrative offices of Big Mama's house. We did that in February?
Could have even been late last year.
No, it was last year. It was last year.
Yeah, okay. Then it was the end of last year,
Yeah.
we just leased that.
Because it was made, like, I remember it was a debate as to whether it was going to be used for a shelter or if it was going to be used for administrative purposes only, and that was what was put in the contract, was that it could only be used as an administrative building.
We had to put very specific
Yes.
terms there to make sure they met the zoning and everything.
Okay, okay. So what do we get, just out of curiosity, for that? Is that an annual contract or how?
Without having it in front of me, I believe so, and I believe it's $1.
It is, it's
$1 a year. So we're going to maintain that building and keep it off the tax rolls for $1 a year forever?
We rented it as is. It's in rather poor condition, so.
Right, and so that makes me wonder if we need to be thinking, I mean, nothing against the tenants, but I'm just thinking of our other.
We did ask them at the point that we did that, if I recall, that upon 1 year, as that would come up for renewal, that they would come and give us a report of how that was benefiting the city and benefiting the population. So that was a specific requirement that we asked for. So at whatever point, I'm sure it's in the schedule, right?
Sure. Well,
yeah.
Could we get that
So I can't remember what month it was, but it'll be coming up back for us to,
be in the fall
they'll
or-
come and tell us
Okay,
what.
I'm just concerned, as per other conversations, that we end up, if the building already has needs, that we end up holding on to it and then having to do something significant in order to get it sold and on the tax rolls, so anyway.
Okay, all right, yeah, let's jump back to what we were talking about was wages.
So Heather Buchanan, Human Resources Director, Councilman Chia brought up the non-competitive corporal, which was an issue we've been talking about in the police department. There's a whole philosophical debate, which the chief could fill you in on. I'm going to summarize it, so apologies to anyone who can say this better than I can. We have a rank of, we have patrol officers, then we have corporals, and those are also detectives, so corporal/detective, then we go sergeants, and then you get into the brass. So the corporals, we have, the majority of those are housed in the investigations division. We do have a handful over in patrol. What we would be looking to do is to move from a set number of individuals in that rank to a threshold. So once they get so many years of service, once they checked all these boxes, there's a written test, there's a physical fitness component, there's a firearms component, and a certificate at the state level, they would be eligible to move into the corporal rank. Right now, I believe, I'm going to be off by a person or two, we have about 30 individuals who are would be eligible to move into the corporal rank. The 1 year cost on that, and I'm only counting things that are percentage driven off of base salary. So that's PERSI, that's Social Security replacement, and that is FICA. I'm not counting workers' comp because that's an internal transfer, so I didn't drag that in. Your cost is just under $200,000 for the first fiscal year. Your 5-year cost on that is over $2 million. The reason is because everyone moving from master patrol to corporal is guaranteed a minimum of a 5% raise, and they're starting at a step 1. They then have 6 years of steps until they maxed out at a master corporal. That's why the cost is so big. It's because they reset with a 5% raise minimum, and then they have 6 years of steps. So rather than someone being capped out or having a step or two, we're introducing a whole new pay line for them to go through. It's pretty rushed to get it in this year. Council hasn't been able to see the criteria. And the reason this is a management situation and not a union situation is because while the pay scale is defined in the contract, which says this is what a corporal makes, this is what a sergeant makes, the criteria to become a corporal is controlled within the police department itself, so among the management team, and what we call PAR, which is the Personnel Administration Rules. We can amend the PAR with notice to the union, but they don't get to actually override what we're putting in there. I know this has been a long-term effort between the chief and the union. There's just a lot of information to push forward when we're a month out, and we've already said no to a pay scale adjustment for the hybrid, and we've already said no to a raise to then bring a $2.2 million issue before. That's why it's not before council right now.
Can I comment? After Val sent that email, I sat down and had a talk with him. And his numbers are a little different than Heather's, which I kind of expected. But looking at the personnel, according to him, that are eligible to become corporals, probably half or less of them would be able to meet all the guidelines. And the chief, you can correct me if I'm wrong here. It's a tough set of guidelines that they have to meet to check all those boxes. Val's estimate is it would be about a $45,000 a year change. And that would put them on a new path, and hopefully the idea is to retain some of these experienced police officers who we're losing to other jurisdictions.
The only problem with that approach in budgeting is what do we do when we we don't have enough money because more people meet the criteria. We always budget for worst case scenarios so that we do not have a shortfall. So we're not here back before council hat in hand begging for more money to pay employees for a program that we've set up that we can no longer afford.
Well,
And
and
yet the police every year turn back a couple of $100,000 because they have turnover. An officer leaves, Roger goes out and recruits, hires, trains, puts them on, and in the interim, there's a gap. And there's a couple of $100,000 every year that should fund this program.
so why are we overfunding the police department by
We're not
several hundred
overfunding,
thousand?
we're funding the positions, but the positions change. People retire, and the next person makes less money, or someone leaves, and that position is
But
unfilled.
if that's an annual trend, which is what I understood Val to say, that that's an annual trend over, I don't know how many years, but that should be easy to check, then I'm wondering.
So,
Can't predict that.
Yeah, it's impossible to predict.
well, I'm concerned about the huge discrepancy between Heather's number and Val's numbers.
Val's numbers are a one-year number. The first-year number, I think.
But is he taking into consideration all the things that Heather is taking into consideration?
And I had to consider total eligible, just not people I thought were going to do it. I can't bring my thoughts before council, I have to bring exact costs.
That's the
Where
big
I brought the full
difference.
amount.
That's why it's different, because he's saying he thinks this many people, we have to budget as if anybody that's potentially eligible
Would make it.
That's why
Right.
they're different.
Right, okay.
But even if his estimate of half were true, then we're still $55,000 apart.
The chief and I's estimate were within $20,000 of each other.
Okay, but I'm just saying that if Val's were true, he's still more than half below what Heather's estimate would be.
But how do you budget for that?
Yeah, you can.
Let's go with that number, and sorry, you don't get to promote to this new thing that we've got because we didn't fund it. We only funded 5 people, not 7.
And it's probably not legal to set a criteria. for this number of years.
So, but I would happily go on record as saying I think that we do need to give employees an increase because there are a number of them that do not get the 1.79% that Rogers talked about because they've topped out and they are under market. And stuff.
Mr. Mayor, a year ago, we set up an extensive program for people in the WPC and the water department who were involved with certificates that allow them to operate their equipment. And to me, a program like this would be very comparable. It's a retention device intended to encourage those people to stay here instead of moving to other jurisdictions.
Can we get some data on how many?
Well, go ahead. No, go ahead. Look, it just seems like I'm being asked to talk about something that I really just don't know anything about at this point, other than the 2 seconds that Heather gave us information for. So I am a big believer that we need to do something to mitigate the attrition in the police department, especially once the officers have that 5 or 6 years worth of experience that becomes invaluable. But I'm not going to make that decision today or tomorrow. I mean, that needs to be something that we decide that we want to do, and then we start looking at it with the union, and that's, what we could have done if we'd done some interest-based bargaining, or, next year if we do, we can look at all those things. But I feel like I'm just being asked to, oh yes, we need to do this right now, and I'm not doing that right now.
Okay.
I would like for Heather and Jared, because this is a management principle, can we cap the number of people we will accept first in 10 in a year? Because there's a criteria they have to meet, and we're going to accept the first 10. We're not discriminating against who can try. We're just saying you got to meet the criteria as one of the first 10. That way we stagger this somewhat. We get 10 corporals this year, 10 next year, or maybe more. Some other people.
I think that you'll need a full, the chief and I come forward with the whole dog and pony show to fully get you up to speed on how big this issue is.
Good.
And I understand what you're saying, but it could become discriminatory based on how the program is designed and how those criteria are set. So that's something
You'd have to make it very fair and equitable to everyone.
which with a cap would be the hard part.
Can you ever do a lottery?
Fair to all.
No, I think that would be.
But I'm just thinking that if you say we've set aside X number of dollars, and that's all we can provide this year, I think you can't, I feel like there ought to be a mechanism by which you could cap
Or like a points system, like certain points, depending on what you rate on your PFT, certain points for what you score on the written exam, certain points, and then the top.
The problem is that's no longer competitive. This is a threshold based. The point of the threshold base was to move people once they hit certain criteria. If that criteria is on a curve or it's in a flux, then it's no longer non-competitive.
Okay, well, we're going to talk about
Okay,
that.
Roger, you have.
And they all trigger different points, right? That's a problem.
So the thing that we want to look at is we are looking for ways to retain our seasoned veterans. And we've had this conversation about who do you want showing up to your house when you guys have a call? That's one of my things I talk about, that handle every call so your family's involved. And then who do you want showing up to that call? Do you want a brand new rookie, or do you want that seasoned, well-trained officer? The reason we've been able to handle a lot of the situations is because we've had well-trained, seasoned officers that respond to these calls. And we're trying to remain competitive with other agencies that do things like this, like Boise PD, Idaho Falls, Idaho State Police. They have this very same program. I reached out to Twin Falls and Idaho Falls and Boise, and they all have something, an ISP. Our criteria to get to that next level is it beats them hands down. They have to do more. You have to have more education. You have to have more certificates. You have to have more years of service. You have to, there's no firearms or PT component in these other ones. We do have that. I'm looking at making our leadership development program part of this. It's not just this, it's looking to the future, because right now, last year, I had 5 people test out of all the corporals. I had 5 people, 25% of the candidates test for the next rank. So this would broaden the pool of people I can move to that next rank. I totally agree with that. You're going to have to budget for everybody taking it, but the thing is the reality of it is about half will get there. And that's how we have found, and I'd rather be just a little bit over budgeted and give the city a little bit back than be under budgeted and be coming in asking for additional dollars. I think this program is very, very important. And this is something that we can get on the radar screen to look at. Would I like to get it done this year? Yes. Is it a reality? I don't know. But I would look forward to working with Heather and with the union to come up with the criteria, which we've got. But at the end of the day, if somebody's sitting on the fence to say, am I going to go to this agency or that agency, or am I going to get out of law enforcement altogether, because right now it's not very popular to be a cop. And if they're on the fence and I can do something to keep them on our side of the fence, I want to do that for the betterment of our community.
Chris?
Is there a way to get at least some kind of an estimate or some kind of a handle on, where our officers do go, so that we know? I mean, are they going into PhD programs and becoming professors, or do we know that they're going to other police departments?
I can gather it to a degree.
Okay.
I can't get you 100% accuracy, but I can tell you if we know where they've gone or we know the reason they moved.
Okay.
I would have to do it just on this year. We had an officer vacate at this level. I wouldn't go down to a name situation.
Right,
because that's
no, right.
personal.
Right.
This is slightly awkward from how we normally do this, because essentially you're allowing the chief to negotiate wages for his employees when he has a union, and no other department head is enabled to do that.
Right.
So this is kind of an awkward spot for me to be sitting, because we're giving something to a department that we don't give the other departments options to. So if we could please take this offline and put it on a work session so we can talk about it there. because otherwise there's going to be a lot of very upset people about, we're talking about raises for one group of people that already get to negotiate. I just think it's going to cause a lot of unnecessary drama that we could probably avoid if we take this offline and put it on work session.
Yeah, I mean, let's do it in the most appropriate, least stressful manner.
There's already a lot of drama right now. We can make it a little easier.
But is it really a raise, Heather, or is it a promotion? We're giving them a promotion,
The
right?
problem is, I don't allow John to come in and say his maintenance people need a next level so they can earn more money.
Come on in, John.
I like my job, but I'm not sure what the point of having an HR compensation system is if you're going to negotiate it individually.
Right.
Then you're going to get into any.
Well, let's have a discussion on what this looks like in a study session so that we can prepare and look at next year. That does not help our employees this year. And I still think that we need to make an adjustment this year to our employees. And I understand the 1.79% that Roger's talking about and the step. But many of these people, in fact, most of these corporals that are in this position, they are at step 6. They don't get anything.
Yeah, there's a majority of the people that for several years have not gotten an increase because they're topped out.
They don't. And we have a lot of people that are getting 20 cents is what it is. They're topped out. And so
Just to temper this a little bit, I always want to help people as much as we can help them. But how much did we take out as a reduction just from the non-property tax funds? Was 700 or a million or million? This column,
what are you talking
So,
about?
okay, can
revenue estimates?
I go over this though, because I noticed that when I was going through that I included things that that were in the wrong column. So, if you go in the green section, which is items that I went in and manually added to the budget, I should have, see how they're in that second column? They shouldn't be in that second column because they're already in the budget, so I literally added them in twice. So what I did is I took them out here, and then when I added, I was trying to look over the numbers. When I added the police officers, the 5 police officers, I did not put in the offset revenue, so that's why I just added this up top. That is the estimate, that would be 75% of 5 officers for this current year as of right now. So that would offset. So now we're actually to the good of about $673,000.
Okay.
After everything that we did a few weeks ago, I just wanted, it was a negative, but when I was looking through it, I was like, these numbers don't look 100%, so I had actually added them in there twice. So I will send, when we get through all of this today, I will send an updated sheet like I did last week with, any decisions that we've made, any discussions that we've had. But I wanted to, before we kind of dive into this, I wanted to mention that while I was just sitting here looking over it, I noticed that they shouldn't have been in both columns.
So Ashley, to be clear, we are at 600 with what we did last week, everything that we added last week. There we are.
And took away. We did a lot of reductions.
Okay, we are at $673,000 in the black.
Correct.
If we ask for,
Right now with what we've got, that's where we are.
Yes, as of this. And that's not
New
anything
construction,
that
but
we
not
did
taking
with-
any of the 3.
Yes, that's new construction only.
Okay, back to my question.
well, so I still don't know how much the tax ask.
We came up with revenue estimates of $10,887,816. What was that last year?
I would have to pull it up.
Okay, Chris, you had a question.
Yeah, I want to I need help taking that number against what was our property tax ask, the dollar amount for last year.
So that taxes would be less $673,000 this year if you did everything that's on the sheet right now.
We would be asking in total?
You would be giving back. You would be asking
Yes.
less.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, that's what I just wanted to check.
And it's probably over 700,000 what we did today.
And
Well, but the new construction is like 200,000, right? That's the estimate.
Yeah,
So if
that's
she's
the
talking about what the actual amount was last year, it would be that.
It's 31 million and something.
Right.
Right, it would be that amount minus 200,000,450. Is that right?
Not minus 6. 473.
So it's basically like 473.
So
No?
No, I think it is a 673.
It is a 6?
I mean, you don't have to answer this right now if you want to, I mean, please, I just, but that's in my head because one of my goals is to reduce the overall amount that we are asking from taxpayers. So we are trying to include them in our relief efforts due to COVID-19 and all the hardship that brings.
So, council, I want to throw this out there, and it's dangerous for me to do so because we don't know what, honestly, it looks like.
The governor's
thing. The rules and everything continue to change on a daily basis, and so we don't know what it looks like. But my suggestion would be, if we can, and I would love to see this, take $600,000, figure out what kind of a raise that looks like for our employees across the board. Don't take a penny more than what we've already taken. The governor has committed, the numbers change, 188 million, 200 million, 250 million, and I've had 298 million. Those numbers have changed, but it's definitely around 200. That's where I've heard the most of, that they would reimburse for first responders from March 1 to December 31. If we do not take any more taxes than what we took last year, $1 more, then everybody in Pocatello will receive a credit now. It's not a reimbursement check. It's a credit on their taxes for next year. Now, I say it's a credit, but it could go back to being a check. It could go back to being who knows, because it's been all over the place, and it's very dangerous for me to even talk about it because, honestly, I don't know what it looks like. But if the council's interested in doing something like that, it does have some budgetarial effects into the future when it comes to new construction, when it comes to possible, if the 3%, if you need to, there are some effects that can happen and hurt us in the future 4, 5, 6 years down the road. But today, if we're really serious about doing something, we can and have the ability to take care of employees and give a tax relief because of the governor's big announcement of things that they really don't know what it looks like yet.
I'm pretty nervous making long-term commitments based on one-time money.
I am too. That's why I hesitate even bringing it up. But that option is there, and we do have to have a discussion on it at some point.
Well, I just wanted to comment. I know we don't know all the finite details of that, but that's kind of what's been driving some of my decision process in the previous weeks as well, because I didn't think would actually be 673 to the good. As of last time, we were just like barely there.
Right,
you know?
we cut a lot.
Yeah, and so I know people are going, oh, we're cutting this, and we're, you know what I mean? We're trying to be reasonable about the things that we do cut out, and I know there were a lot of people that were concerned about the the market adjustment, but I honestly, last time did not see how we could do that and still come in without taking any of the 3%. But it looks like the numbers are different now, but that was a lot of what was driving mine, because I think we do have a responsibility to, if there's money to be had coming from the state, and I've heard estimates that it could be $4 million. I mean, that I think we have a responsibility to snatch that and get it rather than let it get distributed to somewhere else. So I'm very interested in getting that credit back to our people here in Pocatello.
So let me please take this very cautiously, and I probably shouldn't even say it, but I've got to say it. $4 million is an estimate of what they believe Pocatello would see.
If everybody
participated.
Yes.
Remember, $200 million can be eaten up in Ada County for their first responders. And so there is a chance that we say, okay, we're going to do this and everything's going to be great, and we don't see any of it. And it is eating up all in Ada County. I don't believe that that's going to happen. But our first responders, wages for our first responders are
Wages and benefits for police and fire, $20 million a year.
$20 million a year. And so we may see a $4 million rebate. We may see up to a $20 million. For the only ones that apply for it, then maybe it's a $20 million.
And we don't know the ambulance piece yet. They're still working on that. So that's just police and fire. We don't know if it's the
We don't
county
know
or
everything else. And so I think that it's a gamble for us to do anything with it, but that option is there.
And I think that if it's 4 million, great. If it's 20 million, great.
Better.
Even if it's only 1 million or 500,000, I still think that is a big chunk that we should get.
And there again, my concern is new construction and future taxable valuations that we have. Chris and then Linda.
That, at least the last time I read anything about it, that whole program was termed, what was supposed to create tax relief. And so I think if we take that money and then spend this money, I believe very much in what I said at the last meeting, which is we are a community. And as a community, there are sacrifices to be made. And I believe that those sacrifices need to be shared between community members, residents, and our city employees, regardless, because I think I have no doubt that a significant portion of our community would feel slapped in the face if we took care of our own and they saw no particular relief. And I don't, and so, until, and I understand that you can't give us any more info, but I really, really, really want to be careful about using one-time money to benefit half the equation. I'm very concerned about that in terms of the emotional health of the entire community.
Okay, so Linda, and then I've got a comment on that.
And I appreciate the idea that we are a team and that we, work together, but I think when you talk about sharing the pain, you're not taking into account, that's looking at 1 year, and we have many years where employees have gotten nothing. And we see a result of that is that we're way below market in most of our departments, if not all, and we get further and further behind when we don't do a little bit each year to catch up. So the other part of it is that our employees, I would argue, police and fire for sure, but even like sanitation, utility billing, pretty much every department are frontline employees who serve the community with risk to themselves, risk to their families. There are cities who gave hazard pay to their employees. So to me, we're not just giving them a raise for no reason and, saying we don't care about our community. I think there are reasons that make this justified and reasonable. But the other part I was going to talk about, and I'll make one more comment about that too, is keeping our employees not only employed, but also having money that they can spend in the community does actually benefit everyone in our community. It helps the economy. So I think there's that aspect as well. But with regard to this new number now, I agree with Heidi on the money from the governor. We should definitely go after that and try to get that. But to me, regardless of whether we get that or not, I believe last time when we looked at the cost of a 1% market adjustment, it was 400 something for all of our employees.
364.
So under 400. So we could, even if we don't get that money, give at least a 1% and still come under and still save, on the tax ask, as you call it. So to me, I think we are obligated to keep working towards getting our employees to market to where they should be. We've promised that. We've set that as a goal, as a priority, and I just feel like we made a lot of progress last year. If we go 0 this year, we undo all of the good that we did last year, or a lot of it anyway. And there are many people who don't, we chose in that last meeting, we voted to do the step rather than the 1%. I heard from many employees, and they said if you were going to pick one, I would have rather have had the 1% than the step, because I don't get a step, but I would have gotten the 1%. So the step leaves out a lot of people.
So I could live with changing to the 1% and.
Well, and I'm not advocating for that at all. I think we need to do both, because I don't think that one or the other gets us even close to where we need to be. We talked about in order to get towards market that we needed to do at least 2.5 a year, if my memory serves, that was sort of the minimum of what we needed to do to get closer to where we needed to be. So I think 1% market adjustment in addition to the step is the minimum that I would like to go. I'd love to see more. I also checked, I had someone else give me some research on other cities, and we talked about, the idea that other cities are not doing raises because they're hurting and everything, and actually most of the ones I've checked with are. They're doing anywhere 2%, 3%, up to 5% across the board. So I think a lot of cities are doing that, and
could you bring get that in whatever manner is appropriate? Could you get that data to us? I would love to see.
I could get that, yeah. I mean, if I can forward that to somebody to. What's the?
Sounds like
We've got Debbie Downer up there right now, so let's hear what he has to say.
What's the ruling on that?
2 minutes, then you're on the
Wait a few minutes and we can do it.
I told you. Sounds like this is still an opinion discussion, so that information would just need to be provided in the meeting.
So why don't you get that information in the next meeting, we can distribute it so everybody can see it.
Well, that's got to also be backdropped against what, if we maintain what we've done, what have we adjusted to our employees already? How does that bring them more competitive? If we've done the, what do you call it, the market adjustment with 1-step advancement rank, how did that bring people into some sort of equity towards our goal?
I'm sorry, it sounds more like a statement than a question.
Well, the question is, we don't know what that has done by allocating his $653,000 of new money to go to employees. That's what it is, new money going to employees.
The step, how does the step help us get closer to the market value?
How does that spread across our employees?
I don't have that also.
Okay, you can get that for us, though.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. If we're getting new information,
Why don't you get that for us if you can?
What the book stop is.
I can tell you most of our employees who are on the hybrid scale are below what we're calling market, which is the midpoint of our range. That's how I'm going to find market for that group. Councilwoman, we're talking about people not getting steps. Fire does not have steps. And if they're not getting an advancement, it's because they're topped out on longevity. And police has steps. You do have officers that are capped out. So if we shift from a step to market, you're helping those groups and you're hurting people on the hybrid scale. So congratulations, you're gonna piss off one group either way.
That's why I'd like to do
We're good.
both.
We'll probably kick off the group that had it and we took it away from them.
So if you do, I mean, if you give a step, you're gonna help everyone in the police department who's still moving up through the rank, through the steps. They have 6. In the fire department, it doesn't matter because they don't have steps. Their longevity is gonna increase or not increase, depending on if they're maxed out or not. If you do a market adjustment, you're going to assist all 3 groups because their scale overall.
But we'd have to renegotiate with them.
Well, we'd open back up from our TAs to do a 1% add to their tables. Then they
I'm
could
certain
choose
that
to
would
sign
be a
or not.
difficult,
No, but I'm saying if we
might fight it, but
got
I've never had anyone tell me no to me.
Well, we got a couple proposals because we may be, to be fair to everybody, give everybody a raise, but say that no steps or adjustments otherwise. I mean, that's the thing, or we could give a 2% raise or whatever. So that's not what was negotiated.
So Claudia.
I just want to remind everybody that the governor's money is all pie in the sky right now, okay? We have no idea if we're gonna get that or how much of that is gonna even be available to us. But I just wanna remind people in this room that people in the community that don't work for the city have been taking a real hit. I have somebody who works in manufacturing. Every single person in that company had to take a 10% mandatory pay cut. It was either that or get to step in, and mandatory furlough, 3 days a month. So people in the community, the taxpayers, are taking some real hits. So while it would be amazing to be able to give everybody the raise that they deserve we really need to consider what that looks like to the people who are out there. Because those people, many of them, not only is nobody considering a 1% raise, but they've been beat with a stick. And 10% is huge. If 1% is huge, 10% cut is enormous. So I'm not gonna be in favor of passing out more money when the people of this community who are writing the checks ultimately are suffering.
And I would also add that you have to take a historical perspective on that as well. There have been many years in the community when those people were getting 5, 10, 15, 20% raises in the private sector, where city people were getting 0. So you can't just take this year.
I want to remind everybody sitting around the table, our employees are also taxpayers.
Yes.
They're also the ones that we're dealing with out there as well. And so with that said, I still think, and I would still like to see, and I would still be very much in favor of taking some of that. I mean, 1% is 360,000, and so 1.5% is 550, basically 550. 1.5%. I would love to see that because you've already got the other added in. Is that correct?
The 1 step.
The 1 step has already been there, and the 1.5% gives everybody across the board an increase. That we're missing some of them right now, and so
Mayor,
I would still like to see people consider that.
you know,
And then Roger, go
if
ahead.
this council had been that generous last year, we wouldn't have been through the arduous negotiations we went through. We lowballed it from the get-go, 2.5%. We're already close to 2% with what we've done. And we finally arrived at 6%. I am not in favor of hitting our taxpayers. I had one person contact me. Their taxes went up 25% last year, and their house is up $30-some thousand this year. I brought that up in another meeting I was in. There were people that were saying their house valuation went up by $72,000, $62,000. people are going to revolt if they have to keep paying more and more and more in taxes. And this time, we are at a place where I think we can benefit the taxpayers, which benefits all of our employees
Because they're
by
taxpayers.
not going here. I brought up the person from the city last year that we gave him like a $2,400 raise and took $600 or $700 back in the new taxes. Okay? We have to find an equity between our employees and the taxpayers. And I'm telling you that the taxpayers are fed up, the ones I've heard from. They're fed up. And these are people with money. There are very few that say, I will pay more. Most of them are saying, for what I get a better value out of my taxes in Boise than I do here. That's what they've told me.
Somebody else have something?
I had just a quick comment. I agree that many of our city employees are frontline workers and have been throughout COVID, and so are the people at Winco. And those grocery store clerks are among the most at risk. And I could be wrong, but I doubt that those folks are used to getting 5, 10, and 15% raises on any kind of regular basis, historical or otherwise. And I also bet that they are not going to be getting raises this year. And they are absolutely, read any literature you want, and those folks are among the most at risk. So I think, again, we need to maintain a balanced perspective. And Ashley, there was a request from Science and Environment for $50,000 seed money. Did that get in there?
No,
Because I didn't think it was on the list.
It's down here in the orange.
Okay.
Because it depends on how council would want to fund that as to whether there's a tax impact or not.
And so what would our options be?
Honestly, your options are general fund at this point. Science and Environment does not have $50,000 to absorb within their budget. You would have to general fund it, which would be taxes.
Okay, and there's no, I know it's not capital, so we can't use that, so there's no other place in the budget other than general fund where we could scrape up that $50,000. My personal belief around that $50,000, if we're going to talk about how small amounts of money leverage larger amounts of money, which I think that came up around the tourism situation, I believe that if $50,000 gets us into a government-community partnership with a reputable organization with a track record like Sagebrush Land Trust, and that we enter into a careful agreement so everybody's on the same page, and they are willing to basically do what we as a city have been unable to do relative to the river, which is take on fundraising, et cetera, and get that project moving, I think it is well worth it. And I believe, since I believe that economic development would solve a lot of the conversations we're having today because it would increase our revenues, I believe that turning that river and the larger Old Town area into a destination so that we have something to do in Pocatello proper, not drive through Pocatello and go to Yellowstone. I believe I continue to believe that river project could be an economic driver. So I am very much in favor of including that $50,000 in the budget. And if we have to cut something else, I can find something that I'd be willing to let go of, because I don't believe that whatever I would let go of would be leveraging in the long run, as much benefit for the community as that $50,000 would.
Okay, thank you for that. Roger wants to get back to his original question.
My original
Can we
question,
finish that? Is it just going to hang out in limbo, and then what does Ashley do
So-
with it?
We were in
same as my original question, I guess.
No. No, I'm on the river now.
So are you suggesting that we add this in?
Yes. I said I'm very much in favor, and if I need to make a formal motion, I will. But Roger can get back to his thing first,
Just deal with
and I'll come back to the river, or however we want to do it.
If we want to discuss, anybody, let's discuss it. I have a hard time with it right now, though I agree the river vision is something that we need to have. But I have a hard time saying we're not going to give our employees any more, but we're going to throw another 50,000 here, and we're going to throw 50,000 here, and we're going to put money here.
Well, I said
we're going to put money there.
I'll find-
And so
I'll-
that's
I'll
the
find
only
cuts.
hesitation.
So I'll find cuts to offset it, and I would start with Bannock County Development. So I don't have that dilemma.
So, yeah, you don't have it, but I personally do,
Right.
and
Right,
so I
because
just I have a hard time saying we're going to put more money here, but we're going to not take care of our employees.
Well, we put more
That's
money
a concern to me.
we put more money in all kinds of places. So we've apparently surmounted that barrier, that emotional barrier, many times in the last 2 meetings. So anyway, I believe that 50,000 would leverage much more money and would begin to move a stalled out project that we purport to believe in and never fund down the trail.
Okay, discussion, council.
I mean, well, I do believe in it, so I just want to say that first, and I think it's very important, and I think the whole point of that project is to revitalize our city and make the river a destination. There are things that are happening. The fact that it's now open and floatable when it wasn't before, that is a big plus, but I agree we need to put money towards it, but when you're talking also about leveraging funds for long-term benefit, I'm going to go right back to raises for our employees, because I think taking care of people and keeping them here, keeping good employees, attracting good employees, helping them to do their job because they serve the city too, and that is leveraging for long-term benefits.
Let's
So-
do this. Let's include both. Let's do a 1.5%, which is 550, and let's add the other 50 here, so we're at 600,000, and
No,
then
no,
then you got both.
no.
I would like to do at least a 1%, and I would also agree with the 50,000, so, for the river vision.
Because I get it. I think the river vision is an important piece. Go ahead and then Roger.
The first thing, Ashley, could we go back to, the total on our top of our sheet is $10,887,000. What was the total?
That was your original question?
That was my
11,500,000
So
for
we-
last year. is
So
what
we
took.
knocked off 750,000 roughly.
Yes.
Okay, so that is, what, 8% maybe of our total? I don't know how we can anticipate revenues being down in one place without anticipating our people are being hit in other places to reduce our revenues as well. This is the guidance we got from AIC to get to this level. The $10,887,000. We dropped approximately $750,000. I don't know how we do not factor in the fact that Pocatello, our residents, will be struggling at that same level at a minimum. This is what we're being told. Sales tax will drop. Highway user fees will drop. That's what we were told. But we're here saying today, let's just full speed ahead on our property taxes. These are all other tax categories that we have taken the advice from AIC and said, we agree, there are going to be cuts here. And I can't emphasize enough that we need to be understanding that we have several thousand residents in Pocatello who pay property taxes that will be hurting. We don't know what will happen in some sectors as this drags on. We don't know that. Yet we're acting like we're not only going to be back to normal, we're going to press beyond normal. And I don't think
We already cut.
Yeah, but we cut on the other revenues. We haven't cut proportionately. If we took $750,000 off of an $11 million projection, or 11.5, we ought to be taking another $2,100,000 to do it proportionally on what we're expecting to pay.
But Roger, we were really conservative when we projected those numbers. For the most part, we took AIC's most conservative number or less. And I frankly think the way the economy's coming back locally, our local unemployment's less than 7% right now. And I frankly think those numbers are very conservative.
And they did come out, and the governor has said, look, these sales taxes are recovering very fast, and a lot better than what we anticipated. And so I would interpret that as saying that, you know what, this number is very conservative, because when AIC put this together, the numbers were looking bleak. But April came in very strong. May came in a lot stronger. I'm assuming that June is also going to be coming in a lot stronger. I don't know. We won't know that until July. But those numbers have all come in. The sales tax have all come in a lot higher than estimated on the state level.
And didn't we, I thought we followed all of those AIC recommendations.
Or less.
So
We went on the conservative side.
We went in the middle territory on
Some went even less. We were conservative. Based on what I'm seeing in traffic at Fred Meyer's Fuel Stop and Villano's last night for dinner, holy crap, you couldn't get a seat in that restaurant last night.
Well, you can't drive to Yellowstone, that's for sure.
I mean, people are out and doing things again. I think we're going to recover faster than what the conservatives expect.
I don't know how to say any more clearly than I have how upset across the political spectrum people were last year. And you know, I'd have to go back and look at my numbers to tell you exactly how many doors we knocked, how many of those we knocked once, how many we knocked twice. But I have got to tell you that many, many, many people across all financial spectrums, political spectrums, educational spectrums, do not believe that this city cares about their financial well-being. And I cannot, in good conscience, participate in communicating yet another version of the message that they perceive that way. I simply cannot do it. And it doesn't have to do with campaign promises or any of that. It has to do with the fact that we have very affluent people in this town, and we have a large number of people who are working their tails off and are living paycheck to paycheck. And every dollar that we ask from that end of the financial spectrum impacts them disproportionately. So taking another dollar from me has an impact. Taking another dollar from somebody who's working 60, 65 hours a week with no benefits, paycheck to paycheck, is a lot bigger impact. And I cannot erase those people from my consideration. I simply cannot do it ethically and morally, and for better or for worse.
Okay, so Council, where do you want to go from here?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So it's probably because I've been sitting at this table since like 8:30 and I'm starting to get a little...
Fuzzy? I can't wait to read the agenda tonight.
Like it would probably help me to have a little break and go walk around or something, so I'm just going to throw that out there. But a question I do have, I totally get the concern about tax relief, okay? I have also heard many people express that desire to me, so I 100% understand that. I do feel like compared to previous years where we may have levied 1% or 2% more, you know, it's usually always still under the CPI, but we have still levied more, that even if we were to just go straight the same amount that we had last year to get the deal from the state, from the governor's program, that would be way better off than it has been for how many years, right? Like, so that would be tax relief, right? So that's just a thought I'm having. So I guess I'm still a little bit like in shock about the fact that we went from, on the spreadsheet, we're 150,000 in the hole to now we're 673 to the good. And so I'm not trying to question that, but I'm just wondering, because I know we had the big discount with the insurance.
That's where the most of the savings is.
Yeah, but I guess I'm just saying, because we did add some other things in and we did subtract some things out.
I think when I went through the salary projections,
I wanted to make sure
right, I think when I went through salary projections and added some of the positions in, the amounts that we had thought they were going to be came in a lot less than what, you know, we had originally looked at because of the decreases and everything else. Honestly, at this point, I think we should just take, you know, what we went through today. We can come back on the 2nd, make sure all the numbers are updated, make sure that the interfunds are done so that we have an exact picture of where we're sitting at that very moment, and just kind of see where we're looking at. I can also bring back that chart that shows, you know, total property taxes. It shows total property taxes per fund, and it has like little charts and everything else. And I think that that would maybe help to get us a little bit, you know, I feel like we're kind of going around in circles right now.
Yeah.
And if we just say, okay, let's take what we did, let's bring it back and just kind of start fresh on the 2nd. If there's anything else, you know, we need to bring back from other departments, I think that that would be the best route to go at this point.
I would agree with that. And so if everybody's feeling okay with that, I think that would be a wise thing to do.
Can I add one more comment to the go-round?
This is where we start chasing rabbits down the
Sorry. But I did want to say, because I talked to a lot of people too, and yes, there are people that are hurting and people that are upset about their taxes. I've also talked to a lot of people who feel that they are willing to pay taxes because they feel they get a lot for that. So I don't hear as much negative feedback as you apparently do. But the other thing I just wanted to remind, and you two were not on the council, but another thing that happened last year, which is a good thing to keep in mind, is when we were negotiating and we ended up with the 6%, which everybody was happy with, and that was a bigger raise than most people had ever seen at the city. So that was a good result, but the process, we all remember, was not a pleasant process. And during the process, and of course we couldn't talk publicly about negotiations, but the public was talking about it, and that their perception and the thing we were hearing from everybody was absolutely give them raises, pay them whatever they want. Especially, that was when we were negotiating police and fire. So the comments I was reading in the paper, on social media, everywhere were, you know, they deserve it, they need to be paid, you know. So you have to keep that in mind too. That was also coming from the public.
Right.
And to not give them anything this year doesn't fit with that public sentiment.
So we're leaving everything where it was. We're coming back with those things. We'll have those discussions there. Roger had another.
I just was going to point out, we have consumed all that 750 or whatever it was, $1,000, 673 of the $2,555,000 we were presented with as a downsize in terms of budget. And we've done it all in the city. We have not handed the taxpayers back any relief in terms of what we want to take as taxes.
Right.
And I would suggest that we need, because we're asking for, if we do what we're saying without doing the 673,000, we're going to consume it. We have not handed the taxpayers back any relief in terms of the reduction of what we're seeking. And I think that the taxpayers deserve it, and I think next year is another year, and I think that the health care cannot be down 2 years in a row, and I think we're going to be wishing we had more funds available than what we will have if we give out raises right now.
Okay, with that, I'm just going to tell the council, hopefully on the 2nd, we'll have more definitions of what the governor's thing looks like. We do have an opportunity to give a tax relief with that, and I think that's a good place to go with it. Ashley, I know that you have got to get to somewhere before 5, actually before 3:30. We appreciate you being here with that.
Before you adjourn. She can go, but before you adjourn the meeting, I just want it on the minute. You said earlier that we were meeting and implying that we were violating the open meeting laws.
No, I wasn't implying.
Okay, then you were saying it. I completely 100% resent it.
Good.
The three of us got together the day after the town hall to talk about our takeaways from the town hall, and that hasn't happened since.
Did once.
So
I just
okay.
explained it to you. Don't question my integrity, and
Okay.
certainly don't do it
Thank you very
in public.
much. We are adjourned.